Buried Magic, Whitehaven Witches Book 1, written by T.J. Green and narrated by Diana Croft. Prologue. We are witches, born from generations of witches, and our magic has been passed down through the centuries. But it seems we have more power than we ever thought possible. When things that were hidden come to light, an enemy is awakened. Our ancient grimoires were hidden for a reason. Now we are in a race to find them first. 1. Avery always liked to read the tarot cards on a full moon, outside if the weather allowed, and today it did. It was mid-June and hot. The earth smelled rich, and the scent of lavender drifted towards her. She sat at her garden table. The brick-paved patio area was flooded with silvery light, and the garden beyond was full of plants, lost in the shadows despite the full moon. The only things visible were the white roses that nodded from the depths of the borders and the gravel paths that snaked around them. Earlier that day she had sensed a shift in the normal path of her life, a premonition that required further investigation. Out of long practice, she sat calmly, shuffling the cards and then placing them out in the cross before her, turning them one by one. She shuddered. Change was coming, and with it, danger. The cards revealed it, and she could feel it. And it would happen soon. Avery leaned back, perplexed, and then jumped slightly as she heard the click of the gate. Alex, another witch. She recognized his scent and sound. Her worry over the reading was replaced by curiosity. He stepped into view, his expression invisible with the moon behind him, casting her in shadow. He was tall, with broad shoulders and a lean, muscular build. It was like a wall had stepped between her and the moon. "What do you want, Alex?" "What a lovely greeting, Avery," he said, his voice smooth. He pulled a chair out and sat opposite her, looking down at the cards. "So you sense it too?" "Sense what?" "You know what." He sounded impatient. "That something is coming. Don't you think we should work together?" "No." He leaned back, shifting slightly so that the moon lit his face, showing his day-old stubble and his long dark hair that fell just below his shoulders. His brown eyes looked black in the light. "This is ridiculous. You have no reason to distrust me." She refused to be drawn. "I have no reason to trust you either. You disappeared for years, and now you're back. I have no idea who you even are anymore." "I'm the same witch I always was. People travel, you know. That's life." Even now, Alex could make her blood boil with his infuriating superiority. She wanted to throw something at him, like a lightning bolt. "Why are you here?" They stared at each other across the table. Avery only able to see a glint of moonlight in his eyes, until he said with forced patience, "There are 5 witches now in Whitehaven, 5 of us who wield the old magic. We should meet, pool our resources. I can't believe you haven't already." "We've had no need to form a coven, and I like working alone." She inwardly chastised herself. Why did she have to sound so defensive? It was okay to work alone. "I've been talking to Elspeth. She'd like to form one." Avery rolled her eyes. Of course she would. "There's nothing wrong with that. We can share ideas, share our strengths. We're all witches. What do we need to share?" "Oh, let me see," he said with a sigh. "Al can work metal brilliantly. Metal and gems, in fact. Far better than any of us can. Have you seen what she's been producing lately? No. You should. And of particular use for us, she can weave magic into anathema and other useful objects we use in our rituals. I can do that too, she said impatiently. We all can. We're witches. Not as good as she can, he persisted. Briar is excellent at using herbs and healing. Better than all of us, he said, cutting her off before she could protest. Gil is particularly good at using water magic. And then there's you. He stopped and just looked at her, his expression unfathomable. He was making her uncomfortable. What about me? She was annoyed with him for being so very logical, and the wind stirred around her as her annoyance increased. He laughed, the white of his teeth bright against his shadowed face, and looked around as the breeze ruffled his hair. Am I making you cross? I'm sure you're causing that wind. She frowned and cut it off, the wind dying instantly. Air. You manipulate it so easily. And new spells, your intuitiveness, those are your strengths. She was so unnerved at his knowledge of her that she responded with sarcasm. What about you, Alex? What can you bring? My ability to scry, to prophesize, my astral abilities, and fire. He glanced at the candle that sat on the side of the table unlit, and it suddenly flared to life, the flame shooting a foot into the air before it settled down to a small, orange flame. The light illuminated his grin. I burn hot, Avery. Nice on cold nights. How lovely, she said, trying to dispel the images that rushed into her head. She put the flame out as quickly as he had lit it, the smoke eddying between them. He leaned forward. I'm calling a meeting. The others should know that we've sensed something. We need to be on our guard. My place, tonight at 10. He stood, once again blocking the moon briefly, before he headed to the gate, his gait long. By the way, your defenses on the house need strengthening. See you later, Avery. Alex was 29, a year older than her, and they'd been to the same schools and shared the same powers, and yet he infuriated her. She watched him go, then looked up at the moon, wanting to scream. But the moon counselled silence, so she swept the cards up, shuffled, and dealt again. 2. Avery woke at dawn after a restless sleep, the barely there light filtering through the blinds in the bedroom. She had been thinking more about Alex than the ominous reading, and that annoyed her more than anything. She hated the way he just slid into her mind and stayed there. By the time she arrived at work, she felt irritable. Work was a bookshop called Happenstance Books, which she'd inherited from her grandmother, along with the building it was in. They stocked new and old books, fiction, non-fiction, and the esoteric, witchcraft, divination, angels, devils, and all things in between, as well as tarot cards, incense, greeting cards, postcards, and other occult-related objects. The shop was well placed, halfway up a small side street that wound up from the sea and wedged between a coffee shop and a gift store selling local trinkets to tourists. It was stacked with high shelves that wound around the walls, as well as through the middle, making the interior a section of narrow passages. A selection of comfy chairs and a small sofa were placed in strategic locations to encourage reading and lingering, and it smelt pleasantly of old paper, coffee and incense. Sally, her friend and the store manager, was already in their stockroom at the rear of the shop, unpacking a box of old books Avery had bought a week ago in a house sale. She knew Avery was a witch, although she never called her one. It was inevitable she should know after their years of friendship, although Avery made out it was something far more wishy-washy than it really was, and Sally indulged her accordingly. Sally looked up and smiled. "You're early. Someone kick you out of bed? Funny. Bad night's sleep. What about you? You know me, always an early bird. Coffee's on if you want some." "I don't want some. I need some," she said, heading to the small galley kitchen and inhaling the coffee fumes gratefully. She hesitated a moment and then called out, "Alex came to see me last night." There was a moment of silence as the rustling of books stopped, and Sally came to the door leaning against the frame. "I thought you didn't get on." "We don't, sort of. But he sensed the same thing as me." Avery tried to decide what to say, but in the end she just said it all. "I was reading the cards last night and the spread was ominous. Something dark is coming. I have no idea what, but Alex saw it too. It's one of his skills. He came to talk. At 2 a.m. "So he knew you'd be up," Sally said, raising her eyebrows quizzically. "Have you two got a psychic link?" Avery shook her head, leaned back against the counter and sipped her coffee, sweet and strong just as she liked it. She might just start to feel human soon. "No. At least I hope not. It's very disconcerting. I like him, and I don't really get why you don't. He's honest and runs a great pub. He's got a fab chef at the moment. Have you been?" "No, not since he returned." "Are you sure nothing's happened between you two?" Avery rolled her eyes. "No. Anyway, he wants to talk at his pub tonight. He's calling a meeting with the others." Sally would know exactly whom she meant by the others. "It's probably a good idea. There's strength in numbers. Don't you start." Sally grinned, raking her hand through her blonde hair. "I wouldn't hesitate if Alex invited me over. He's very good looking, and he knows it. Besides, you're married with 2 kids. Sally married her childhood sweetheart when she was 20 years old, and within a couple of years they had their first child, swiftly followed by a second. Avery had no idea how she managed the shop and her home life so efficiently. "I meant if I was single." Sally changed tack, looking slightly worried. "So, is this serious what you and Alex saw? You've never mentioned anything like this before." Avery immediately regretted saying anything and shook her head. "No, probably not. I've probably got a rival with a new bookstore opening. I'm sure it will be fine. It was just sort of spooky, Alex turning up when he did, and I've probably read more into it than I should have. Anyway, anything good in that box?" Sally headed back to the storeroom, Avery trailing after her, and pulled a book out of the box she'd been unpacking. "Old editions of the classics, but nothing riveting. Not yet, anyway. I've got to do another house visit later, unless you want to. One of us has to update our inventory." She smirked, knowing Avery hated doing the inventory. Tone heavy with sarcasm, she said, "I'd love to pick up those boxes. Thanks, Sally. Where am I going? Do you remember that little old lady who used to come in here sometimes? Anne? She was a bit of a local historian." "Yes, I think so." Avery kept it light, but she did remember her. People poking about in the town's history always made her worried. She didn't want them to turn up anything she'd rather keep hidden. She'd been polite to Anne, but had otherwise tried to keep her distance. "Well, she died the other week, and she's left us some books." "Oh." Avery suddenly felt bad, and also slightly relieved. "I'm sorry to hear that. Sure, I'll go. Who arranged it?" Her son, Paul. I haven't met him, he just phoned. I arranged to pick up mid-morning. Are you all right, Avery? You look a bit odd. The feeling of unease had rushed back like an incoming tide, and Avery felt dizzy. No, I'm fine. Bad night's sleep, remember? Need more coffee? She headed back to the kitchen, trying to subdue her worry. Avery pulled up outside a large old house that sat on a rise overlooking the sea on the edge of the town. The second she saw it, she shuddered. Something had alerted her witchy senses, something magical. It was only a trace, but it was there. She studied the house thoughtfully. Anne hadn't presented any inkling of magic, so why could she sense something here? And what of her son, Paul? They certainly weren't related to the other 4 witches in the town, and she was pretty sure there weren't any others. Was this a trap? But surely if he'd been a witch, he'd have tried to disguise the wisps of magic she could sense. The house was constructed from the mellow, creamy stone that many houses in the area were built from, and that also made up the old boundaries snaking across fields and along roadsides. It sat down a drive that was overgrown with bushes and trees. The paving was cracked, the paint on the door and window frames was peeling off, and the whole place looked like it needed a complete overhaul. At one point, this house would have been one of the most coveted houses in Whitehaven, and probably would be again after a ton of money had been thrown at it. All of the other houses on the lane were in much better condition. She bet the neighbours were looking forward to the renovation, but was something hiding behind that cracked facade? Time to find out. Avery checked her appearance in the rearview mirror. Her long red hair was loose and relatively neat, and her pale green eyes had lost their earlier tiredness. Coffee was awesome. She touched up her makeup, grabbed her phone and checked there weren't any messages, then exited her old green Bedford van, something else she'd inherited from her gran, locking it behind her. She smoothed her long dark blue maxi dress, keen to make a good impression. As she walked up the drive, she scanned the garden, but noted nothing unusual until she came to the front door, where a vigorous pot of thyme and one of sage was placed either side of the door. Common plants, but they also offered protection. Plus, on the corner of the doorframe, she saw a small mark, another symbol of protection. This was getting weirder. She rang the doorbell and waited for a few seconds, flexing her fingers in case she needed to defend herself, before finally hearing footsteps approaching. The door swung open to reveal a harried-looking man who appeared to be in his 60s. He looked at her, confused. "Can I help you?" "I'm Avery from Happenstance Books. You must be Paul? You asked me to collect your mother's books, Anne Summersby. Is this a good time?" She smiled encouragingly. "Oh, yes, sorry, of course. I'm a little distracted. I'm sorting through some paperwork. Come in, please." He leaned forward and shook her hand. "Just follow me and I'll show you the library. Well, it's not really a library, but it does have a lot of books." Avery relaxed. She didn't detect anything magical or threatening from him. He walked ahead of her, leading her down the long hallway to a room at the back of the house that looked out onto extensive gardens. She paused at the window. "Wow, what a beautiful garden." He laughed. "It was a beautiful garden. Now it's a mess." She laughed, too. "Well, you know what I mean. It will be again." She looked around the book-filled room. "This is amazing, too." "You're a book lover." "I just see more stuff I have to move. But yes, it is." The ceilings were high, and the room was lined with robust oak shelves filled with books. The small amount of exposed bare wall was panelled with the same dark oak, and the magical something was here. Avery could sense it more strongly now. She tried to contain her excitement, schooling her face carefully. "Did Anne leave me all of these?" "Everything, although, of course, you don't have to take them all." He looked puzzled. "Did you know her well?" Avery shuffled awkwardly. "If I'm honest, not really. She came into the shop, chatted sometimes, bought books." She shrugged. "I'm guessing that's why she left them to me, to bring them back home. I'm sorry to hear she died." Paul smiled sadly. "Thank you, but she'd had a rich life." He gestured at the shelves. "There was some old town history she'd put together herself that she particularly wanted you to have. Insisted, in fact, before she died. Made me promise I wouldn't forget. Are you a history fan, too?" Avery tried to cover her surprise with a small lie. "Very much so. You can't live in Whitehaven without loving history. We sell a lot of history books in my shop." "Quite a murky history in places. What with witches, caves, smuggling, and wrecks at sea, the place is riddled with strange deeds." Avery's heart skipped a beat at the mention of witches, but she laughed it off. "True, but no more so than many old villages along the coast, I guess." Paul nodded. "Anyway, I'd better get on. I'll be in the study going through more papers." He paused at the door. "She accumulated everything, you know. Would you like coffee?" "Yes, please, sounds great. Black, 2 sugars." He disappeared, and for a second Avery stood still, thinking while her heart pounded uncomfortably. Anne had requested she come here. Had she known what she was? She couldn't think about that now, so she turned to the books. It took all her self-control not to run over and start pulling them from the shelves. Something was definitely here. Her witchy senses were tingling all over. The shelves were crammed with worn paperbacks, hardbacks, and books with old leather covers, a mixture of classics, romances, thrillers, and reference books. She focused on where she could feel the pull of magic and looked up. In the far corner on the top shelf was a row of leather-bound books. Just as she was about to pull a chair out to use as a step, the door opened and Paul entered with her coffee. "See anything you like?" he asked as he put the coffee on a side table. "Lots of thrillers and classics that would sell well, and some of the reference books too." She tried to keep the excitement out of her voice. "Where else did your mother get her books from, do you know?" "No idea. And I imagine she bought them years ago. She didn't go out much as she got older." He looked at the dust and general dilapidation of the room with its dated decoration. "I don't think she did much of anything lately except look at family trees. She would go to the library and look at the archives, and then she got a computer and would do what she could on there." He brightened at the thought and smiled. "I was quite impressed when she got a computer. She didn't let age stop her learning." He pointed at the shelves. "The files she particularly wanted you to have are in that section. She was especially interested in old families of the area. You'll probably find them amongst that lot." Researching old families? That gave her another prick of unease. Her family, Alex's and Gil's, would have been amongst the oldest. All magical, all with secrets. "I'll look out for them." "Sorry, you'll have to contend with a lot of dust." "It's fine. I'm used to it. I clear quite a few books from old houses." He nodded. "Okay, I'll leave you to it." As soon as he'd gone, she pulled the chair out and stood on it, reaching up to the row of books. As she pulled a few volumes out, dust billowed around her and she coughed and blinked. Grabbing a handful of them, she carried them to the table under the window. The names gave nothing away. A reference book of wild flowers, the cave systems of the West Country, herbs and their properties, English folklore, legends of the South. Not what she was expecting, but interesting. Flicking through them, she found nothing significant. But when she picked up the book on cave systems and shook it, a black and white photo fell to the floor, releasing the scent of magic. She picked it up and held it under the light and almost dropped it with shock. The photo was of a house, slightly unfocused, the gardens manicured, and a big bank of trees behind it. In front of the house were a woman and two small children staring at the camera, unsmiling and grim. But it was unmistakable. She knew that house. It belonged to Gil. Was that his mother? No, she corrected herself. The photo was too old. It must be his grandmother, maybe even great-grandmother. The children must either be his mother or father, and an aunt or uncle. She could never remember who he inherited his magic from. After the shock, her initial reaction was one of disappointment. Gil was a witch. Maybe the photo had come from his house. Was that why she could sense magic? She turned the photo over to reveal a scrawl of writing that looked like it had been written in a hurry. The real Jacksons. Her hands shook, and she looked around the room as if she was being spied on. She had known Gil all her life. She liked him a lot. He seemed so trustworthy, but now she had doubts. This suggested that Gil was not a real Jackson. And if that was the case, who was he? 3. Whitehaven was a small seaside town on the South Cornish coast, and Avery had lived there her entire life. It was an old and charming place, filled with stone buildings with mullioned windows, tiny lanes, cobbled streets, quayside views, and boutique shops and restaurants, all swirling down to the sea where fishing boats bobbed in the harbour. Outside the shops and pubs were hanging baskets and potted plants, and the whole place was picturesque. Beyond the town were rolling hills and fields heading up and away from the sea. This was the place she called home, a place that was filled with magic. It had a special quality to it, like a few of the ancient towns and villages that carried their old magic through the years. Many sensed it, and it attracted New Agers, Wiccans, mediums, pagans, and spiritualists, although she doubted that any knew that real witches actually lived among them. It was now nearly 10 p.m. Her tea of beans on toast was hours ago, and she was starving again. Part of her wished she'd gone to the pub with Sally for their usual post-work drinks with friends, but she had really wanted to read Anne's notes before meeting the other witches. The traffic was always nightmarish in town, so she walked from her shop down to the pub, thinking about Alex and trying to dispel the annoying feelings he always provoked. She'd always felt he thought he was better than her, and she'd resented him for it. A few years ago he'd left Whitehaven, and she had no idea why or where he'd been. He'd returned a few months ago, taking over the old pub on the quayside that belonged to his uncle, and it had been a shock to see him back. She'd seen little of him since his return, other than when he came into her shop to say he was back. It surprised her that he thought to tell her. He was as good-looking as always, more so now that he was older. He'd looked around her shop, waiting for her to be free, and then he sauntered over to the counter, grinning. "Long time no see, Avery. Thought I'd let you know I'm back." in case you ever need anything." "Thanks, Alex. Very generous of you, but I think I'll be okay." "Same old Avery. When you change your mind, you know where to find me." And then he strolled out the door. Since then, she'd bumped into him at a few parties and in a few bars with mutual friends where they'd chatted a few times, but that was all. And yet last night he'd come to see her, knowing she would have seen something coming. The Wayward Sun, Alex's pub, was on one of the quayside roads, looking over the small harbour with its collection of fishing boats. She could smell the brine. It always made her tingle. As she walked in, the sound of chatter and music swelled around her. The pub was packed. She headed to the bar and saw Alex make his way towards her from the far end, leaving his 2 bartenders to attend to the other customers. His dark hair was tied back, but he still hadn't shaved, and dark stubble coated his chin and cheeks. He wore a black t-shirt and old jeans, and he looked way too good. "Evening," he said, a lazy grin on his face. "What's your poison?" "A very large glass of red, please, and a packet of cheese and onion crisps." He reached behind him and grabbed a bottle of Merlot. "I predict the lady likes a full red with a hint of spice. Sound good?" "Perfect, thank you," she said, feeling churlishness wouldn't be a good idea in his pub. "Drinks on the house. And don't worry about the crisps. There's food upstairs." "Is there?" she asked, all animosity towards him temporarily forgotten. "Of course. I like to feed my guests." He gestured towards the stairs at the back of the pub. "Head up. I'll be with you soon. You'll have to unlock the door, but you know how." And he promptly turned to another customer. She grabbed her glass and headed through the crowded main room to the back as instructed. A set of stairs was tucked to the rear of the small room that looked out onto the beer garden. Outside, a breeze bustled around the courtyard garden, jostling the strings of fairy lights that lit up the drinkers still sitting outside. The back room was much quieter and darker than the main part of the pub, lit only by more fairy lights, candles on tables, and discreet uplighting in the corners. It seemed that only locals were in here, and she nodded in greeting to a few she recognized. She headed up the stairs and onto a broad landing, shrouded in shadows, and found a locked door. She whispered a spell to unlock it, and hearing the lock click, she turned the handle and went in. Avery knew Alex had the whole of the first floor to himself. He didn't rent any of the rooms out, saying it was too much work. But she had never seen it before, and she was surprised at how good it looked. He had knocked through as many walls as safety allowed, and consequently his flat was large and roomy, with an open-plan kitchen and living area, exposed brick walls, and a massive fireplace. A tan leather sofa, enormous and squashy, dominated the living area, and a large rug covered the polished floorboards. She was impressed. Alex had style. Taking advantage of being the first there, she had a quick peek around and found there were 2 good-sized bedrooms and a bathroom, and that was it. Drawn by the thought of food, she headed to the kitchen and found a few covered dishes of crackers, olives, and pickles. She nibbled a few olives and sipped her wine, wondering where the others were. But within seconds the door opened and Briar arrived, halting with surprise when she saw Avery in the kitchen. Briar was about the same age as Avery, with hazel eyes and chestnut-brown hair that fell in waves past her shoulders. She was petite, barely past 5 feet, and slim, and favoured long skirts and dresses. Of all of the witches, she was not only the best at making herbs and potions, but also at healing. Briar sold creams and lotions, herbal medicines, soaps, candles, and old remedies in her shop, Charming Balm's apothecary. She had deliberately made it old-fashioned and everyone loved it, especially because her stuff worked. Complexions improved, eyes were brighter, nails were stronger, and ailments were eased. The magic was subtle, but it was there. There was something very soft and gentle about Briar, usually. Avery detected a slight prickle to her at the moment, however. She shut the door behind her and said, "So you came. I really didn't expect you would." Avery felt a bit shocked. Was she that unsociable? She gave a half smile. "I wasn't sure I would either, but here I am." She wondered if Briar was put out. "How are you? It's been a while." "I'm fine, Avery. Just busy. The shop is very popular at the moment. Can't complain. It's summer season. It will slow down soon enough." "I know what you mean." Avery nodded. "I've been busy too." Briar didn't waste time. She leaned against the counter from the living room side, sipping her white wine. "So what's this meeting about? It must be important, seeing as you don't normally come here." The word normally gave Avery a jolt. "No, I don't," she answered. But Alex insisted. Briar laughed. "And when has that ever made a difference?" Before she could answer, Gil, Elspeth, and Alex arrived together, bringing in a jumble of laughter and chatter. Alex looked surprised. "Great, you're here too, Briar. I didn't see you arrive." "You were busy," she said, hugging him. "Simon served me." Avery was already feeling like the outsider. They all looked pretty comfortable together. She wondered if it showed when Elspeth came round the counter into the kitchen and hugged her. It had been a while since Avery had seen her, and she'd forgotten how gorgeous she was. Elspeth was tall and graceful, with long blonde, almost white hair that cascaded down her back. She always wore red lipstick that looked even brighter against her pale skin. But she also wore lots of jewellery. Rings, a nose piercing, necklaces, and lots of bangles, and she nearly always wore skinny black jeans, biker boots, and rock t-shirts. Elspeth owned a jewellery shop and sold her own designs as well as things she brought in. All of her jewellery had a little magic woven through it. She sold charms and amulets that offered protection, as well as pendants, rings, earrings, hair clips, pins, and brooches. She had spelled positive energies into them, and used gemstones as well. She must be making more things lately, from what Alex had said. "Avery, it's great you're here. Alex said you were coming, but I didn't believe him." "Elspeth, she managed to murmur through the hug. "El, please, not Elspeth. I love your hair, Avery. It's such a beautiful colour." "Thank you," she said, suddenly conscious of her long, dark red hair. In contrast, Gil stood next to Elle, looking quite homely. He was shorter than Alex. His short, dark brown hair was neat, and he wore a plain t-shirt and dark blue jeans. Gil ran a plant nursery called Green Lane Nursery out of the extensive grounds of his house, and it was very popular. He employed half a dozen locals, supplying hanging baskets to shops and businesses, and helped Whitehaven to compete in an annual garden competition, Britain in Bloom. He sold the usual annuals, perennials and shrubs, but he specialised in herbs. Gil's family were rich, and he had inherited the house and grounds, most of which were private apart from the nursery and show garden. Gil grabbed her in a bear hug. "Lovely to see you, Avery." Avery felt flustered and tried to laugh it off. "Well, it's nice to be wanted, I think." She took a large sip of wine and a few deep breaths. while the new arrivals grabbed drinks from the fridge and Alex pulled out cheese and pâté. He loaded up a tray and handed it to Avery. "Would you mind?" "No," she stuttered. "Where do you want it?" "The coffee table," he directed, and picked up another tray and headed to the living room. The group trailed after them, Gil and Elspeth sitting on the couch, while the others sat on huge floor cushions. Avery felt a whisper of magic, and the lights around the room dimmed as the fire flared in the fireplace. "That's better," Elle said. "I was starting to feel chilly." Her long limbs were crossed beneath her on the couch, and she took a large slug of bottled beer. Avery realized it really had been a long time since she'd seen them, and she felt suddenly guilty, although she couldn't work out why. She thought of the photo of Gil and again wondered what to do. As if he read her mind, Gil caught her eye and smiled. "Come on then," Briar said. "What's going on?" "Does anything have to be going on?" Alex said. "Can't 5 witches get together for Friday drinks?" "4 witches sometimes get together. Avery does not. Therefore, something must have happened." Alex glanced at Avery. "We've both had a premonition, enough to merit bringing it to everyone's attention." "What kind of premonition?" Gil asked, concerned. "Ladies first," Alex said, winking at her. Avery tried not to glare at him. "I read the cards and saw that something is coming. Something dark. Something that will threaten us. I read the cards several times and saw the same things. The Tower, Death, the Fool, the Moon, and many sword cards. And then Alex came to see me." She turned to him and found him watching her. His eyes narrowed as he listened. "What about you, Alex? You never said what you saw." "I was sitting here, well, at the counter, actually," he said, nodding to the long counter that separated the kitchen from the living room. "I was just looking into my coffee, thinking about what I had to do that day, when I experienced a rush of darkness, almost a blackout. And I saw a man coming. He was dark-haired, but faceless, and he brought danger. I could see blood and steel, maybe a blade, and a burning anger and desire. It was so strong I knocked my cup over and almost scolded myself." Gil leaned forward. "Did you recognize him? Anything that was familiar?" "Nothing." Alex was a joker, a tease, but there was nothing light about his mood tonight. "It felt personal, though." "But what could he want?" Elle asked. "We have nothing that anyone who knows magic could desire. Nothing unusual, nothing powerful." She looked around the group, perplexed and questioning. "Well, I haven't anyway." Avery shook her head slowly. "Me neither." The others agreed, although Gil looked down at the floor, lost in thought. Avery looked over at Alex. "But how did you know that I would have seen it too? It was a bit odd that you simply arrived at 2 in the morning." He hesitated for a moment and then said, "You, more than any of us, well, other than me, have the gift of sight. As soon as I had my vision, I knew you had sensed something too. I waited all day to see if the feeling would go, and it didn't. It woke me up, and I had to see you straight away." He shrugged, looking at her with an unusual intimacy. "I can't explain it other than that." Avery made a decision. "I did find something interesting today, although I don't know if it's anything to do with our premonitions. I was gifted some books by a lady who recently died, and I visited her house today to pick everything up from her son. She had compiled files and family trees on lots of old Whitehaven families, as well as histories on shops, buildings, and an interesting collection of old town maps. My family tree was in there, as was Alex's. I haven't had a chance to go through it all properly yet. She omitted the part about the photo. It was a bit spooky, actually, like I was being spied on. The atmosphere changed, and they all lowered their drinks. "Who was it?" Alex asked immediately. "Anne Summersby. She lived on Waverley Road. She was an old lady who was a bit of a local historian. Every now and again she'd come into the shop and look to see what books we had on the area." "What do you mean, our family histories?" Elle asked. "All of us. I haven't gone through everything yet, though." "What kind of family histories?" Gil asked, his beer on the table forgotten. "I mean, was there anything in mind?" Was that more than natural concern she heard in his voice? "I haven't had a chance to have a good look, Gil. They look like family trees with a brief bio on some family members, although she's done the same to lots of old families in the area, not just those with the craft." "Was there any mention of magic?" "No, none." She again omitted the magic she had detected. "What have you done with all the records you found?" Alex asked. "They're in my flat, which is sealed and warded, so they're safe." He nodded, satisfied. But then he surprised her by asking, "The son, is he staying there? At her house?" Confused, she asked, "No idea. Why?" "I think we should check the house out. See if there's more there." "Are you mad? That's breaking and entering." "We won't do any harm. We're just looking." She couldn't believe she was hearing this, but no one else seemed to be putting up a fight. "No way! What if he's there?" "Take a look at those papers tomorrow, and then see if you can find where he's staying. I think we should look, but not tonight. We'll wait until you find out more." Elle had been watching them both. "Do you think this has to do with your premonition, then?" Avery shrugged. "Maybe. Or it could be some weird, random coincidence." Gil shook his head. "We know better than that. There's no such thing as coincidence. It all means something. Maybe she'd found something." The room fell silent because they knew he was right. The fates moved in odd, unimaginable ways, and just because they couldn't see the cause of something, or see where it led, didn't mean there weren't connections. It was like a web all around them. You just had to know where to look. 4. The next day the shop was busy, and at just after 5 p.m, when the last customer left, Avery was glad to pass through the internal door at the rear of the back room and up the stairs into her flat. The building that housed her shop and flat was 18th century, and had originally been 3 buildings until years ago when her family had bought them all and converted them into one. The bookshop was on the ground floor, while the first floor contained an open-plan living room, dining room and kitchen, a bathroom and a spare bedroom. The attic housed her bedroom and an ensuite bathroom, while the rest of the space made up her spell room, her favourite room in the whole house. The floor was made of polished wooden floorboards, slightly scuffed now and covered in a variety of colourful old rugs. 2 worn leather sofas and an old armchair sat facing each other in the centre of the room, a small table between them. At the far side of the long room were an old oak cupboard, drawers and a wooden table. Against the walls were shelves packed with books, many old, their pages worn, and all of her magic equipment, including her herbs, tinctures, syrups and potions. And it was messy, like most of her house. She accumulated books, objects, pictures, and art, and they spread everywhere in random and haphazard collections. The living room was stuffy, so she threw open the balcony doors, letting a warm breeze flow through the house, then headed to the kitchen and poured a glass of wine. The boxes she'd inherited from Anne were still spread over the living room floor, so after opening them up to check what was in each, started to categorize them, deciding to put all the notes on families and the family trees together, reference books in another pile and fiction in another. The logical place to start would be with the notes on Gil's family. She felt she was prying, but it was clearly important, and he hadn't said no. Within the box file was a large family tree that went back generations. The writing was small and immaculate, and must have taken Anne a long time to create. There were copies of birth certificates, marriages and deaths, and a history of the house all the way back to the 1500s. Avery didn't have to go far to find what she was looking for. Gil was definitely on the family tree, which was at first a relief, until she realized he could still be an imposter. But how would he have fooled his whole family unless there was the whole switched at birth thing happening? That would have included his family in the collusion. It was only when she looked closely at the dates of birth of his grandfather and his great-uncle that she realized what Anne's scribbled statement meant. Gil's great-uncle was actually the oldest son, and his children were the true heirs of the Jackson estate. Gil was actually not in the direct line of inheritance. Avery leaned against the old sofa behind her, and the papers dropped onto her lap. Was the family in the photo Gil's great-uncle's family? Were any descendants still alive, and did they know about their thwarted inheritance? She pulled the photo out and looked at it again. It must be them. The photo was of that era, although there was no date or any other identifying notes on it. She stared at the man in the photo, and a cold chill swept over her. His eyes were dark and compelling, an unflinching gaze staring back at her that seemed to offer a challenge. He was younger than she had first assumed, and the children at his feet were toddlers. She checked the family tree again. Gil's great-uncle's name was Addison, a popular name for the oldest male. What was even odder was that there was no date of death recorded next to his name. Another chill ran through her. He must be dead. He'd be over 100 by now. Perhaps Anne couldn't find any death certificates. His wife Philippa's date of death wasn't there either. His children were named, but there was no further history on them at all. No dates of death, or recorded marriages or children. It was as if the whole family had disappeared. There were several questions that now needed answering. Did Gil know? How had Anne found the photo? And where was the family now? And for no discernible reason, the words black magic kept pushing to the front of her mind. Suddenly, the doors slammed shut and a wild wind carried across the room, upending all of the paperwork. A presence seemed to fill the space, and suppressing the urge to scream, Avery jumped to her feet and sent a blaze of light out from her palms, simultaneously casting a spell to light every single electric light and all of her candles so that the room dazzled with brightness. The bulb overhead exploded, and unnerved, Avery's heart pounded. What had caused that? But the darkness that had dimmed the bright June evening had fled, and she went to one of the windows overlooking the street to see if she could see anything unusual. It was after 7 now, and people strolled about, heading to pubs and restaurants. Everything looked perfectly normal. Although she hated to admit it, she was seriously disturbed. She needed to have people around her. And despite her reservations, the best person to speak to was Alex. The premonition was right. Something was coming. And she thought it might be connected to Gil. Avery entered the Wayward Sun and made her way to the bar, catching Alex's eye. His eyes widened with surprise and he headed over, a look of concern on his face. "What's happened? You're as white as a sheet." Avery lowered her voice and leaned in, although with the noise in the pub she doubted anyone could hear. "I don't know if I'm honest. A weird, supernatural wind flew around my flat when I was looking at Gil's family tree, and I felt something there, a presence. I think I found something." So close to Alex, she could smell the faint scent of his aftershave and resisted the urge to inhale deeply. He fell silent for a second, and then pulled a menu from the side of the bar. "Are you hungry?" "Starving, actually." She realized she hadn't eaten since lunch. "Grab a seat in the back room and I'll come and take your order. I should be able to join you." He added, "It's on the house." She frowned. "Don't be ridiculous. I'm happy to pay." He pushed a glass of wine into her hands. "Just sit and look at the menu. I'll be with you soon." Avery snaked through the crowded pub to the room at the back she had passed through the previous night. It was quieter here, and a few tables were free. She wondered if Alex had cast a spell to keep it that way. She sat at a small table under the window looking out on the courtyard garden and warily sipped her wine, trying to shake her mood. The menu was in front of her, but she gazed outside, thinking about what the incident in the flat could have meant. She ran through various scenarios, but kept coming back to black magic, and wondered if someone knew what she had found, or rather, what Anne had found. A few minutes later, Alex sat opposite her and plonked a pint of beer on the table. "What you having?" He nodded at the menu. She picked it up. "I haven't looked. What do you recommend?" He didn't hesitate. "The steak?" "Sounds good." She pushed her chair back. "I'll go and order." "No." He waved her down. "I'll get one too. Medium rare, okay?" "Great." She was too tired to argue, and decided that letting him order would be the easiest thing to do. If she was honest, she wasn't sure she should be here telling him anything. She wasn't sure she trusted him. When he came back, he said, "Go on then. What happened?" She wasn't sure where to begin. "How well do you know Gil?" He just looked at her for a few seconds, confused. "As well as you do, I suppose. Why?" "Do you know anything about his family?" "Not really, other than they're super rich and he's got a huge house. And a rich magical legacy, obviously." He leaned closer and dropped his voice. "What's this about?" "Do you trust him?" "As much as I trust anyone." "I found a photo in Anne's collection of notes. It was a photo of Gil's home. Very old, black and white, and scrawled on the back was a line saying, 'The real Jacksons.' It freaked me out, so I went through Anne's family tree on Gil, and I found that he's not the real heir. He's descended from the second son. His great-uncle Addison's family should have inherited everything." "Okay, that's slightly weird, but maybe Addison was bad news. Or he argued with his parents and was disinherited." Alex looked slightly disappointed. "Is that all?" Avery persisted. "But there's no death date for either him, his wife, or his kids. That is weird. And it was right after I read that this hideous wind rolled around my flat and it went really dark. Something was in there with me.
It didn't hurt you?
No, I summoned light and blasted the flat with it, but it made me jump. That's not normal. He shrugged.
We're not normal. But yes, it's weird. And no dates of death.
Avery shook her head.
Also weird, but maybe Anne had trouble finding their records.
He leaned back in his chair, watching her for a few seconds, and then he gazed out of the window, thinking. There's another thing, Avery added. There were signs of protection around Anne's house when I went yesterday. Well, at the front door, anyway.
Is there anything else you've neglected to tell me so far?
Alex asked, a dangerous edge to his voice. No, she shot back. I don't think so, anyway.
I may not have been around for a while, but I am quite trustworthy, you know.
Alex frowned.
While you're in the mood to share, would you like to tell me exactly why I piss you off so much?
You're very sensitive. You don't piss me off. That wasn't strictly true, but she was buggered if she was going to explain.
Liar,
he smirked. If the rest of the evening is going to be spent like this, I'll go. Avery went to push her chair back and felt it lock in position. She glared at him and said in a low, threatening voice, Release my chair right now.
No. Food's coming and I don't want to eat alone.
One of the bar staff arrived at the table and she bit back her acerbic reply.
Here you go, 2 steaks. Bon appetit, boss.
He nodded at Alex and left them to it. At the smell and sight of the food, Avery thought she might die soon if she didn't eat, and picked up her knife and fork. Do you pin all your dates to the chair like this?
I didn't think this was a date,
he said, grinning. Oh, sod off and let me eat. She cut a large wedge of steak and took a bite, hoping food would balance her equilibrium. Alex looked deep in thought.
Why don't I help you look tomorrow? We'd work quicker together and there's safety in numbers.
Before she could answer, her phone rang and she pulled it out of her bag. She frowned at the unknown number. Sorry, I'd better get this. Hi, Avery from Happenstance Books. Can I help?
Hi, Avery. Great. It's Paul. Anne's son. I found something else Anne wanted you to have.
Avery looked up at Alex and almost stumbled over her words. Oh, that's great. Is it more books? Alex watched her carefully as he continued, and she mouthed at him, It's Paul.
Well, no, actually, Paul answered. I don't think so, anyway. I found a big box in the attic with your name on it. It's all taped up, so I haven't disturbed it. Do you want to come and get it? Maybe tomorrow?
Yes, perfect. What about 10 in the morning?
Excellent. See you then.
He rang off before she could ask anything else. Well? Alex asked. This is getting really weird. Anne's left me something else. A box in her attic with my name on it.
Well, I'm coming with you, so you'd better pick me up.
He grimaced as she started to object.
Don't argue. It could be a trap. You have no idea who this Paul guy is.
If he was going to attack me, he could have done that yesterday. But, she added, seeing his mutinous expression, I'll pick you up anyway.
Unless you stay here tonight. It's probably safer.
She shook her head, thinking that staying with Alex would be far too intimate. No, I'll be fine. The cats will keep me company. As if he'd read her mind, he said,
I'll be on the couch.
Yes, you would be, she said haughtily. But honestly, I'm okay, thank you. He grinned.
Another time, then. In the meantime, Have another glass of wine and tell me about this Paul guy and everything you haven't told me so far.
5. If Paul was shocked or disappointed to see 2 of them at his door the next morning, he didn't show it.
Come in. 2 of you. Great idea. That box is big and heavy. I couldn't get it down the attic stairs.
Alex shook his hand. Nice to meet you, Paul. Lead the way. Paul led them upstairs and along dusty corridors. The decorating, like downstairs, was old-fashioned and floral, and through open doors they could see bedrooms and an outdated bathroom. Both of them were on their guard, but Avery was aware of Alex's solid presence behind her, which was very comforting. At the end of one corridor was a small door, almost hidden in the panelling surrounding it.
They liked to disguise their attic doors years ago,
Paul said by way of explanation. It creaked as he opened it, and they followed him up the bare wooden steps. As soon as they reached the attic door, Avery felt the gentle pull of a spell, and she glanced around uneasily. The attic was dim and shadowy, lit only by very small windows that at the moment were on the wrong side of the house to catch the morning sun. Paul flicked on the light switch, and a single bare bulb in the middle of the room lit up the space. It was filled with lots of old crap from what Avery could see. Old chairs, broken furniture, and lots of boxes. He led them to a box in the far corner.
Here you go. It wasn't until you'd left on Friday that I read my mother's note again. She'd left me a list of who's to get what in the will, he explained, looking harassed. I have quite a few things to give to others, jewellery and stuff. She said there were a couple of boxes as well as the books for you, and I had to come searching for them. I wasn't planning to come up here for a while, so it's lucky I read her instructions again.
Avery was barely listening, looking instead at the box, mystified. She had expected an old cardboard box, but this was a big wooden crate, completely sealed. A note was on top with her name on it. She glanced at Alex and then at Paul. Wow, Paul, that's pretty big. I wasn't expecting that. Are you sure you're happy for me to have it? I mean, you don't know what's in it. It could be valuable. She could feel Alex glaring at her, but she ignored him. They had to do this right. She didn't want any repercussions. Paul shook his head.
No, it looks battered and decrepit. I'm a little embarrassed to be giving it to you, if I'm honest.
No problem. I'm happy to take it off your hands. You have enough to clear, she said, smiling. Did you say there were 2 boxes? He reached for a small box on the floor and passed it to her.
It has a big, chunky key in it. Not sure what that's for.
Thanking him, she put the box into her bag and said to Alex, "Shall we lift together?" Paul waved her off.
Let the men do it.
Too right. You follow us down, Alex agreed. But when Paul's back was turned, he mouthed at her, "Look around." He pointed to the herbs hanging above them. Desperate to have more time in the attic, Avery cast a small spell and a loud knock emanated from downstairs.
Paul looked annoyed. Sorry, I better go and get that. I've got someone else coming to pick up some old furniture. Are you okay to wait?
Of course, don't rush, she reassured him. I'm sure I can help maneuver it to the door at least.
I'll be back in a minute,
he said, and almost ran across the attic and down the stairs. Alex grinned. Well improvised. My pleasure, she said, grinning back for a second before becoming serious. What the hell is in this box? And what's with the herb bundles? If she didn't know magic, she knew someone who did. Alex studied the box at their feet. I'm really worried what we're going to find in there. He reached up to the herb bundle and pulled it gently from the ceiling. Protection again. Let's check out the rest of the room while we have a chance. They both darted around, searching corners and rafters. Alex called softly from the window. Another symbol of protection on the frame. I wonder, Avery said, heading to the attic door. She checked the frame inside and out and pulled up some peeling wallpaper along the edge. Beneath it was a rune scratched into the wall above the center of the frame. Alex, she hissed. There's another symbol here. He joined her at the door. This is too odd. The sooner we look in that box, the better. I'm not so sure. I have the horrible feeling we're going to wish Anne had never left me anything. An hour later, they were back at Avery's flat, the box in the center of the living room. It wasn't as heavy as it looked, but it was bulky, and Avery had struggled to lift it, Alex taking more than his share of the weight. After frequent stops, they had finally wrestled it up the stairs, and they now stood looking at it with worried expressions. Alex had brought a big crowbar with him from the back of the garage, and he tried to prise under what looked to be the lid, but he couldn't get it to move. There's no edge. It's completely sealed. Understanding began to dawn. The spells of protection in the attic have been hiding this box. Could we be seeing something that's been disguised? I mean, it's probably not a crate. Avery ran to the spiral stairs that led up to the attic. I'll grab my grimoire. I have a few spells that might work. When she returned, Avery put her spell book on the coffee table, faced the box, and started to recite the most likely spell. Nothing happened, and she flicked through the pages, Alex peering over her shoulder. I'll try another, she murmured. It was an old spell, a counter-spell, in fact, to dispel veils of illusion. As she uttered the words, a mist seemed to rise from the crate, and it blurred and shimmered until the wooden crate completely disappeared, revealing a sturdy, dark wooden box carved on all sides with strange symbols. A thick iron band was wrapped around it, and in it was a keyhole. Holy crap. That looks sinister, Alex said. Where the hell did Anne find that? And how did she know to give it to you? He was right. The symbols, runes by the look of them, seemed to impart a warning. I'm not sure I even want to open it, Avery admitted. Where's your sense of adventure? Alex dropped to his knees and ran his fingers over the box, feeling the carvings. How old do you think this is? She shrugged. I have no idea. Hundreds of years old, probably. I don't do furniture, I do books. Gil might know. He likes antiques. This might be about Gil's family. History they wouldn't want us to know. At the moment, I don't know what to think about Gil. I want to trust him, but I don't think we can involve him yet. I agree, Alex said. We keep it between us. We don't even tell Briar or Elle yet. But let's protect this space before we open it. There's a spell I think will work well here. Will you let me? She nodded and sat on the rug facing him. And when he reached his hands out, she put her hands in his. They were strong and warm and gripped hers tightly. Can you feel anything unusual here? She asked. From yesterday? No, can you? No. Whatever it was has gone. You chased it off, he said, squeezing her fingers reassuringly. Anyway, let me start. She fell silent as he started to chant an ancient spell in Middle English that she was familiar with but had never used. He spoke it well, and power whipped around her quickly, giving her a glowing sureness of protection as it spread across the room. She felt his presence reach across to hers with an unexpected intimacy. And as they connected, the power surged stronger until the room resonated with it like a clear bell. The candles placed about the room sparked into life, illuminating dark corners, and she felt herself relax like she hadn't in days. Good. Done. Alex released her hands and turned to the box. You should open it. It's gifted to you, after all. She pulled the box with the key in it from her leather bag that lay next to her on the floor. Nervous, she fumbled, and then slotted the key in the lock. It took several attempts to turn it until finally the old mechanism clicked and the lock released. She flipped back the heavy bar and lifted the lid, gently resting it back against the coffee table. A musty smell escaped, and glancing at each other nervously, they both peered inside. The box was full of magical objects. There was an ancient athame, a witch's knife used for spells, an old bowl or cauldron, several objects that had been wrapped in paper discoloured with age, and some folded paper. A decayed bundle of herbs in a cotton bag were wedged into a corner. A tremor of excitement rippled through Avery, and she reached into the box. This stuff is old, really old, and they're proper magical objects. She pulled out the paper and unfolded it gently, and Alex moved next to her, his arm pressing against hers so he could look too. Trying to ignore the tingle it sent through her body, she attempted to read the first few lines. "It's a letter." "From when?" he asked. The ink had bled in places, but the writing was just about legible. "October 1589. The Witchfinder General is coming to Whitehaven." Her breath caught, and her fingers trembled as she looked at Alex in shock. "The witch hunter? Holy crap, Alex! Where has this come from?" They both knew what had happened when the Witchfinder arrived. Helena Marchmont, Avery's long-distance relative, had been burnt at the stake. "We'll read it later," he said, nudging her as if to reassure her. "I have a feeling it will take a while to decipher that writing. I'm wondering if the rest of this stuff is from the same date." He pulled one of the paper-wrapped objects out, and as he peeled off the paper, it cracked in protest. An alembic jar for potions. Avery unwrapped another package and found a second jar, this one conical, the glass old with small bubbles in it. Someone liked potions. They pulled the other packages out until a range of old glass jars were placed in front of them. Alex shrugged. "It looks like alchemy to me. Maybe someone was trying to find the secret of immortality?" Avery laughed. "Or was trying to turn lead into gold. Both are possible. The time fits if these are the same age as the letter." Alex crossed his legs, his weight pushing against her as he did, making her acutely aware of his heat and strength. "We should examine the box. Didn't Anne leave you a note?" "Yes, good thinking." Avery realized she'd been so caught up with what was inside the box that she'd forgotten to look at the note. Glad of the excuse to create distance between them, she knelt forward and pulled the envelope with her name on it from the lid. Inside was a sheet of paper. She read it aloud. "Dear Avery, I appreciate this will be a shock to you, but I've been aware of your special skills, shall we call it, since you were little. Don't worry, your secret was safe with me. Whitehaven is a magical place, and for years I've been guarding and researching its rich heritage. I was once friends with Gil's grandmother, Lottie, and it was she who revealed the secrets of the old families to me. She knew I would treasure their memory and protect it, and I've protected it well. It was Lottie who taught me simple spells of protection, and Lottie who inscribed the signs around my house. I'm not one of you. She revealed these secrets to me and asked me to be guardian because she knew no one would suspect me, and if anyone came looking for these things and the other things that are still hidden, there would be no greater protection. However, I'm dying. I need to return these things to you and the other families. There's no one I can speak of this to. My son does not know, by the way. He is merely the messenger. I'm not a fool, Avery. These things have been hidden for a reason. Witchcraft is both light and dark. Lottie's own uncle, Addison, was banished from the house for his persistence in black magic, his name stricken from the family records. I'm not sure Gil knows of this, but Lottie always feared he would return. He or his descendants. He was searching for the old grimoires, the originals. You must find them first. Lottie says the spells they contain are powerful. When the witch hunter arrived, they were hidden for everyone's sake. When Helena Marchmont was burnt at the stake, the others fled, fearing if she wasn't safe, then no one was. It was only years later that the families returned here, and as you know, some never stay long. I have done what I can to help you in my small way, but Lottie didn't know, and I certainly haven't discovered where those grimoires are. I've researched the town and the family histories, yours, Alex's, Gil's, Elspeth's and Briar's. But I couldn't find what happened to Gil's great-uncle Addison either. It was as if he simply vanished. I wish you luck, my dear. I think you'll need it. Yours, Anne Summersby. A chill rushed through Avery's body, and she felt everything shift, as if her life had suddenly changed in ways she couldn't yet comprehend. She looked at Alex, comforted to find he looked as shocked as she was. I presume you didn't know about any of this? The missing grimoires? The banished brother?
Are you mad? How could I possibly know? That's what a secret is, you muppet.
He grabbed the letter and skimmed it again. I'm not a muppet, she said, outraged.
Then don't ask stupid questions.
Despite Avery's annoyance with Alex about all sorts of things, mainly for just being Alex, she realized she was incredibly grateful that he was here with her now. She ran her hands through her hair. Sorry, I'm nervous.
I know.
He grinned.
That's why you have me here, to protect you. It's my pleasure.
You are so annoying.
So are you,
he said, and rose to his feet, stretching. She ignored him. We're going to have to let the others know. I guess this leaves Gil in the clear.
Alex nodded. I think so. We need to find out about these other grimoires. If I'm honest, I'm not surprised.
He stood at the window, looking out onto the street, and then looked back at her.
The date on our family grimoire is from 1790. What about yours?
She shuffled over to look at the front of it, and saw the date scribbled at the top, the long list of witches' names beneath it, Avery's being the latest. 1795.
Well over 2 centuries after the witch trial swept the country.
He looked at the boxes strewn about the room.
If Anne's done a good job, there'll be lots in there to help us.
Avery nodded, resolute. So someone's coming. For us and the grimoires, wherever they are. We need to prepare. You better get your magic on, Alex. 6. After contacting the others to come around later, Alex spent the afternoon helping Avery carry everything she picked up from Anne's house into the attic so they'd have more room to spread out. It would also mean other casual visitors to the flat would have no idea what they'd found. He'd looked at her living room, perplexed and amused.
Do you normally have so much stuff around?
Avery looked at the stacks of books, magazines and clothing strewn around the room and wondered what he was talking about. She liked ethnic everything, and there were candles, wall hangings and throws strewn across the couch as well as large bright Killam rugs on the wooden floor. Her books and magazines were strategically placed next to favourite spots and houseplants were everywhere. Yes, it was slightly chaotic, but she loved it. It was warm and comfortable. Her nest. Yes. I like it lived in.
Congratulations. It certainly looks it.
He smiled at her, one eyebrow raised, and Avery felt a flush of colour on her cheeks. Was he insulting her house? "What's wrong with it?" she retorted.
"Nothing. It's not a criticism," he said in his infuriating manner. He gestured at her, an all-encompassing sweep of his hand that travelled from her head to her toes. "It's an observation. It's very you. I like it."
She narrowed her eyes at him, wondering quite how to take his last comment, and decided it was better left ignored. When they'd finished moving everything, they collapsed on the attic floor, both of them hot and sweaty. Alex lay sprawled on the rug in a patch of late afternoon sunshine, like a cat basking in the heat, while Avery leaned against the sofa looking at the carved wooden box as if it would explode.
"What are you thinking?" Alex asked, still prone and eyes closed. "I can hear your mind whirring away from here."
"I'm wondering what that note says." He rolled to his side and propped himself up on his elbow, fixing her with his dark brown eyes.
"Well, we've got a couple of hours before the others get here. Why don't we read it? Or rather, you read it and I'll listen."
"Do you think we should wait for the others?"
"No. It'll probably take ages to decipher that spidery writing."
"Good. I was hoping you'd say that." She stretched across him to reach into the box, trying not to touch him, while all the while remembering the flash of well-toned abs she'd seen when he'd carried the boxes up the stairs. Aware that he was watching her, she tried to ignore him as she swiftly grabbed the papers and leaned back against the sofa. He grinned as he lay flat and closed his eyes.
"Have at it," he said dramatically.
Unseen, Avery rolled her eyes. There were only a handful of pages, and she turned them over gently, scared she'd damage them as the paper crackled beneath her fingers. "I'm really worried. What if we find out something terrible?"
"It's 1,000,000 years ago, Ave," he said, shortening her name in an unexpected intimacy.
She quite liked it and watched him speculatively, feeling like a peeping Tom because he couldn't see her. His long limbs were muscular and strong, and his jeans hugged his thighs in all the right ways. One hand was under his head, the other rested on his very flat stomach. She dragged her eyes away and back to the diary. "But whoever's written this letter could be one of our ancestors."
"Yes, they could. Probably Gil's, but it's not going to read itself."
"All right." Slowly and hesitantly, she started to read. She said the first line again and felt her stomach lurch. October 1589. The Witchfinder General is coming to Whitehaven. We have been lucky here in Whitehaven. We are far from the cities and have remained quiet and insular. Those of us who practice the craft, able to keep our magic a secret. But a sickness is sweeping the country. The rumours swirl and thicken, and we hear that the Witchfinder General is coming, only days away. He has stopped in small towns along the way, and we hear of interrogations and public shaming, drowning, and even a burning at the stake. But they are not real witches, not as we are. We cannot run and start again elsewhere. It is too obvious. And besides, there are other things to consider, things that will have long-term implications. We have decided we must hide our books and practices, bury them deep before he arrives, before he burns us all. Our magic is not as powerful as it once was, for reasons I cannot explain here. But to use it in front of everyone will endanger not only our children but the whole town. All our grimoires will be hidden about Whitehaven and our properties. We must decide where, swiftly. I choose to hide these tools beneath his very eyes, and he will not see them. These items are covered with wards and seals. The others think I am mad, but I am confident of my own magic. He will not find these objects, although the book I will put elsewhere. I am hopeful that he will leave town without finding anything, and then in a few months I can reclaim what is mine and my family's heritage. But if not, I cannot shake this fear that something will go wrong and that we will all die before any of them can be found. We prepare for the future, however. Our magic will not die. It will course through the veins of our children. It is our legacy. But it is this fear that causes me to write this note, just in case. I see things others don't, and I see the long dark shadow of the Witchfinder General and blood and fire. I tell myself it is my imagination, but that is to deny my power. If someone else finds this note, then I am dead. But I hope it will not be too late to find the book. I believe I have hidden it wisely. Our book has old spells from the dark times and our power of spirit and fire. Whoever you are, when you choose to look for it, think of what we do. It will be there. And then guard it well. Imogen Bonneville. Alex shot upright, looking at Avery in shock.
Did you say Bonneville?
She swallowed. Yes.
But that's my surname.
I know. I did warn you it might be one of our ancestors. His dark eyes were troubled, and he stretched his hand out and took the note.
I know, but thinking it and knowing it are two very different things.
At least one of your ancestors wasn't burnt at the stake. She shuddered. I know it happened a long time ago, but it suddenly feels like it happened only last year. It's one of those things I push to the back of my mind. I still can't believe Helena didn't use her powers to escape.
It would put everyone at risk. The letter said as much. Can you imagine if that happened now?
There must have been more to it than that. She said, our magic is not as powerful as it once was. I don't want to think about that happening again. We may have to use our magic more openly if we get threatened, and then what?
I'm not sure we can afford to do that now. Any more than they could then.
Alex looked at the note.
Imogen mentions a prophecy and a legacy of fire, so they are clearly skills that run in my family. But how did this box end up at Gil's house?
Another mystery to add to the many, Avery observed, thinking that life was about to get far more complicated and probably dangerous. Briar, Elle, and Gil looked at Avery and Alex in amazement, and then back to the box that sat in the middle of the attic floor in pride of place, the rest of the files and books spread on the floor around it. The witches were in Avery's candlelit attic, perched on floor cushions, rugs, and the sagging sofas. Yes, I know it's weird, but she's been hiding it for years, Avery explained for what seemed like the 100th time. And it seems she got it from your grandmother, Lottie.
But it actually belongs to me, Alex added.
Gil closed his eyes and sank into the sofa as if hoping it would swallow him.
I need time to think.
But Gil, Briar said insistently, you really had no idea about your crazy black magic-seeking great-uncle?
Great-great-uncle, he murmured, without opening his eyes. No, I did not.
And what about your brother? She asked, referring to Reuben, Gil's younger brother who generally avoided all magic.
I doubt he knows either.
He remained prone on the sofa, hands over his eyes. Alex interrupted.
Briar, can we give Gil a moment without the 20 questions?
Briar looked at him wide-eyed. They're important questions, Alex. Some crazy person from his family is after some old hidden grimoires, and we are at risk.
Yes, thank you, Briar, I know that. But this is not the time for blame. It's not Gil's fault. And actually, we don't know what we sense yet. It could be Gil's family, or it could be someone completely different.
Avery suppressed a smile, enjoying the fact that Briar was at the receiving end of Alex's sarcasm and not her. If she was honest, Briar was a little brittle tonight. As soon as she'd arrived at Avery's flat, she looked around suspiciously, narrowing her eyes when she saw Alex already there, leaning against the kitchen counter with a beer in hand. Did she fancy Alex? Avery wouldn't be surprised. He was very good-looking, she had to admit. He had that rugged self-assuredness that was infuriating but mesmerizing all at the same time. She found his closeness surprisingly unsettling. Avery tucked a strand of her dark red hair behind her ear and coughed slightly. So, to get back to our plan, we need to go through all of this paperwork and see if we can work out where the old grimoires are. Elle spoke for the first time in ages. And see what else our old histories may show us. Exactly. Avery looked at Elle gratefully. We also need to look at the old town plans, records, and anything else, and we need to work quickly, before someone else works it out before us. How come none of us knew about the old grimoires? Briar asked. Surely family members would have passed them down?
Oh, I can tell you why. Gil sat up and rubbed his hair so that it spiked upwards. Fear. After Helena died, I would imagine they were only too happy to let them disappear completely.
But the grimoires are our strength, Avery reasoned. Surely when the risk was over, at least one family would have gone back for theirs. Elle shrugged. Another mystery. And what about the box? Have you examined it?
Every inch, Alex said. I recognize some symbols, but not all. Runes are not really my speciality. It's a bit weird that it may have been carved by or for my family.
Elle shuffled forward and sat next to the box, her silver bangles jangling as she ran her hands across the surface. It must be several centuries old, right? She looked up at them. And we think these objects are from the 1500s?
We think so, yes, Alex confirmed. If we use the letter to date it.
I'm familiar with runes, and these ones offer protection. They ward off evil and hide it from prying eyes. If they could do this, why didn't they do it with the grimoires? Briar asked. Still too big a risk, I would imagine, Avery said. Anyway, I've started looking through the history of the town. Do you know where your old family houses would have been?
Well, you know where mine is, Gil said. We haven't moved in years. I would imagine our grimoire is hidden within the grounds. But maybe I'm being simplistic. Well, it sounds like your great-great-uncle Addison had been looking for it. And he must have looked everywhere, Alex reasoned. He looked at Gil, puzzled. Did you really have no idea about him? And your disappeared line? No, none. Gil looked at them, still raking his hand through his hair. I'm in shock, actually. I'll have to speak to Rue about it. But I'm sure he knows nothing either. As you know, he prefers to ignore our magic.
Avery didn't really know Reuben, but he was closer to her age and very different to Gil. Are you sure he doesn't like magic, Gil? I would have thought he would have moved from Whitehaven if he wanted to ignore his history, like my sister did. Sometimes magic didn't run strongly in all family members, and sometimes they just preferred to ignore it and bury their talent. Her sister, Bryony, had buried it for years and moved away, unlike Avery, who had honed and practiced her magic, becoming stronger every day. The thought of finding the old family grimoire filled her with excitement.
I don't know what he thinks, Avery. We just don't talk about it anymore.
How does it work with your wife, Gil? Briar asked. She sat cross-legged on a cushion, watchful, and it seemed to Avery still annoyed about something. Does she know about your magic? I mean, I presume she does, but—
I hide it, he said. All of it.
Avery felt a jolt of disbelief. Gil was the only one of them who was married, or in fact in a relationship of any kind. It wasn't that any of them hadn't been in relationships, but they didn't last that long. She presumed for his marriage to have lasted, his wife, Felicia, must have known.
Really?
Alex also seemed surprised.
How is that even possible? You live with her every day. Aren't you hiding part of yourself, your real self?
Gil thought for a moment.
I've broached the subject, of the history of this place. And what would she think if there really were witches? But she looked at me like I was mad. I left it, promising myself I'd bring it up later. But I chickened out.
He looked at them all and laughed.
You should see your faces. I know it's mad, but I've made it work.
He dropped his gaze to the floor for a second, before looking up sheepishly.
I was lonely, and I needed her. I need her now. I don't know how you do it. We're so different from everyone else. I just needed a connection.
Elle, Avery, Alex, and Briar looked at each other, a flash of understanding passing between them.
It's all right, mate, Alex said awkwardly. You don't need to explain yourself to us.
Elle smiled sadly and leaned against the wooden box. I envy you, Gil. It is hard, that's why I came back here. It's why I like hanging out with your brother. He might not practice magic, but at least he understands it. And me.
Avery tried to hide her surprise. Elspeth, like Briar, had moved back to Whitehaven a few years ago. Their families had moved away when they were children, but feeling Whitehaven's magical pull, both had returned in their early 20s. She had no idea Elle spent time with Reuben and realized there were so many connections she didn't know about.
Gil obviously knew, because he just nodded.
I know. I'm hoping you'll change his mind.
Elle shook her head. I think it would take something big to do that. Well, Briar said, looking regretful, my last boyfriend loved that I could make all these cool potions and creams, except when he suspected they might really work. He just couldn't get his head around it, no matter how much I tried to play it down. It was the midnight herb gathering that really freaked him out. The whole relationship thing exhausts me. Unless I meet someone who understands me, I've sworn off it for the future. She glanced at Alex, and then stared into distance, lost in thought.
And what about you, Avery? Alex asked.
His stare was so direct, it felt intimate, even with everyone else there, and Avery stumbled over her words. I guess I've had the same experience as everyone else. Old boyfriends have thought I was odd, with endearing hobbies, my tarot reading and book obsessions, and I really played them down. I thought my last boyfriend was okay with it, but it turns out he wasn't. But, lucky me, we remain good friends. She shrugged, feeling embarrassed even though there was no need to. And what about you, Alex? She asked, returning the question. No secret girlfriends hidden away? He laughed.
Several, all at arm's length.
No surprises there, then, Avery said, rolling her eyes as everyone laughed. Liar, Elle said, unexpectedly watching Alex with her head tucked speculatively on one side. You don't fool me, Alex Bonneville. That ladies' man thing is just an act.
Alex's response was just as unexpected. He threw his head back and laughed. No comment. I reserve the right to privacy, as do my women, and there's always room for more. He winked at Elle, Briar, and Avery.
You're revolting,
Briar shrieked in mock horror and threw a cushion at Alex, who laughed again. Gil tried to bring them back to order. If we can move on from Alex's harem, what's the plan with these grimoires?
Avery answered, trying to shake off the memory of the glint in Alex's eye. He was way too dangerously sexy and unobtainable. Instead, she voiced something she didn't really believe, but thought she'd say anyway. Maybe we should leave these grimoires alone. To find them could change everything. We've managed all these years without them.
It's too late for that, Alex said. I think that the moment Anne Summersby died, something was set in motion. And we both know something else is coming, he said, looking pointedly at Avery. We have no choice. We have to find the grimoires first, and whatever else is hidden from our past. And we have to stick together. I can't take any of this home yet, Gil said. Do you mind if I leave it here?
No, of course not, Avery said, shrugging. Where do you hide your grimoire at home, though?
He grinned. There's a hidden room in the attic. But I rarely go up there. The spells I need for my garden I know by heart. Alicia just thinks I have eccentric gardening habits. She doesn't like gardening anyway, and her job keeps her busy. Well, I don't want to move this box, not in the daylight anyway, Alex said. If that's okay, Avery. I'll take the files, though. Exciting bedtime reading.
Sure, whatever you want. Elle agreed. I'll take my family papers too, but all the general stuff on the town and that, maybe we should leave here. I agree, Briar added. Let's meet again soon, share what we have.
Avery nodded.
All right. Wednesday night?
What are we all doing for the solstice? Alex asked. That's only a week away. We should celebrate it together.
Avery had never celebrated it with anyone else before. But before she could protest, a chorus of agreement rang out.
Alex grinned triumphantly as he glanced at Avery. Good. I'll start planning.
7. When she wasn't working at the shop, Avery spent every spare moment in the attic looking at her family tree and piecing the history of her family together, while also reading up on Whitehaven's history. Anne had really done her research, and Avery's head swam with details. She had a meticulous family tree, going back to the 1500s. Whether Anne couldn't find anything before then or had given up at that point, it wasn't clear. She'd also glanced at Gil's, and that went back to the 1500s too. It must have taken Anne years. It was odd to spend so much time on someone else's history. Some of the names on her family tree coincided with names written in the front of her grimoire. She remembered adding her own when she was 16, her mother encouraging her in the family traditions. The only time she had, actually. Shortly after that, her mother left Whitehaven, and she hadn't revealed anything about a previous spell book, lost or otherwise. Maybe she didn't know about it. Amongst Anne's papers was a map of Whitehaven and the surrounding area, marked with numbers and letters. And Avery pinned it to the wall, removing a few prints to make room. She marked Gil's house on there. It was the only one that they knew had belonged to the family through the years. But where had everyone else's family once lived? She was pretty sure that the bookshop and the house it was in only belonged to the family in the late 1800s. It was a couple of evenings after their discovery when Avery lifted her head from her research and looked around the attic, wondering about the other witches who had worked their spells there. It was cluttered with Anne's papers and books, her own spell book and books on herbs, metals and gems. Her tarot cards were on the table, folded in silk and placed in their own special box. The carved wooden box still sat on the floor, although she had pushed it to the side under the window. It drew her eye all the time, no matter where in the room she sat. As the light faded and the shadows lengthened across the floor, Avery felt unsettled and restless. She grabbed a bundle of sage from the shelf and lit the end with a flash from her fingers. The sage sizzled and smoked, and she marched to a corner of the room, chanting a cleansing spell as she worked around the room, clearing the air. With another click of her fingers, she lit the candles, and the dark corners pooled with warm yellow light, immediately comforting her. She sat and pulled out her tarot cards, shuffling them thoroughly, and focusing on what she wanted to ask them. Alex's image came to her mind, but she pushed it away. She wanted to know if something was still coming. A stranger, a threat, or what? The pack warmed beneath her hands, and she slowed her breathing as she started to place out the cards. As she turned each one, she saw representations of herself, Alex, and a card that could be Gil. And then the major arcana cards came, chilling her blood. The devil, the tower, and the moon. And too many sword cards, ending with the king of swords. She swept the cards up in a hurry, jumping when she heard a knock on the door. Attackers didn't usually knock, she reassured herself, as she ran down the 2 flights of stairs to her front door. She could see Alex's silhouette through the glass, and relieved, if puzzled, she welcomed him in. He looked good tonight, his long hair loose and freshly washed, and he smelt of something musky. "I come bearing gifts." He wiggled a bottle of wine, but then hesitated as he studied her. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I've just read the cards again, and they look awful. You made me jump, that's all." She led him upstairs to the living room. "Well, good job I'm here, then. Do you mind if I look at that box again?" "Of course not, it's yours." He looked at her expectantly. "Glasses?" She grinned. "Carry on up, I'll grab them." By the time she returned to the attic, Alex had dragged the box to the centre of the room again, and now sat cross-legged in front of it, examining it closely. He had pulled a book from his canvas pack, and it lay open next to him, revealing pages illustrated with drawings and descriptions of runes. Avery sat next to him and picked up the book. "Where did you get this from?" "Elle. She's had it for years and has marked a couple she thought looked familiar." He pointed to one on the side of the box. "This one is for protection and repels demons." He looked at her with raised eyebrows. "Demons? As in red-eyed, evil smoke and brimstone demons?" "I guess so." He pointed to the opposite side, where another strange mark was carved into the wood. "And this one repels spirits." He pulled the book from her hands and flicked through a few pages. "See, here." Avery compared the two, and felt a flutter of excitement start to override her fear. "And the one on the top?" "Incomprehension. Blindness. A deflection, almost, of vision. The one that stopped us from seeing the box." He leaned closer, looking at the details. "See? There are lots of tiny little runes, too, all around the rim of the lid of the box." The lid was deep and solid, with more runes on the inside. "And what do these mean?" she asked, pointing at them. "Another spell." Alex's voice rose slightly with anticipation. "They combine to make a sentence." He looked back and forth between the runes and the box, flicking pages impatiently, muttering under his breath. While he looked, Avery ran her fingers over the runes, feeling their smooth contours. She had the feeling they hadn't been carved by hand, but had been magicked in, inscribed by fire. Should they even be trying to open it? She sat back on her heels, thinking. It was deep enough to hold a grimoire. Maybe Imogen Bonneville had been lying in her letter. She felt a thrill race through her. If this did contain the grimoire, they were ahead of whatever was coming. "Alex, I think the grimoire is in the lid." "What?" he said absently, still preoccupied. Your family grimoire. The original. He looked up at her in shock.
But the note
Meant to confuse. I think so, anyway. He looked back to the pages in front of him.
Okay, this makes sense. I think I know what the runes say. It requires a blood sacrifice.
What? Avery jolted back. We don't do those. They never did such things. That was darker, older magic, now forbidden.
Hold on, it's not what you think. It needs my blood.
He may have said the words calmly, but he looked worried. Go on. She took a slug of wine, trying to ease her racing thoughts, and Alex reached for his glass too.
It needs something of me. Something to prove who I am and that I am worthy of it.
The room felt very dark suddenly, and Avery shivered. Your ancestor surely wouldn't want to cause you harm.
I think it's also an act of faith.
There's a lot of thinks here. As much as Alex annoyed her, she didn't want him dead or maimed, and she didn't relish the thought of black magic unleashed in her home.
Will you help me?
She hesitated, and he carried on.
I had another vision. More blood, more destruction. I see death, Avery.
What if it's this?
It's not this. This will help us.
The cards I saw earlier predicted it too. Destruction, I mean. Change. Her well-ordered life, weird as it may be to some people, was also safe. And now it felt threatened. She sighed. We can't walk away from this now, can we? He shook his head, his long dark hair falling round his face, and in the candlelight she became aware of just how attracted to him she was. He had an animal magnetism, a sheer masculine force that she couldn't ignore, but really had to. She was pretty sure he wasn't interested in her at all, and if he was, she was only one among many. And, she reminded herself, he was a superior bastard at times.
It's a simple spell. It just requires some herbs and my blood. I don't actually need you to do anything. Just be here in case something crap happens.
He grinned and winked. That's not funny. I'm not the witch cavalry. Should we call the others? With the night closing in around them, her attic felt vulnerable. More witches were a good idea.
No, it would take too long.
Let's get on with it, he said decisively, rising quickly to his feet. He headed to her extensive collection of dried herbs and selected some jars, declaring, I need this, this, and this. While he was preparing the herbs by crushing them in the pestle and mortar, she flicked through the rune book, looking at the designs and comparing them to the box. Are you sure you know what you're doing? I'm familiar with a couple of these, but... Her voice trailed off as she tried to work out the meaning.
My grandmother was good with runes, he said from where he stood at the long wooden table. She taught me some a long time ago. I remember a few of them now, vaguely. I must have her books somewhere, or maybe she took them with her.
Where's your grandmother now?
Not here, he said with a sigh.
Before she could ask anything else, he brought the herb mix over.
Now I just have to mix my blood in it.
We need a black candle, Avery said. It will enhance the spell, discover the truth of it, and banish negative energies. She headed to the shelf to where a number of baskets sat, and after rummaging in one of them, she pulled out a brand new candle, while Alex marked out a circle on the floor with salt. Salt? She looked at him, confused.
I'm taking precautions, just in case something unhealthy appears. He shrugged. I'm sure it won't.
She resisted the urge to glare. In that case, we need purple candles too. Alex placed the box in the centre of the circle, and then Avery lit the candles on either side. He looked at her, serious all of a sudden. "Ready? As I'll ever be? Step away just in case." He waited until she was across the room, standing by the table, and then he stepped into the circle and sat cross-legged in front of the box, withdrew a penknife and slashed it along the centre of his palm. Avery winced as she watched him. He clenched his hand and let the blood drip into the bowl, all the while chanting under his breath. He mixed the blood and herbs with his uninjured hand and started to smear the mixture over the runes in the lid and the tiny ones all the way around the edge. All the while his blood dripped into the bowl, and he seemed to smear a lot of it over the box. As Alex chanted, the pressure dropped, and Avery realized she was having difficulty breathing. She started gasping for breath and noticed Alex was doing the same, but she daren't speak. Something, good or ill, was happening. With a weird sucking sound, the pressure dropped again, and Avery felt dizzy as every single candle in the room went out, and then the lamps, until only the 2 candles in the circle remained lit. Avery concentrated on Alex and the box. Long, wavering shadows made him look demonic, and it looked as if the runes on the box were moving. Just as the pain in her ears was becoming unbearable, there was a loud bang like a gunshot, and the wooden lid of the box cracked down the middle. Thick, black smoke began to pour from it. The candle flames on either side of the box shrank to tiny sparks, and Alex chanted louder, lifting his head to stare at the smoke. Avery stepped forward, raising her hands ready to send a blast of energy at whatever it was. But the thick smoke stopped within the circle's protective walls. She remembered Alex's words. He said it was a test. But was it? The signs on the box provided protection from spirits and demons. Maybe something was locked in. She stood transfixed. Alex's voice was strained, and he was enveloped in the blackness, almost shouting his chant. Suddenly the blackness crackled, as if it contained lightning, and then disappeared, leaving Alex slumped on the floor. The candle flames on either side shot high before shrinking again, and the pressure in the room returned to normal. Whatever it was had gone. Avery used her pent-up energy to relight every single candle, and sure it was now safe, broke the circle to pull Alex out of it, dragging him backwards until she fell over on the rug with him sprawled on her lap. She eyed the box warily, but nothing else happened, and she quickly felt Alex's neck for a pulse. It was there, strong and steady, but he was a dead weight and completely unconscious. Leaning over him awkwardly, she shook his shoulders. Alex, can you hear me?" Nothing. "Alex, wake up!" She had a sudden horrific thought that he might be possessed, and then chastised herself. This wasn't supernatural. But could it happen? She and the other witches used the elements and cast spells of protection, but they never messed with blood magic. Well, never until now. What the hell had they got themselves into? He was really heavy and solid. His arms were sinewy with muscle, his shoulders broad, and his shirt had rolled up as she dragged him over, revealing his smooth, flat stomach. Her gaze travelled down his legs, and she swallowed guiltily. Tearing her eyes away, she focused on his face and shouted again, "Alex, wake up!" Still nothing. The box drew her attention, and feeling vulnerable and open to attack, Avery decided she needed to complete the salt circle again. Anything could have been in the black smoke. Sliding out from under Alex, she rested his head gently on a cushion and scooted over to the box, all her senses alert as she peered into the crack in the wooden lid. A glimmer of silver winked at her. Something was in there, but she'd leave it for Alex to look. She grabbed the salt and completed the circle once more. Avery was tempted to wake him using a spell, but decided against it. He must have used up a lot of energy, and only rest would restore that. His hand was still bleeding from the cut he'd made across his palm, so she fetched a bandage from the bathroom and dressed the wound. Then she angled a pillow under his head and threw a blanket over him, trying to make him as comfortable as possible. The room felt chilly now, even though it was summer. There was a small fireplace in the wall between her bedroom and the rest of the attic space, as the main chimney breast rose between what had once been two separate houses. So she lit a small fire, the bright orange of the flames making her feel warmer already. She wondered how the others were getting on with their research. The past had always felt close to her, and now it felt even closer. Old secrets were ready to be uncovered, whether she wanted them to be or not. Shivering, she pulled a blanket around her shoulders and lay on the sofa, a cushion under her head. It wasn't long before she slept too. 8. When Avery woke the next morning, she found Alex gone and his blanket draped over her. He'd left a note on the table. I didn't want to disturb you, so I'll see you tonight. The others will be coming too. Don't touch the box until we arrive. Thanks for your help. I'm all right. Alex. Of course, it was Wednesday. She looked around the room, expecting to see it disturbed in some way after the events of the previous night. But in the pale dawn light, everything looked fine, apart from the broken lid of the wooden box. She felt sorry Alex had left. She would have loved to know what he'd experienced, but that would have to wait. After showering and applying makeup, she pulled on a long cotton skirt in dark blue and a short-sleeved cotton top before she headed downstairs to the shop. The day was overcast and promised rain, and that was usually good for visitors. On Wednesdays, only she and Sally were in the shop, which kept them busy. On other days, a post-grad student named Dan would come in for a few hours, which relieved Avery from needing to be in the shop all day. She didn't like leaving Sally on her own. Sally grinned at her when she arrived. "What have you been up to? You look like you had a late night." "Nothing that exciting," Avery lied. She'd already decided on how she would explain seeing more of the others. It would be unusual enough for Sally to comment. "You know when Anne Summersby left us some books?" "Yes," Sally said, leaning her hip against the shop counter. "She left me some papers on some old family histories and the history of the town. They include Alex's, Gil's, and a few others. You know Elspeth from the jewellery shop and Briar with the lotion store?" "Yes." Sally drew the word out quizzically, a slight frown behind her eyes. "Well, I let them know, and we've decided to finish her investigations," she said lightly, while making herself busy tidying shelves. "Alex came over last night, and it ended up being a late night, that's all. They're back this evening." Sally's voice went up an octave. "What do you mean, came over? Are you two—" Avery leapt in before she could finish the sentence, whipping round to face Sally. "No, it was just chat." "A late-night chat?" Sally smiled smugly. "Call it what you want to. I'll make a cuppa." and she disappeared into the back room. Avery sighed and rested her head against the bookshelf. This would now go on and on. That evening, Elle arrived first, looking excited. "Hey, Avery, that stuff you gave me from Anne is great." She rested a big slouchy leather bag on the floor, bulging with papers. Her white blonde hair was scraped up in a messy bun on her head, and she wore faded jeans and a t-shirt, revealing a glimpse of the tattoos on her upper arms. "I've found out so much more about my old family history than my family ever told me." "Who gave you your grimoire then, Elle?" Avery asked, curious. "My great-aunt, and she was sneaky about it too. Made me promise not to tell my parents or anyone else in the family. Magic was a big no-no to them." Avery was in the open-plan kitchen area, preparing tea and coffee. "So how did she know that you would be okay with it?" "She noticed things that the rest of my family either couldn't see or didn't want to. I was always clever with making things, and she noticed that I made things slightly differently. She made a point of visiting as I was growing up, and then one day she asked me if I wanted to spend the weekend at her house. It was a creaky old place, but over the course of that weekend, she told me about our family, as much as she knew anyway, and she started to teach me magic. After that, it was our little secret." Elspeth smiled and shrugged. "She was amazing. If it wasn't for her, I may not even be here." Avery passed her a mug of coffee. "I guess I've been lucky. At least it wasn't hidden in our family. Not from each other, anyway. Although not all family members have embraced it. Strange, isn't it? How some people are scared of this stuff." Elspeth laughed. "And then a whole load of other people wish they had what we have. I don't know if they'd want what we have now. Things got weird last night." Before she could elaborate, the others arrived. Alex looked tired. "Are you okay?" Avery asked. "You really worried me last night." "What's going on?" Briar said, a look of concern crossing her face as she looked between the two of them. "It's all right, I'm fine," Alex reassured them. "Sorry I didn't stay," he said to Avery. "I woke at about 3 in the morning and didn't want to wake you, so I left. Are you all right?" "I wasn't the one smothered in weird black smoke. I'm fine, thanks. Weirded out, but fine." By now the others were looking bewildered, and Alex quickly said, "The runes on the box were a test for me. Come and see." They followed him up the stairs to the attic, which looked peaceful if messy, suggesting nothing of the events that happened the night before. The wooden box rested in a patch of evening sunlight, highlighting the crack on the inside of the lid. The line of salt still surrounded it. "What the hell happened?" Gil asked. "Is that blood?" He stood close to the box, examining the smear of herb paste that ran over the runes, and the bowl the paste had been mixed in. Alex's knife was still on the floor, too, and he looked at Alex's bandaged hand. He straightened up, suddenly serious. "What did you do?" "The box needed my blood to prove who I was, or rather my ancestor did. It was a rune spell and I deciphered it, and then decided to cast it. Blood magic?" Gil looked at Alex incredulously and then at Avery. "And you let him do it?" Avery had never seen Gil like this before. She knew Gil as the laid-back witch from across the town who came from one of the old families. But then again, they'd never performed magic together either. She stood next to Alex in solidarity. "I actually didn't want him to, but we knew something was in the lid. It's still in the lid. We think it's the grimoire." The tension in the room was palpable. "Look, I know it was dangerous, but we were careful. You can see that. And I trusted Alex." She felt Alex give her a quick glance, but she kept looking at Gil. Gil's shoulders dropped and he sighed.
I wish you'd have called us first. Anything could have happened.
Alex explained there wasn't time, and besides, I didn't think we needed you.
And I'm fine.
And the black smoke? Elle asked, hands on hips, not wanting to let them off that easily. He grinned sheepishly.
Well, that was odd.
It wasn't smoke, though, was it? Briar said, standing next to the circle. It was a spirit form. Avery's mouth gaped. It was a what?
She's right, Alex said. It spoke to me. Well, sort of. I could feel it in my head, probing, checking me out.
He shook his head as if to shake out the intrusion.
I felt I had to fight to prove who I am. It was exhausting.
You passed out. It must have been, Avery said, frowning at Alex. I didn't know whether to try and intervene, but then I thought, if you're right, and it was a test. She trailed off and looked at Briar. It was crazy. Anything could have happened, but we had to try. How do you know it was a spirit? Briar gently probed around the crack in the box's lid, and then brushed her fingers across the symbol on the side. This sign, it seems logical now.
Well, hindsight's a great thing. You could have been killed, both of you, Gil said, still annoyed.
He sat on the edge of the sofa, looking at the box warily. Alex strode forward to join Briar.
Well, we weren't. And it's about time we looked at what's in here.
He inserted his fingers into the long crack in the lid and pulled, the fractured wood splintering to reveal a large, thick grimoire covered with scuffed black leather. Alex lifted it out gently, and as the light hit it, a faded silver image glinted on the cover that Avery struggled to recognize. Alex carried it to the oak table that Avery used to prepare her spells, and they crowded around him as he opened the cover. A list of names was written on the front page in different scripts, and the date at the top said 1309.
This was 300 years old when it was hidden, he said, shocked.
He turned the pages, and it seemed everyone held their breath. The pages were covered in dense, tiny writing, all spells starting on a new page, the same as in their existing grimoires. The language old, and the script hard to decipher. There were simple illustrations, too. What kind of spells are they? Elle asked, craning to see.
Some of them seem the usual types, Alex said thoughtfully. Charms of protection, healing spells, some curses, and...
He paused, looking at them.
Spells to control spirits and demons.
Demons? Briar asked, her eyes wide.
He nodded. Many more than I've got in my existing book.
Avery felt another flutter of worry pass through her. She had been taught as a child that to manipulate spirits and demons was something that could be done only occasionally. It was too dangerous. Does this mean they summoned demons more than we do now?
I guess so.
Alex continued to turn pages, mesmerized.
These spells are sophisticated, complex, and potentially more powerful than I've used before.
It took a few seconds for this to sink in. Older, more powerful spells. A hidden legacy of magic they could now learn. Avery shivered, not sure if it was with excitement or trepidation. Do you think the other grimoires will be like this?
They must be, Gil reasoned. Is there anything in there about immortality? Or anything that looks particularly dark? Other than demons? No idea at this stage. Alex looked up. I really need to spend time looking through this properly. The writing's hard to decipher in places.
Why are you asking that? Elle asked Gil.
Just wondered if it's something my missing relatives might have been interested in.
Briar interrupted, looking horrified. Has anybody actually summoned a demon? Never, Elle said, and I have no intention of doing so either. I wonder, Avery mused, if it was Anne's death that triggered something coming in the first place. I mean, that her death released knowledge of the box she'd hidden away for so long. After all, it was just after she died that Alex had his premonition, and the cards foretold an event. Alex, Elle said thoughtfully, what are the main types of spells in your book?
I'm not sure. It's difficult to define. Astral projection, out-of-body walking, spirit talking.
He was sitting now, head on his hand, leafing through the book, his attention completely caught in it.
I've never seen stuff like this before.
So it's a symbol for spirit, she exclaimed. The image on the front of the book, I mean. Avery was annoyed with herself for not realizing sooner. Of course, and it is Alex's strength.
So does that mean the other grimoires focus on the other elements?
Gil asked. Fire, air, water, earth. The strengths of our family lines, Briar observed. Avery grinned. We could grow our magic, learn new things, tap into a magic that's been hidden to us for centuries. Gil brought her back to earth.
If the spells are as powerful as we think, as Alex thinks his are, then the books could be trouble. A whole shit ton of trouble. If someone else knows these exist, it's no wonder they're coming for them.
9. The following morning, Avery was up and out early. The streets and lanes of Whitehaven were quiet, and wisps of early morning mist started to clear as the sun rose into a pale blue sky. Avery walked up the hill away from her flat and Happenstance books, and at the top looked back over the town and the sea beyond. She never tired of this beautiful view. She loved the old cobbled streets and tiny lanes that snaked into each other as they rose and fell with the land, finally leading down to the sea. Fishing boats were heading out, but the sailboats remained in the harbour, their bright sails furled. Beyond the town, the houses were spaced out along the hills and fields. It was such a pretty place, and she wanted it to remain that way. She didn't want a witch war breaking out in Whitehaven in the search for old grimoires. The previous night, once the other witches had gone, she'd made herself a chamomile tea and shut the door between her bedroom and the attic. She sat in bed with the lights low and the window open, and spread Anne's papers across the duvet. Her cats, Circe and Medea, had curled up on the end of the bed, keeping her company, ears pricked, eyes closed, while she'd scrutinized old maps of the town. And that's when she saw Anne's mark on a lane at the top of the town, a small green-inked squiggle that looked like an H. Could that be for Helena? That spot was where she was heading this morning. Avery turned from the view and headed along the lanes until she found Besom Lane. It wasn't somewhere you would pass by chance. It was tucked out of the way and lined with tiny cottages. She meandered along it, admiring the hanging baskets and pots, the neat curtains and whitewashed walls, and carefully noted the numbers. The lane was long and winding, and she eventually arrived at the cottage she was looking for. This tiny place could have been where Helena and her family lived all those years ago. There was a window downstairs next to the front door, and two small windows upstairs. the cottage identical to the others on either side. It was strange to think she had lived so close to this place and had never known to whom it had once belonged. Avery leaned back against the wall of the house opposite and gazed at it. Her thoughts jumbled. Was Helena dragged from here to the stake, or was she already imprisoned somewhere in the village? She looked again at the map. It was fuzzy and unclear compared to modern maps, and although Anne had noted a number, for all Avery knew, the numbers might have changed over the years. The map showed small square gardens at the back, and this row was almost buried in the slope of the hill behind it. But whereas the lanes were isolated back then, now they were surrounded by streets lined with more recent buildings. Well, 1/8th century as opposed to 16th century. What now? Would the old grimoire be hidden here? Avery racked her brain, trying to think about what Anne's note had said. The cottage must have withstood many changes and renovations. It would be a miracle if they found it here. She sighed. It was time for coffee and breakfast. She'd go and see who else might be awake. Avery pushed open the door to Briar's shop, the door chimes ringing pleasantly as she entered. She carried 2 hot lattes in a cardboard tray, and a bag of croissants was wedged into the top of her shoulder bag. As soon as she entered the shop, the scents of lavender, rose, and geranium wrapped around her. She inhaled deeply and looked around with pleasure. Briar's shop looked like an old-fashioned apothecary. Shelves lined the walls, filled with different ranges of skin lotions, hair products, soaps, creams for ailments, and all sorts of dried herbs. Books on herbs, scented candles, and other products used around the home. All of them were made with natural ingredients, either by Briar or other small companies. You could tell which were Briar's products because they were all in unusually shaped bottles with pale pastel colours. It was a comforting shop, and it lifted Avery's mood. Briar looked up from behind the long wooden counter at the back of the shop and smiled, puzzled. "Hi, Avery. Is everything all right? I don't normally see you in here." She'd been filling some jars with a creamy lotion that looked like moisturizer, and she finished her work, putting the jug on the counter. "Don't let me stop you. Yes, I'm fine, sort of. I've bought coffee and croissants so I can pick your brain." She plonked her bag and the rest of her load on the counter. "Your shop looks great." Briar smiled. "Thanks. I've been doing well, so I expanded my range." She grinned as she leaned forward to take her coffee. "People often comment on the unexpected benefits of using my stuff." Avery laughed. "I bet. If they only knew." "Probably best they don't." Briar sipped her coffee. "This is good, thank you." She dipped the croissant in and took a bite. "Even better." She watched Avery as she chewed. "So, what are you picking my brain about?" Avery looked around to make sure the shop was still empty. "Old grimoires, of course. I'm worried we'll never find the others." "Well, if we don't, maybe someone else can't find them either. It might be a good thing, from what we saw in Alex's book." "Do you really think that? It's our heritage." Briar licked her fingers, looking calm, composed, and resolute. "It's been 500 years since we've seen those books, and our magic has survived. It's brought us a good life." She gestured to the room around her. "We've never needed them before, and we don't need them now." "Does this mean you're not going to look for your book? Or where you used to live?" Avery floundered. "Or anything? I don't know. We have a lot to lose. We have a lot to gain as well. And someone's coming." Briar sighed and rolled her eyes. But who? I mean, really, this is just too weird. Anne dies, you and Alex are seeing the same warnings. All of this hidden information is suddenly revealed. Feels like a setup. I'm not sure this stuff should be found. But Alex already has his. The box, the grimoire, the message from Imogen, his ancestor. From Gills. Avery appealed to Briar, feeling she needed to make her see sense. I thought you were excited about the news. I was. And now I'm not so sure. Briar started to fill her jars again, the smell of geranium wafting between them. I have a bad feeling about this. I don't like dark magic, and I won't do it. I don't either. And we don't know if this is dark magic. It could be about harnessing untapped potential. Briar shook her head, the long dark waves framing her pretty face. I'll see how the rest of you get on. Until then, the papers about my family tree and my place in Whitehaven remain locked away. Avery was suddenly disappointed, and then curious. How did you end up here, Briar? Elle was telling me that her great-aunt told her. It was their secret. Briar nodded. I know, she told me that too. For me, it was different. I found out through letters. Letters? That certainly wasn't the answer Avery was expecting. Yes, sent by my parents to each other, debating back and forth as to whether they should tell me about witchcraft or not. Avery must have looked baffled. My father travelled a lot for his work, and he and my mother wrote to each other all the time. There was an incident at school. I had a rush of magic and did something that freaked a few in the class out. I can't even remember what now. Nothing major. My mother told me I was special and hinted at powers. And then she said nothing else. A few years later, my dad died in an accident, and a few years after that, so did she. That's when I found the letters. The conversations were veiled, but I understood enough to know what they were referring to. They wanted to shield me, so I came here, to the place they used to call home. How did you learn to use your magic, then? It would have been hard if no one taught you. I taught myself. Although they had given up the life of magic, they couldn't bear to part with everything. Or my mother couldn't. I found lots of books and the family grimoire. And then I came here and met all of you. Elle has taught me lots, and so has Gil. Avery's mouth fell open in shock. She had no idea that Briar had been such a novice when she arrived, or that the others had helped so much. She felt incredibly guilty. I didn't realize. I'm so sorry. I should have helped you too. Briar shrugged. It's okay, Avery. You've always done your own thing. You like it. I don't. I need the others. Lately, Avery had started to wonder how true that was. But she turned the conversation back to Briar. But you've learnt so much. You're brilliant and natural. Briar smiled ruefully. I don't know about that. Briar, I'm confused. You could learn so much about your past now. And yet you're turning your back on it. It's complicated. I feel I'm only just getting to grips with things, and now this happens. I move at a different pace than you. Avery felt bereft all of a sudden and frustrated. She was only just starting to understand Briar. Will you still come to the solstice celebration? Briar smiled. Of course. I'm still a witch. 10. Avery's next stop was Elle's jewellery shop. She wanted to reassure herself that Elle wasn't having second thoughts either. As much as she was trying very hard to respect Briar's annoyingly sensible decision, She was annoyed with her for being so, well, annoyingly sensible. Really, was this the time to have second thoughts, when old magic and new powers were so close? The closer she got to Elle's place, the crosser she became. Elle's shop was close to the seafront, down one of the lanes that ran off from the quayside. The strong smell of brine oozed around her as she arrived outside. The shop front was a big window made up of small, square, beveled panes that made the interior hard to see, especially because a display was set up under the window showing necklaces and earrings in unusual designs, as well as a collection of decorated knives. Inside, Elle's shop was much darker than Briar's and smaller, and it was filled with the strong scent of sandalwood incense. The walls were lined with dark patterned wallpaper, and the display cases were lined with black velvet. The lighting was low, and fairy lights were placed around the displays. Placed high on the wall behind the counter at the back of the shop was a selection of knives and swords. They looked wickedly sharp as well as ornamental. On the far side of the shop was a collection of metal bowls and objects used in witchcraft. She had to push through a group of girls who were admiring the jewellery, holding earrings against their ears in front of a mirror. A young woman stood behind the glass-topped counter that was used to display more jewellery. Avery introduced herself. "Hi, I'm a friend of Elle's. Do you know where she is?" The young woman had black hair cut into a blunt bob, the ends dyed purple, and she wore a tight black dress that showed every curve. Her face was pale but expertly made up, her lips painted a blood red. In comparison, Avery felt underdressed. As usual, her long red hair was loose, and she wore one of her ankle-length flowing dresses with flip-flops. She felt like a wild woman in front of this groomed creature, and she had a sudden longing to send a wind whipping through the shop to ruffle her immaculate hair. The woman gave Avery a quick appraising glance and called back over her shoulder through a partially open door behind the counter. "Elle, you have a visitor. Some red-haired chick." Avery smirked. Chick. She hadn't been called that in a while. So Elle shouted back, "Is that you, Avery?" "Yes." "Come on in." Without saying a word, the woman gave Avery another long look and then lifted up the hatch at the end of the counter, allowing Avery to walk through. A practitioner of magic, Avery could tell. She had a quality of knowing. It was unmistakable. Not bothering to speak either, Avery went into the back room, which was painted a dark red instead of black, and stopped in shock. Elle was sitting at the long wooden counter that ran under a window, but she wasn't alone. Reuben was there, lounging in a chair next to glass doors that opened out into a tiny courtyard, and great goddess, he was seriously hot. "Sorry, am I interrupting?" Elle smiled and waved her inside. "No, of course not. How are you, Ave? You've met Reuben, haven't you?" "I'm not sure I have, actually. I've seen you around, of course. I know your brother better." Was she gabbling? She felt heat starting on her cheeks, and she hoped she wasn't blushing. Reuben nodded. "I know. And no, we've never met." He jumped to his feet and extended his hand, surprising her with his height. She'd never been so close to him before. He had a tanned, athletic build, tousled blonde hair that had been bleached by the sun, and his muscular arms were covered with a half sleeve of tattoos. He wore a sleeveless top and board shorts that had seen better days, and he had the smell of salt and sea about him. It looked like he'd been surfing. They shook hands as he offered her a gleaming smile. She hoped she wasn't going to giggle like a schoolgirl. "Want some coffee?" Elle offered, interrupting her train of thought and providing a welcome distraction. as Reuben dropped back into the chair, his long legs stretched out in front of him. She was already preparing the coffee machine that was placed on the wooden counter. A collection of jewellery and gems were laid out along the rest of the surface, and it looked as if she had been working on her designs. "Why not? Tachycardia never hurt anyone." "What?" Elle said, confused. "I've had a lot of coffee today." Elle looked at her watch. "Already? It's only 10. Long story." Avery looked at Reuben, wondering how much to share. "It's okay," Elle reassured her as she poured a cup of coffee and passed it over. "He knows everything." "Oh." For a few seconds, Avery wasn't sure what to say. As far as she knew, Reuben wanted nothing to do with witchcraft. "Your secrets are safe with me," he said, looking amused. "It's not that." Avery leaned against a cupboard at the back of the room. "I just thought you weren't interested." "Interested? Just not a practitioner." "I wanted to know what he thought of the whole weird thing," Elle explained. "And?" Avery asked him. "It sounds dangerous, but intriguing." He shrugged, non-committal, his bright blue eyes assessing her. "Well, Briar thinks it sounds too weird. She's not doing anything for now," Avery said, trying to keep the annoyance out of her voice and failing. "I wondered if you'd had second thoughts too." "Elle?" "No way. Reuben's going to help me hunt for my grimoire. I think I know where to look." She frowned. "Seriously, Briar's not looking?" "Not yet." "Wait a minute, you know where to look already?" Avery had a rush of relief that Elle was still in, and then a rush of panic as she realized she didn't have a clue where to look for her own. "It's just a theory," Elle continued. "According to Anne's paperwork, my family lived up on the hills above the town, the old Crofter cottage, Hawk House." Avery knew the one she meant immediately. "That was yours. But it's a wreck now." Elle grinned. "Exactly. We can check it out, without interruptions." "When?" "Tonight. No time like the present. Do you want to come?" "Yes, please. I presume you mean tonight, in the dark?" She faltered for a second, wondering just how creepy that might be. Reuben smiled, a slow, sarky grin. "Scared, Avery?" She narrowed her eyes at him, hating to be called out. "No. I'm coming. Just tell me when." Avery's final visit of the day was to Alex. If she'd had time, she'd have visited Gil, but his house was on the edge of town, and she really should get back to the shop. Sally would think she'd been kidnapped. In fact, she should call her. She pulled her phone from the depths of her bag and saw she'd missed half a dozen calls. Crap! She'd left her phone on silent. She guiltily called her, bracing herself. Sally's voice rang out in her ear. "Are you okay?" She sounded grumpy. "Of course, I'm fine. I've been catching up with a few things and honestly didn't think I'd be this long. Bloody hell, I wish you'd have left a note. I've been calling you all bloody morning. I know, I'm sorry. The shop is really freaking busy. Sorry, really sorry. I'll be back by lunch." She checked her watch. Hopefully. She was right next to the wayward son now. Sally exhaled loudly and pointedly. "Dan's here early, so you can take your time. It's a good thing someone answers their phone." Avery bit down a reply. She implored Sally. She should chill the hell out. But Sally was her friend and a fantastic manager. Without her, the shop would be a disaster. She adopted her most conciliatory tone. "I'm really sorry. I'll see you soon. Thank Dan for me." She headed into the pub, deciding she had to buy cake before she headed back, something to appease her staff. The mouth-watering scents from the kitchen hit her as soon as she entered, and the place already looked busy. The lunchtime rush had started early. She saw Simon, one of the bar staff she remembered from the other night, and she leaned on the bar as he came over, wondering if it was too early to get a pint. It was a quick decision. "Pint of doom, please." "Sure." He grabbed a glass and started pouring her drink. "Alex not working today?" Simon nodded his head up towards the ceiling. "Up there. Said he's doing some stuff." She took her pint and paid. "Cheers." Avery headed to the back room and went up the stairs, hoping Alex wouldn't mind her dropping in. She knocked and shouted, "Alex, it's me, Avery." She heard the thump of footsteps, and then the door flew open. Alex looked half asleep, his long hair tangled, his stubble darker and thicker than usual. He leaned on the frame, yawning, and then he grinned. "Avery." He stepped back. "Come in. You'll have to excuse the mess. I was up half the night." "Bloody hell, Alex. This place is a mess. It's worse than mine." The room was gloomy, the blinds still down and semi-closed. Papers were strewn across the rug in front of the fireplace, almost covering it completely. Half-drunk coffee cups were placed randomly around the room, and a selection of empty beer bottles sat on the kitchen counter. A large corkboard was propped on the floor, leaning against the kitchen workbench, scraps of paper pinned to it. He pushed his hair back, and then opened the blinds in the kitchen, allowing sunshine to stream in. He squinted for a second, letting his eyes adjust. Even looking half awake, he was still hot. She had a sudden vision of waking up next to him, and wondered what he'd look like naked. Reuben was good-looking, but Alex had a smouldering sexiness that she just couldn't ignore. What was the matter with her this morning? She hoped his psychic abilities meant he didn't read minds. He put the kettle on and called over.
"Do you want a coffee?"
She looked guiltily at her pint. I'm drinking." He looked at her pint and then at his cup.
"That's a way better idea."
He pulled a beer from the fridge and popped it open.
"Cheers."
He took a long slug. "So I guess you were researching all night?" Avery looked around the room. "Where's your grimoire?"
"Under that pile of papers."
He nodded towards the rug. He grinned again, dispelling the tiredness.
"You should see what's in there, Avery. Hold on, let me get it."
He padded barefoot over to the grimoire and, unearthing it from beneath the papers, he carried it to the kitchen workbench that separated the two rooms. Seeing it again gave Avery a shock. She had forgotten how much older it was than their existing grimoires. It oozed age and arcane knowledge, the cover guarding long-forgotten spells and secrets. She turned the pages, admiring the old script and the drawings in the margins. She was itching to find her own. She looked up to find Alex watching her.
"It's beautiful, isn't it?"
She nodded. "Now that you've had a good look at it, what spells have you found?" He excitedly turned pages, trying to be gentle.
"I don't know how this has kept so well, but it's in really good condition. I presume it was the spell on the wooden box. I doubt they knew how long it would be hidden for."
Avery frowned. "I doubt the intention was more than a few years, or even months. Helena's death must have had far-reaching consequences."
"The family's fled. Her death would have been catastrophic. Unbelievable, even."
He sighed. "It depresses me to think about it."
"Can you imagine that happening here, now, to us? Anyway, spells. Let me show you this."
He found the page he was looking for. At the top was an image of linked bodies. Beneath, written in tiny script, was a list of ingredients and a spell. "What's this?" Avery asked. "Spirit walking." "What?" Alex laughed. "Another word for astral projection, but with someone. What do you think?" Avery was confused. "Well, I thought that's something you could do, so why do you need a spell?" "Because I've never done it this way, or with someone. Shall we?" Avery looked at his dark eyes, all traces of sleep in them gone. He was so close that she had an overwhelming urge to kiss him. Instead, she said, "Are you insane? You want to spirit walk with me? If you've never done it before, then it will be a safe way for you to do it. I'll help you and protect you." He winked, his gaze falling on her lips before he met her eyes again. "I can't think of anyone else I'd rather spirit walk with." Avery's stomach lurched. Was Alex flirting with her? It would be so easy to be seduced by him, and she wasn't completely sure that would be a good thing. "Really? I'm not entirely sure I trust you that much. I thought spirit walking was dangerous." "Only if you don't know what you're doing, and I do." He was still smirking at her in his insufferable way. "Go on, you know you want to." As much as she had the feeling she should run in the opposite direction, she really wanted to see what spirit walking was like. "All right. What do I have to do?" "You have to come back here later tonight, when you're already tired. I'll prep the spell and we go from there." "But I've promised to help Elle and Reuben search for Elle's grimoire tonight." She wasn't sure if she was relieved or not. "Great. Elle has a plan. Where are they looking?" "The old Hawk House, up on the hill above the town. It seems it once belonged to her family." Alex thought for a brief moment and then said, "They don't need your help. Not the physical kind, anyway. I'll text her that we'll help in other ways." "What other ways?" "Astral ways," he said, grinning. 11. The rest of Avery's day passed in a blur, and all too soon she was back in Alex's flat, her heart pounding uncomfortably, her mouth dry. She leaned against his door before opening it, wondering briefly if she'd gone mad, and why she thought to touch up her makeup before arriving. Before she even knocked, the door flew open, and Alex ushered her in, saying, "Your nervous energy preceded you. I could sense you a mile off." "Exaggerator?" He locked the door behind her. "We really don't want to get interrupted." His flat was completely transformed. All traces of the mess from earlier had gone. Despite the warm night, the fire was on low and the room glittered with candles. In front of the fire was a soft, warm blanket, big enough for two. There was no other lighting in the room, and the rich smell of incense drifted around. Avery could feel her mouth dropping open in surprise, and Alex laughed. "It's easy to get cold when you're lying still, so we need the fire, and we need to be comfortable. The lights help induce a relaxed state." Right now, Avery thought she would never relax. "I bet that's what you say to all the girls," she shot back, thinking her heartbeat must be audible. Alex just laughed again as he led her to the rug. The grimoire was on the coffee table behind them, a selection of coloured candles next to it, as well as Alex's athame and silver goblet filled with a dark, murky liquid. "We need to create the protective circle, then take that drink. It will help us enter the right mental state to psychically link, and then we say the spell." "What's in the drink?" Avery asked, eyeing the concoction warily. "Valerian, clary sage, vervain, amber, gold leaf, lavender, and bay." "All right, if you're sure you're not going to poison us." "Trust me, Ave. I'm a pro."
She resisted the urge to comment, and instead joined him as he used the athame to create the protective circle by drawing in the air and on the floor. She helped light the candles and place them on the 4 points of the compass. And when everything was prepared, he sat in the middle of the rug, and she sat opposite him, legs crossed, knee to knee. The soft yellow candlelight gave everything a warm glow, and despite herself, she relaxed. "Do you feel okay?" Alex asked. "Surprisingly, I do." "Good. Let's ground ourselves." He took her hands in his, closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. Avery did the same, willing her heart to slow as she dropped her shoulders. After a few seconds, he released her hands, and she opened her eyes to see him holding the small engraved silver goblet with the liquid inside. He took a few sips and grimaced, and then handed it to her. She shuddered at the horribly bitter, slightly burnt flavour. She handed it back to Alex, and he placed it on the edge of the circle, and then lay down on his back, facing east, and she lay next to him. He took her hand in his and squeezed it reassuringly. "Ready?" "Ready." As Alex recited the spell, she closed her eyes again, feeling the energy in the circle change, and her awareness heighten. Her breaths deepened and her body relaxed, her limbs becoming heavy. Within seconds, she heard Alex's voice in her head, but instead of jolting her awake, it intensified her experience, and she embraced his voice. It was like a soft blanket wrapping around her, and she wanted to hug it close. As if he could sense it, his presence encompassed her, and she responded again, the intimacy almost overwhelming. And then she could see him, his entire form lying a few feet above her. But it wasn't his physical form. He was a pale, silvery blue, and he smiled down at her. "Come on, Avery. Join me." He gripped her hands and pulled gently, and with a whoosh, she felt herself sliding up and out of her body until she floated next to him. For a second, a wave of panic washed over her, and then Alex's presence wrapped around her again, calming and reassuring her. "I'm okay," she said. She saw her physical form lying beneath her, and a long, thin silver cord connecting her spirit to her body. "This is so weird," she thought, forgetting Alex could hear her. "But great, isn't it?" His eyes glowed with a pale light, and as if sensing her discomfort, he said, "Let's just move around the room, so you can get used to the feeling. Just move slowly." He floated away from his body and pulled her with him. The room was dim and shadowy, its colours drained, the candles bright points in the darkness. A powerful purple aura emanated from the grimoire. "Look," she said, pointing at it. Alex nodded. "Magical energy. Very strong, too." As she followed him, she felt stronger and safer. This was actually fun. "If you feel worried at any point," he said, "just envision yourself lying here and follow the cord back to your body." She watched the cord spool across the room, reassured by its seeming solidity. "Can we go outside?" "If you feel ready." "Yes," she grinned. "This is awesome." Avery again felt Alex's essence squeeze her own gently, and she responded as he laughed. "This is so cool. Way better than doing it on your own. For now, I'm going to keep holding your hand. Is that okay?" "Yes, I'd prefer that." "Great. This is going to be odd, but don't panic." He turned and pulled her towards the wall and through the strange sensation of brick and stone. And then she was free, and the stars floated above her. She gasped, "Look!"
Avery rolled onto her back as if she was swimming and watched the stars glowing in swirls of incandescent light. They looked bigger than she was used to, and the rest of the town below her was pale in comparison. Waves of energy were flowing around everything. Beyond the pub was the sea, and the immense force of the waves rolled in and out further along the beach. The raw power on display was amazing. It was so tangible. "This is what you draw on, Avery. Do you see it?" Alex asked. His hand the one warm constant in this new world. "I do. I feel as if I could touch it." She gasped again as people spilled out from the pub below them. "I can see their auras." The people were dim, but their auras glowed white or purple or orange. "It's easy to see auras here," Alex said. "You'll find it becomes easier when you return to your physical form too. How are your energy levels?" "I feel fine. Great, even. Good. Let's head to the hills." "Can we go that far?" Avery asked, worried. "Your cord will travel a long way, as long as your energy is good," Alex explained with another squeeze of reassurance. "Come on." Alex pulled Avery up higher and away across the town to where it became dark, the lights and the people disappearing behind them. In the distance, she could see dark purple clouds washing up from where the surf pounded at the cliffs heading out of town. And then she saw the ruined house on the hill, tucked into a curve of hillside, and the pale blue auras of two figures poking around amongst the ruins, Elle and Reuben. There was a flare of light along the foundation. It seemed Elle was using magic. "She must be using some kind of locator spell," Alex said. "Can you see the lines beneath the earth?" For a second, Avery couldn't understand what he meant. And then she saw the silvery lines growing stronger by the second, marking the foundation of the old house, some stretching further back up the hill. "Did Elle do that?" "She must have. Can they see it, though? Look." Alex gestured further up the hill. A slab of silvered earth glowed for a few seconds, and as they drifted over it, it disappeared. Excited, she asked, "Is that where the book is?" But before he answered, she felt a wave of energy hit her, but different this time. It felt dark, angry. Tensing, she looked up at the same time as Alex. A dark red glow was heading towards them, and Alex quickly pulled her to his side as a figure became clear ahead of them. "What the hell is that?" Avery asked, panic surging through her. "Another spirit walker," Alex said. "And he doesn't mean well." The figure raced towards them, and a wall of power pulsed outwards. Almost simultaneously, Avery sensed Alex push something like a force field towards the approaching figure. The two met with a clash, and although Avery couldn't hear anything, she felt an almost tidal surge of electricity rush around them. Now was not the time to panic, and Avery stayed close to Alex, doing as he did and summoning her own powers. She was a witch. If she could do this in her physical body, she could do it now. Alex was totally focused on their attacker, but she felt him anchoring her, and she joined her force to his, strengthening the shield he had created. Their attacker's form was blurry, non-human, and it was impossible to make out what he or she was. One thing was certain. It was trying to hurt them. The figure pushed closer, trying to crack the protective shield that glowed a pale blue ahead of them. Avery didn't ask what would happen if it broke. "We need to withdraw, Alex. I don't know what I can do to help." "To withdraw, we have to push it back to give us time. We do not want it following us back." "Will it hurt Reuben and Elle?"
No, it can only watch. I hope. Listen, we must push together. Let it think it's overpowering us, and then push. Hopefully it will be enough to throw it off balance. And I have a trick up my sleeve." Avery was vaguely aware of the scene below. The two witches were continuing to work the spell, following the lines beneath the earth, but Alex pulled her attention back. "We need to protect them too. Give them privacy." He grinned at her, his teeth glowing with a silvery light, his eyes sparkling. "Follow my lead." The dark mass ahead was pushing against them. Its anger was palpable. Avery felt Alex's energy pull back, and she matched him, allowing their attacker to come closer. She saw two red eyes glowering malevolently, and felt its premature wave of pleasure at their perceived weakness. They allowed it to creep closer and closer, until Avery was worried it may be too close to repel. Red waves flared like fire around the shield, licking like flames trying to crack their defenses. Alex whispered, "Nearly time. Wait. Wait. Now!" He pushed suddenly, striking out in one massive hit, and Avery joined it, amazed at the strength they created together. Into the middle of it, Alex projected a strike like lightning, a silvery bolt that crackled with searing heat. It punctured out through their shield and into their attackers, sending it shooting backwards. They barely had time to enjoy their victory when Alex pulled her away, and she did as he told her earlier. She thought of her physical body next to the fire and followed her cord back, racing along it in a blur, Alex next to her. Their attacker was a long way behind them. Avery returned to her physical body with a thump. Her limbs felt heavy, but her mind was alert in an instant, and she tried to sit up. A searing pain exploded in her head, and she cried out, falling back. "It's okay," Alex said. "Take your time. You've used a lot of power." She turned to him, blinking, and the room focused. The warm orange light was soothing, and the fire still crackled, bathing them in heat. Alex was lying on his side, head propped on one hand, watching her. She took a few deep breaths and felt the pain recede quickly. "Better?" His voice was a balm to her senses. It almost replaced losing his warm presence that had wrapped around her earlier. "I think so." She shivered, despite the warmth. "Shouldn't we be doing something? Like joining Elle and Reuben?" His close proximity made her nervous, but her gaze wandered from his dark eyes across his delicious stubble, down to his full lips. "In a minute," he said softly. And then he leaned forward and kissed her, gently at first. A flare of desire raced through Avery, and she leaned into his kiss. Within seconds, his hand was on her back, pulling her close, until she felt his whole body pressed against hers. Her hand snaked around his waist, feeling his muscular build and his warmth. His kisses deepened, and she felt herself falling away, losing herself completely in him. He eventually pulled away, gazing at her. "I suppose we should go and check on Elle and Reuben now." But he didn't move, waiting for her response, his gaze still traveling from her eyes to her lips and back again. His hair fell around his face, grazing her cheeks, and his scent enveloped her. Breathless and giddy, and wanting nothing more than to stay right there, she forced herself to speak. "I suppose we should." He grinned, and she melted a little more. "In another minute." He kissed her again, all playfulness gone as she arched into him, drawing him closer. When they broke apart again, both were breathless.
Avery pushed him away, her hand against his chest. It took every ounce of her willpower. "You're a very bad influence, Alex Bonneville. Our friends could be in trouble." He reluctantly pulled away.
"Come on then. I'll drive."
He pulled her to her feet, and while he grabbed his keys, she extinguished the candles with a word. 12. The narrow lanes were as black as pitch. Only the car's headlamps lit the way ahead, giving Alex and Avery brief flashes of hedges, gates, and fields. "I didn't think a spirit walker could physically attack someone," Avery said, trying to quell her rising unease. She peered through the windscreen, trying to see anything in the sky overhead.
"They can't, normally."
Alex focused on the road. His car was a classic Alfa Romeo Spider, boat tail, and it whipped through the country lanes.
"I expect Elle and Reuben will be fine. But I don't know what attacked us. I'm not even sure it was human."
"What could it be?"
"Either someone wielding dark magic, or a demon."
There. The word was out now. "But they don't exist." Her voice sounded tinny and weak. She looked at Alex's profile, willing him to agree with her.
"We both know they do."
He flicked her a glance.
"We just haven't encountered one before."
"Necromancy was very popular hundreds of years ago. Do you think our ancestors summoned demons?" It was a horrible thought.
"They must have done. Or why have I got so many spells about them in my grimoire? From what I've seen so far, they certainly engaged in darker magic than we do. And you must have some demon-related spells in yours."
She had to grudgingly admit she did. "I thought it was more theoretical than practical."
"Everything's theoretical until you decide to act on it."
A thought struck her. "How did you learn to do the whole lightning bolt thing?"
"The grimoire, of course. And there's a whole lot more in there, too. No wonder someone else wants them."
They crested a rise and the hedges fell away, the headlights spilling onto rough grass. Alex turned down a rutted lane and the car bounced as they raced along. Avery braced herself against the sides, hoping she wouldn't be brained on the car roof. The Alpha didn't like the uneven surface. They could see the bleached outline of the building ahead of them, but there was no sign of Elle or Reuben. Alex screeched to a halt next to Elle's battered 4x4 Land Rover, and they bounded out, the slamming of the car doors shattering the silence. By unspoken agreement, they studied their surroundings. Nothing moved. Even the normal night sounds had fled. Whitehaven twinkled below, and out at sea the lights of the boats moved with the tide. Close by, however, there was only darkness, the fields invisible, with only a sense of the openness of the unseen landscape. Avery directed her energy so it formed a ball in her hands, ready to fling at any unwanted visitors, and then focused her senses outwards, looking for something, anything. The sky above was clear, the stars unflinching, with no sign of whatever had happened earlier. Was she imagining it, or could she detect a strange smell? It was like an unnatural rot. Satisfied there was nothing waiting to attack them, they headed into the remnants of the house, passing through the shell of rooms with their broken walls and a trace of foundation showing like bones. There was still no sign of Elle and Reuben. Alex whispered,
"The lines ran up the hill, remember?"
He led the way, watchful and silent. They both muffled their presence with the spell, cloaking their bodies so they appeared like shadows. The locators of Elle's spell were still visible, pale lines marking long-vanished foundations of maybe an earlier dwelling. Within a few minutes, they came to a black hole in the ground, its opening several feet below the surface. Piles of earth and stone stood either side, and a huge stone square like a flagstone lay upended to the side. The smell of rot was stronger now, coming from the hole. "What now?" Avery asked. "If we go down there, they could attack us by accident, or if something's down there with them." She trailed off, her meaning apparent. "I'll look." Alex dropped to his knees and put his head in, projecting a pale light from his hand downwards, while Avery kept watch. After a few seconds he said, "It's an old cellar. Follow me." He dropped from sight. As soon as he was in, she took a last look around and slid into the hole after him. He gripped her waist and gently lowered her to the ground. A passageway snaked away from them, a pale light ahead. They had only taken a few steps when a scream rang out, and then a shout of rage. Alex ran and Avery followed, her heart pounding. She again summoned energy into a white-hot ball in her hands, but as Alex rounded a corner, he came to a stop. A few passages opened up, but only one was lit, and he again raced down it following its turns. Another hideous scream echoed around them. Alex stopped, and she thudded into the back of him. He stepped aside quickly, and for a brief second, Avery took in the room. It was long and low, lined with rough brick and rotten timbers. The smell of rot and damp was strong. A lamp hung from the ceiling, and the faint yellow light showed a wooden box on the floor against the far wall. Reuben was standing in the centre of the room, facing a shadowy beast in the corner that crackled with heat, its misshapen limbs gripping Elle, who struggled to break free, screaming as flames crackled around her. It was a demon. An actual demon. Reuben was clearly trying to block the demon's access to the box, but his arms and legs were wrapped in coils of flames that seemed to be trying to pull him towards the beast, or pull him apart. Reuben roared with pain as he resisted, but as they entered the room, the flames receded and Reuben collapsed. Alex ran to Reuben and dragged him back towards the entrance, while Avery tried to marshal her scattered thoughts. If they attacked the demon, they attacked Elle. But the box was intact, and it looked similar to Alex's. It must contain the other grimoire. Avery directed her ball of glowing witch fire at the box and shouted, "Release her, or I destroy the box!" For a second the demon waited. Its flames slowed and the crackle subsided. Avery felt, rather than saw Alex move next to her. She shouted again, "I'll do it! Elle means more to me than the grimoire." The ball of light swelled in her hands as she stepped closer to the box. The demon needed to know she meant business. She blasted the box, engulfing it in flames, and the demon roared with an unearthly howl. "Release her now!" From deep within the depths of the demon, a column of fire rushed towards her and she rolled, flattening herself against the far wall as Alex threw up a shield in front of both of them. "Blast it again, Avery!" She blasted the now smouldering box, and the demon howled again, this time flinging Elle to the floor as it charged across the room towards them. Avery redirected her aim to the demon, and Alex joined her, battering the demon with their combined powers. Avery saw Elle staggering to her feet, and she joined them with another blast of energy. The demon was surrounded, but it grew in size, filling the centre of the room. The room now sizzled with heat and magic, and the white-hot fire surrounding the demon was almost blinding. Was it feeding off them? Avery was dimly aware of the dampness in the walls and the earth surrounding them, and drawing on it, shot a jet of water at the creature instead. This time steam billowed as the demon howled with an unearthly cry that covered her skin in goosebumps. With a final flash of power, the demon streamed upwards and out of the cellar. and suddenly the room was empty. Elle fell to her knees and Alex rushed over to her.
"Are you all right?"
"I'll be okay. I've just used a lot of energy protecting myself, and that thing sucked some from me. Is Reuben all right?" Avery was dazed and exhausted, but she turned and checked Reuben, finding him groggy and weak. "I don't know, but he's alive. We need to get out of here before that thing comes back. We're not going anywhere without that box," Elle said, standing on shaky legs.
"Oh, we're definitely taking that box,"
Alex agreed. He looked at Avery.
"Are you okay?"
She nodded. "I'm fine, I think. Better than Reuben, anyway." She pulled Reuben's arm, trying to avoid the blistering skin already coiling around his forearms. "Hey, Reuben, you need to get up. We have to get out of here." He looked up at her, his skin ashen, his tattoos even more vivid against his pallor. Avery could see blistering around his calves as well, but he extended his hand and she pulled him to his feet.
"I feel like crap,"
he said with a grimace. "We need to get Briar. She's better at healing than any of us," Elle said, looking worried.
"Go," Alex said. "I'll bring the box. We need to leave before that thing comes back with friends."
They met at Elspeth's flat. Unlike Alex and Avery, Elspeth didn't live above her shop. She lived on the top floor of an old converted warehouse overlooking the harbour. The walls were a mixture of warm brick and ornate dark wallpaper like her shop. The floor was made of solid oak, and the windows were long and metal-framed. And it was small. "I love it, but it cost me a fortune," Elle had once complained. Lamplight pooled in the corners and incense filled the air as Elle completed a protection spell. They had squashed into the lift, and mostly fell into her flat, all of them exhausted. The wooden box was on the floor looking ominous. Avery gazed out of the window at the harbour below, illuminated by the streetlights, and watched the gentle rise and fall of the waves and the boats bobbing gently on the swell. She could feel the box behind her. Half of her wanted to see what was in it, half of her wanted to be at home, tucked up in bed, asleep. Or maybe with Alex. She was aware of his presence everywhere, like a tickling of her senses, and she longed to touch him again. A loud knock at the door disturbed her reverie, and Briar came in, followed by Gil.
"I wasn't sure you'd be able to come," Alex told him.
Gil frowned as he rushed to Reuben's side.
"Reuben's hurt. Of course I'm here. How are you doing, Rue?"
"I've been better," he said. He sat on the sofa, sipping a strong coffee. "The burns are the worst. That thing lashed me with these weird flame ropes."
"Not a thing. It was a demon," Alex said seriously, as he sat on a stool at the kitchen counter. "We have to call it what it is."
Gil and Briar looked shocked. The others were used to the term now. "When you said it over the phone, I thought it was a joke," Briar said. She sat on the floor next to Reuben, unpacking her bottles and salves. She was pale without makeup, her hair bundled on top of her head. "It's no joke," Elle murmured from where she sat in front of the fireplace, black candles burning there instead of a fire to ward off the spirits. "That thing wrapped me up in its demon fire. I'm lucky I wasn't burnt either. I presume it needed me. Maybe to open the box. I have some salves for burns, and a spell for spirit fire. Let's hope that helps," Briar said, choosing a pot.
"Tell us everything,"
Gil urged. Alex explained about the spirit walking, and then Elle told them about their investigations which had led to the house. She turned to Alex and Avery. "So you saw something during your spirit walk? Was it the same thing?"
"I don't know," Alex shrugged. "But we were above you and it rushed at us. It was a dark mass. It looked like the demon in the room, but it could have been someone with dark energy disguising themselves.
Avery leaned back against the window frame, its cold steel digging into her shoulder. If the demon was controlled by necromancy, then it could be that whatever or whoever was spirit-walking sent the demon. Gil had been watching Briar expertly tend to Reuben's wounds, but now he looked at Avery.
You're saying somebody controlled that thing? The demon?
Why would a demon need a spellbook, Gil? She asked. They don't. Witches need spellbooks. Witches control demons. Or at least some do. It was very popular in medieval times, and someone clearly is willing to do anything to get those grimoires. It was a horrible thing to acknowledge, but they had to. She watched Gil and Reuben. They were both so different. Reuben, the handsome surfer, who had supposedly turned his back on magic, and Gil, his older, quieter brother. Gil's hair was darker and shorter, and he was slightly thicker set, but now that they sat next to each other, Avery could see the family resemblance around their eyes and the set of their mouth.
So, instead of healing and nurturing magic, we're now dealing with dark magic?
Gil looked at Avery accusingly.
You've caused this, by finding that box and those papers.
Avery felt like she'd been punched. Sod off, Gil. I didn't cause this, and I didn't find those papers or even look for them. They were left to me. If you want to blame anyone, blame Anne. She was angry now, and she could feel her magic ready to sizzle again. In fact, blame your relative. She's the one who dragged Anne into all this. The tension in the room was palpable as Gil stood.
We only have Anne's word for that. It could be a lie or a double cross. Something to draw us into looking, all for someone else's purposes. Anne went to a lot of trouble to point us in the right direction. When she was dead. Very convenient.
Avery stepped towards Gil. You had no idea about your history. Stop trying to blame someone else. It's probably your mad Uncle Addison who tried to kill us tonight.
Stop it, both of you.
Alex stepped between them and faced Gil.
You have to accept this, Gil, like it or not. I suggest you start looking for your own grimoire. You too, Briar. The gods only know what's in there.
He turned to Avery, a ghost of a smile in his eyes.
I'll help you find yours.
He then announced to all of them,
and we need to stick together. I don't know about you, but I have no idea how to summon a demon, control one, or destroy one. That thing we encountered tonight is only banished. It will be back. We need to be ready for it.
13. Avery woke late and stretched in her bed luxuriously. And then she winced. She felt as heavy as lead and had a dull headache. Last night's activities had depleted her energy levels, and she needed to replenish them. The sunlight filtered through her blinds, and in the warm light she wondered if last night had been a nightmare. So many things had happened. The spirit walk had been magical, well, most of it. And Alex. What had happened there? The feel of his kiss still lingered on her lips, and she hoped it would happen again. And then, of course, the demon had changed everything. It was only Friday, 1 week since she had been given the box and the letter from Anne, but it felt like a lifetime had passed. She looked around for reassurance, at her pictures, the shelves with her favourite objects displayed, her soft bed linen and her old drawers and wardrobe. Here she felt safe. As she moved her feet down the bed, she pushed against something heavy and heard a meow. Circe and Medea lay sprawled on the duvet, blinking at her. Time for breakfast. After she'd showered, she hurried down to the shop and found a few customers were already browsing. The mellow sounds of John Coltrane played in the background. Sally was straightening cards and tidying shelves, but she took one look at her and said, "Let's talk." Avery caught Dan's eyes from where he stood at the counter, and he grinned as if he knew exactly the type of conversation they were about to have. He was tall, dark and skinny, and was far more tolerant of her erratic behaviour over the last few days than Sally. Avery headed to the coffee pot in the back room and poured herself a large mug. "Would you like one, Sally?" Sally leaned against the doorframe, arms folded across her chest. "Don't try to distract me. What's going on with you?" Her lips were pursed into a thin line, and she looked genuinely worried. "Nothing's going on. I've just had a few busy days and late nights." She sipped her coffee and felt the warm rush of caffeine thaw her sluggish brain. "I have never known you not to come into work before, or forget to call me. And you look like shit today." Wow, Sally wasn't pulling any punches. "Thanks, Sally. You're so sweet to notice." She sighed. "I'm saying this because I'm your friend and I'm worried about you. Your behaviour is weird. The stuff I had from Anne has thrown up some questions about my family, that's all," she said, trying to reassure her. "I've just been investigating, and that's meant some late nights." Sally knew her family was a touchy subject. Hopefully she wouldn't ask anything further. "You know a woman was killed last night. I hope you haven't been wandering the streets on your own. It's not safe." Avery almost spilled her coffee in shock. "Who was killed? Where?" "A car was found crashed on the road heading out of town. There was blood everywhere, apparently. The police aren't saying much at the moment, but there are no other cars involved, and it's really suspicious." Avery felt dizzy, and she groped for a stool. "What, miles away? On the moors? No, just outside the town." She lowered her voice. "I saw Joe this morning as I was opening up. He said he's never seen anything like it. It was like she'd been attacked by an animal." Joe was one of the local policemen. He'd been to school with Sally and knew her well, and besides, in a small town, news travelled fast. Avery's brain didn't seem to want to process anything. "But I thought you said it was a car accident. That can cause a lot of blood?" "Joey wouldn't say, but I think there was something else." "So they think a crazy person did this? That there's some sort of killer in the area?" Sally clammed up. "I don't know, but it's weird. You should be careful." "Well, so should you then," she retaliated. Avery desperately needed to speak to the others. Was this a human attack, or had the demon attacked some poor woman? As horrible as the thought was that there was a murderer on the loose, it was far preferable to a demon. "Look," she said in an effort to appease Sally, "I haven't done anything to endanger myself. Don't worry. And I'm sure this accident is just that. Okay? You're heading out the door again, aren't you? Just for a while. I won't be long." Before Avery left, she went back up to her flat and covered it in every ward and protection spell she could think of. And then she protected the shop, too. She would take every precaution she could. Avery's feet seemed to know where she was going before she did. They led her straight to the pub. Part of her wondered if it was wise to see Alex again so soon. She was confused about the kiss. Was it something that could happen again, or was it a spur-of-the-moment flirt that meant nothing? Well, to him. It meant more than it should to her. As much as she might try to deny it, she was attracted to him. Maybe she should try to put up some barriers. Self-protection was a good thing. The town was getting busy. Shoppers meandered along the streets, enjoying the bunting that had appeared over the last few days, and shop owners were decorating their window displays for the summer solstice. As Whitehaven was a town that embraced its witchy history, witch burning included, it also embraced the natural rhythms of the season, and the solstice was one of them. Tomorrow night there'd be fires and parties on the beach, and the pubs would be offering specials. Unfortunately, at this moment, the Wayward Sun was closed. As much as she was itching to wake Alex, she figured she should let him sleep. Instead, she headed for Elle's shop to see how Reuben was. The door swung silently in, and she found the same woman from the other day behind the counter. Instead of letting her through, she said, "She's still at home, and I know nothing." She held her hand up to ward off further questions, and Avery turned round and headed to the quay, convinced she knew more than she was letting on. The entrance to Elle's flat had a big lobby with bare brick walls and a call system at the bottom. She pressed the buzzer, and without needing to speak, Elle said, "Come on up, Avery." Presuming the dread guardian of the shop, as Avery had started to call her, had phoned ahead, Avery headed through the doors that Elle had released and into the lift. Within seconds, she was in Elle's flat. Sunlight and a light breeze streamed in through the big windows. The harbour sparkled in the sunshine, and the boats bobbed on the sea. She had a moment of pleasure as she looked at the beautiful place where she lived. Before her eye was drawn to the box in the centre of the lounge. "You managed to open it." Elle sat on the floor in front of it, objects strewn around her. "It's similar to Alex's. A goblet, an athame, a ritual bowl, a white-handled bowline, and some jewellery. A beautiful old pendant." She offered it to Avery, and she examined it by the window. The silver chain was long, and the pendant was a blood-red stone. She must have looked puzzled because Elle said, "Carnelian, to protect and confer endurance and courage. If I'm honest, it's what I need right now." Avery sat onto the rug next to her. "Have you heard what happened on the moor last night, after we left?" "No, what?" "A woman had a car accident. Except it's probably just meant to look like an accident." Elle was already pale, but if it was possible she turned paler, and her hand flew to her mouth. "No." "Yes, I'm wondering if it was the demon." Elle closed her eyes briefly. "What have we got into, Avery? This isn't what I love about magic. Demons, blood, unbridled power. I want to protect people, make them happy, tap into nature, live at one with our surroundings." Avery snorted. "We haven't got unbridled power, and I doubt we will. Besides, we choose what we do with our magic, but we can't control a demon. I'm not sure I want to." "Good. Neither do I. But we're going to have to, because it will come for us again." Avery could hardly believe she was saying such a thing on this bright, beautiful day. "Do we know who the woman was?" Avery shook her head. "No, not yet." "Do the others know?" "I don't know. I haven't spoken to them yet." She looked around the room. "Where's Reuben?" "Gil took him home. He wanted to keep an eye on him." Elle's pretty face fell into a sullen frown. "I don't think he trusted me. He's his younger brother. He's just worried. The thing is, Reuben didn't even argue. I think he's mad at me. He barely looked at me as he left." Avery wasn't sure before, but she was sure now. Elle and Reuben definitely had something between them. Elle looked like she might cry. Avery patted her shoulder. "He had a horrible shock. He knows you, and he knows what you are. Hell, he's a witch too. He'll come round. He might even accept his gifts." Avery nodded towards the box. What about the grimoire? The box is virtually identical to Alex's. Different markings, but that's all. The grimoire must be in the lid. Elle seemed pleased to focus on something else. They're runes again. One to protect against spirits and demons, but the ones around the lid are different. I'm not opening it here, though, not alone. I was thinking of bringing it to our solstice celebration tomorrow. I want to open it while we're all together. Okay, Avery nodded. Seems sensible. Although under the potency of a waning gibbous moon and in the open, they might attract more than they were ready for. However, she kept her thoughts to herself. We're celebrating in my garden. It's already warded and protected, and I'll add to that today. They both jumped as the intercom rang loudly. Elle headed over and pushed the button. Hi, Elle here.
This is Detective Inspector Newton. We'd like to ask you a few questions, please.
Elle looked at Avery in shock and mouthed, Shit. She turned quickly to the intercom. Certainly. Can I ask what about?
We'll explain when we see you.
He sounded stern, and Avery felt her stomach flip.
Are you going to let us in?
Of course. Come on up. She pressed the release button and turned to Avery, stricken. Bollocks, and triple bollocks. And then her gaze fell on the box, which even in the bright sunlight looked distinctly magical. We'll cover it with a spell, Avery said quickly. Help me drag it to the corner. Elle ran over, and between them they wrestled it under a table as Avery quickly cast a spell that made the box invisible. What can they want, Avery? Maybe they saw your car on a camera. Stay calm. You were going for a drive in the moonlight and saw nothing. That's allowed, you know. They were interrupted by a knock at the door, and after a final look around the room, Elle went to the door while Avery stood in the kitchen making tea and trying to calm her nerves. As soon as Elle opened the door, a tall man with dark hair swept into the room, followed by a younger man with reddish hair. They both looked around, stopping briefly when they saw Avery, and then finally stared at Elle, who now looked very composed. Hi, I'm Elspeth. Please come in. She gestured further into the room. Detective Inspector Newton, I presume? The dark-haired man spoke first.
Yes, and this is Officer Moore.
Moore nodded and followed the DI into the middle of the room, seeming to fill Elle's small flat. Avery thought Newton looked as if he was in his mid-30s, and he was handsome, the clean lines of his face exuding both confidence and suspicion. He wore a single-breasted grey suit and a crisp white shirt, and it looked good on him. Moore's suit, in comparison, looked a little rumpled. Avery came out from behind the open-plan kitchen counter and shook their hands as well, trying very hard to make a good impression. Hi, I'm Avery, Elle's friend. Newton nodded, looking her up and down.
I know your face. You run the occult store.
The bookshop, she corrected him, a stone in her stomach. All shop owners had regular interactions with the police as part of community policing and safety. However, she had never met Newton before. Can I get you some tea? I'm making some anyway.
No thanks.
His face was grim, and he turned to Elle.
There was a death last night just outside Whitehaven. We've been combing the footage of the cameras leading out of town along that road, and your car was seen leaving at 11:07 p.m. and coming back into town around 1:15 a.m. Where had you been?
Just out for a drive. I like to sit on the cliff top and watch the sea. I also found out recently that my ancestral family home used to be the old Hawk House up on the hills. I wanted to see it.
At night?
He asked, watching Elle closely while Moore scribbled away. Avery risked a glance under the far table and satisfied that the box couldn't be seen, busied herself with tea. I was with Reuben. It seemed romantic, gazing at the stars. She smiled, but it was obviously forced.
Who's Reuben?
Reuben Jackson. He's a local, works at Green Lane Nursery.
One of the Jacksons from Green Lane Manor?
He asked, his eyes narrowing. Elle nodded. Yes.
Did you see anything while you were out?
Nothing, except a few passing cars. Why?
You didn't hear anything?
Elle folded her arms across her chest. No. Why are you asking me questions if there was a car accident? I mean, I'm sorry that someone is dead, but I didn't see anything. I would have stopped, obviously. And I certainly didn't hit anyone. You can check my car. Newton hesitated a moment and glanced at Moore, who gave the faintest of nods. He looked at Elle and then beyond her to where Avery stood, now sipping tea and desperately trying to calm her rapidly beating heart.
We're not worried about another car. We're worried about something far darker.
The silence in the room seemed to solidify, anchoring Avery to the spot. What do you mean, darker? Elle asked. He changed tack.
You two, and a few others in Whitehaven, have a certain reputation.
We do? Elspeth said, looking confused. He grimaced.
Yes. And while some people may think it's interesting, even exciting, I think it's dangerous.
Detective Inspector, you're going to have to be a bit clearer with that. I really don't know what you mean, Elle said, remaining very composed. Maybe there was a flicker of glamour there, too. Avery silently applauded her.
Magic is what I mean, he said, looking her straight in the eye. Magic that uses the laws of nature for its own ends.
Avery's eyebrows shot up, but Elle continued smoothly. Magic respects nature. It does not abuse it, and neither do I. While I may have a certain reputation, it's all for the good. I sell simple trinkets, necklaces, bracelets, and rings that have the natural properties of the gemstones I use. That's not magic.
So why do people whisper that if they need certain charms or protections, they should visit your shop?
I merely capitalise on the glamour of magic, but I'm just a silversmith.
And you, he said, addressing Avery, you sell books on the occult, mysticism, divination, and tarot cards.
I also sell romance, action, thrillers, and fantasy books. It's not illegal, she said, her anger building. This is not the Dark Ages. This town has a rich history, built on the witch hunts and the burning. If you haven't noticed, the whole town is full of soothsayers, fortune-tellers, herbalists, and angel believers. That's why tourists come here. I sell what people are interested in. She could feel a breeze whipping up around her again, and she saw Newton narrow his eyes as a strand of her hair lifted in front of her face. She quickly tucked it behind her ear. His grey eyes darkened like a storm.
The woman on the road had her throat ripped out. Car accidents don't do that.
Elle's hand flew to her chest, and Avery gasped and said, I'm sorry to hear that. Truly sorry. But we had nothing to do with it. She hesitated a second, and then thought she should come clean. After all, he'd have seen Alex's car. I was with Alex Bonneville last night. I know you'll have seen his car too. We met Elle at Hawk House, but that's all. We didn't see anything either. Newton's face was like granite.
So you all met at the Hawk House site, a couple of days before the solstice, and a young woman died violently.
I can assure you those events are not connected, Avery said, her voice icy as she glared back at Newton.
We need to speak to Alex Bonneville and Reuben Jackson.
Newton gave them both a long, searching look, and then he studied the room carefully as if something would suddenly reveal itself. "That's all for now. Do not repeat what we told you about the way the woman died. If you think of anything, come and see me. And don't go anywhere." He pulled his card out and laid it on the coffee table, while Moore pocketed his notebook. He had said nothing throughout the entire interview, and he followed Newton silently out the door. As soon as they had left, Avery snorted, "Don't go anywhere. Where the hell does he think we'd go? I live here." "Holy shit, Avery. We're persons of interest in a murder investigation, and a woman is dead." Elle collapsed on the sofa, and Avery walked over and sat next to her, cradling her now lukewarm tea and bringing one for Elle. They were silent for a few moments, and Avery leaned back, closing her eyes, trying to rationally think through the events of the previous night. Elle interrupted her thoughts. "What do we know about demons, Avery?" "Not much. They're dark entities that need blood or souls to feed on. Powerful, unruly, vengeful, and they don't belong in our world. They can be summoned and controlled with necromancy. If you're insane." Avery opened her eyes to find Elle staring at her. "Well, that's what I know. What about you?" "The same. To be honest, I never thought they were real. I thought they were a magical figment that belonged in the Dark Ages. Manifestations of people's fear." "Well, it wasn't a manifestation last night. It killed someone and attacked Reuben. If it's here, it will kill again. We have to stop it." "So now we have 3 problems," Avery said. "We have a premonition, a suspicious detective, and whoever's attacking us and their pet demon to sort out. I'd better let Alex know he's going to get visitors, and you need to tell Reuben." She pulled her phone from her bag. Avery decided she wanted the rest of her day to be normal, without any more drama. She stopped at the bakery and bought a selection of cakes, pastries, and 3 double-shot lattes with a sprinkling of cinnamon. When she arrived at the shop at just after 11, she found Dan sitting on a stool behind the counter, reading a book. The music had changed, and Led Zeppelin's Kashmir was now playing. "Hi," she said, plastering a smile on and trying to put her nerves behind her. "I bought snacks." There were only a couple of customers browsing in the thriller section, so she plonked the goods down on the counter and took a long drink of coffee. Sometimes she felt caffeine was the only thing getting her through the day. "So the Wanderer returns," Dan said with a wry smile as he put his book down and reached for a latte. "This is great. Cheers." "Quiet morning?" Avery asked. "Bit of a rush earlier, but it's quietened down now. What have you been up to? You've made Sally a very grumpy woman." Avery decided to be honest. "I've been questioned by the police, actually. All because me and Alex took a late-night drive to the hills above the town." Dan's face fell. "That poor woman. But they questioned you. I thought it was an accident." "A suspicious accident," Avery explained, not wanting to say more. "Anyway, I think he was happy-ish with our explanation. Obviously, we know nothing." Which wasn't strictly true, but she wasn't about to talk about demons. Dan would think she was mad. In fact, she might be. "Where is Sally?" she asked, looking around. "Out the back. Sally!" he yelled. "Coffee's here." He reached for a pastry. "Wow, these are awesome." "Oh, you're back," Sally said, coming from the back room, a mixture of relief and annoyance on her face. She spotted the coffee and cakes. "A peace offering?" "Sort of. Sorry. It's been a hell of a week." Dan spoke through a mouthful of pastry.
And she's been interviewed by the police.
But I'm fine. Avery rushed to calm Sally. It's just a misunderstanding. Sally leaned closer, glancing at the customers to make sure they were out of hearing range, and said quietly, Things have changed since you picked up Anne's stuff. Why? It's nothing, Avery said, also leaning in. She just gave me some family histories, that's all. We both know about yours. She hesitated for a second. Practices. Plus, it's the solstice. Do you need our help? Avery was so shocked that she almost spit her coffee out. What do you mean, practices? Dan smiled. This is a witchy town. But we all know there's more witch in some of us than others. That includes you, Avery. And don't panic. I make no secrets of my interests. She started defensively. Oh, bollocks, Avery. We're not talking interests, we're talking practices, Dan said, brushing pastry flakes from his shirt. We respect your abilities, but they're not a secret. Not to us, anyway. Avery felt the hair stand up on the back of her neck. She had tried so hard to hide her powers, and she hoped they didn't know the scope of them. She must have looked shocked, because Sally added, Don't worry, only a few people really know, locals. We respect your privacy, but if something weird is going on, they will start to ask questions. We know you're safe, but magic is magic. They both fell silent as Avery sipped her coffee and tried to think of something to say. Today was going to be one of those days, and with the impending solstice, it could be weirder than most. All right, she said, making her mind up and glancing once more over her shoulder. I have certain abilities. It's hereditary. I am safe with my abilities, as in, I do not intend harm. But there are others who do. Things may not be so safe around here at the moment, so I want you both to be careful. I'll prepare an amulet for you, and I want you to promise me to carry it always, at least for a while. So something is going on? Sally asked, her jokey tone vanishing. Yes, but that's all I'm saying. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to head upstairs and prepare your protection. She looked at their shocked faces and allowed herself a small laugh. Well, you did ask. Avery checked the first floor to ensure nothing remotely magical lay around, just in case D.I. Newton arrived unannounced, and then did the same in the attic. She shoved the wooden box into the working area where her shelves were filled with her supplies and cast a spell to dissuade visitors from looking too hard in that particular spot. Satisfied with her work and needing to collect herbs for the amulets, she crossed the small back alley to the walled garden and entered it through the ornately decorated gate. She always kept it locked, but it was also spelled with protection to ward away prying eyes. Once inside, she sighed in relief. Her garden always calmed her. It was surrounded with 4 high walls covered with climbers and espaliered fruit trees, and seemed bigger than it really was, because it was impossible to see it all from one spot. Pergolas and gazebos added height and structure, and plants grew with giddy profusion. There were roses, irises, dahlias, verbenas, geraniums, lavender, hollyhocks, delphiniums, lupins, shrubs and small trees, and much more. Gravel paths wound through the plot, and everywhere she walked she brushed by plants, releasing their perfume into the air. They would welcome the solstice here tomorrow, and they would be undisturbed. In the centre of the garden was a grassed area, as smooth as velvet and perfect for rituals, Although the garden was surrounded by other buildings, only her own flat was high enough to see into it. She bypassed the garden table and chairs where she had talked to Alex the other night and pressed on to where the herbs grew. After filling a basket with a variety of cuttings, she decided to return later to collect some roots for other spells. They were best gathered at dusk. After working diligently all afternoon, Avery saw Dan and Sally once more before the end of the day to give them their amulets. She called them into the back room and left the door ajar to watch for customers. "Here you go," she said. Dan looked bemused at the small muslin bag that was filled with herbs and tied at the neck with cord.
"What do I do with it?"
"Wear it." She pulled the cord free of the bag. "See, you can hang it around your neck, tuck it under your shirt, or put it in your pocket. Wherever is more comfortable, just wear it." Sally looked at her wide-eyed. "It just looks like the herbs I put in my underwear drawer. Does it do anything?" "It does plenty. Just take it and use it," Avery said. Sally touched it gingerly, and then lifted it over her head like a necklace so it rested under her shirt as Avery had suggested, while Dan put his in his jeans pocket. "Excellent. Please be careful." Avery felt as if a huge weight had been lifted off her shoulders, and although she was sure that feeling wouldn't last long, she decided to enjoy it while it lasted. It was nice to be able to be even a little bit honest with two people who weren't witches.
"What are you doing for the rest of the day?" Dan asked. "We're going to the Mermaid for a pint if you want to come."
Avery shook her head. "No, I'm having a quiet night, thanks. Just me, the cats, and the TV." "You sure?" Sally said, looking worried. "Absolutely. See you in the morning." Once they'd gone, and the shop was locked up, Avery enjoyed the laziest night she could, not even wanting to look at Anne's research. The previous night's events had exhausted her, and the woman's death had depressed her. Magic was the last thing she wanted to do, and besides, the solstice would be a busy. 14. Saturdays were always busy, customers streaming in and out of the shop, and all the talk was about the celebrations on the beach later. Avery, like many others, had decorated her shop window. The day passed in a whirl of chat and sales, and she barely had time to think about their own celebrations that night. Neither Dan nor Sally made any mention of their conversation from the previous day, and Avery was relieved. On his way out the door, Dan asked, "Are you going to the beach later?" "No, I'll be celebrating privately tonight. Are you?" He grinned.
"Sure. Who doesn't enjoy a good bonfire, a bit of chanting by a local pagan druid, and a few beers?"
One of the town councillors liked to officiate at the solstice and equinox celebrations, proclaiming himself the local druid. Visitors and locals loved it, although there was no real magic involved at all. She laughed, but added a warning. "Have fun, but stay with the crowds." He waved and sauntered down the street, and Avery hoped that the event would keep whoever was controlling the demon away. The pale blue sky seemed like a lid on the town, trapping the heat of the day within the lanes and buildings. One of the pleasures of midsummer, Avery thought, was the light that lasted late into the night. She headed into the garden, spending the next few hours preparing for the other witch's arrival and trying to ignore her growing hunger pangs. Some magic needed an empty stomach, so Avery hadn't eaten since breakfast. They had decided to celebrate the solstice with a very non-witchy barbecue after their celebration. Avery's brick-built barbecue hadn't been used since the previous summer, so she scrubbed it clean, prepared salads, and made sure there were plenty of candles to supplement the electric lighting that illuminated the garden, paths, plants, and the table. the whole place would look pretty and magical. Alex arrived first, the crunch of the gravel as he walked down the path announcing his arrival. Well, that and the shiver of magic that told her he'd passed through the gate. She sat at the table sipping water and smiled as he came into view. Last week, she had wanted to strangle him. But now, her heart raced as she remembered that long, lingering kiss. He sank into the chair opposite hers. "How you doing?" "I've been better." He placed his beer in the cooler and took a swig of water. "Thanks for the heads up yesterday. D.I. Newton arrived with his silent witness in tow. What a creepy pair they are." "They do have a murder to investigate." "I know. I'm trying to make light of a bad situation. I'm not normally suspected of murder." He looked around. "I can feel you've increased your protection." "Yep, and I gave Dan and Sally an amulet bag, too." He raised his eyebrows. "Apparently, a few locals know I'm a witch, and you too, probably. They mentioned others, and I didn't ask. I'm really not sure how much they know of what we actually can do. But we're trusted to do the right thing, apparently. So I did." "Has anyone ever said anything to you?" "About magic? Never. But I work in a pub, not an occult bookstore. And I think people associate women far more with witches than men. Doesn't sound like they'll be hounding you out of town, anyway," Alex said with a grin. "Did you ask Elle what happened at Hawk House? You know, how the demon arrived?" "No. Newton arrived before I'd had a chance to find out. We'll ask later." His eyes darkened and dropped to her lips, and she suspected he was going to say something significant. But the gate opened again, and Elle and Briar arrived. Avery wasn't sure if she was relieved or disappointed. Briar was looking her most ethereal. Her dark hair was loose and she wore white everything, a long skirt and a lace-trimmed cotton shirt. Elle was wearing her usual black, and her white blonde hair glowed in the evening light. She was carrying a large object wrapped in a blanket. "No Gil yet?" Elle said. "No." "Any news from Reuben?" Avery asked. Elle grimaced. "No." Briar studied them all. "I feel I'm missing something." "We'll hang on for Gil and then we'll fill you in," Avery said. "What are you carrying, Elle?" "I've brought a sword bound with ceremonial magic. I thought it would be great to draw our circle." She unwrapped it, revealing a sword with a simple hilt made of a mix of silver and what looked like copper, and the blade had a fine engraving running down the center. Avery's jaw dropped in amazement. "Wow, that's so cool." Alex leapt to his feet. "May I?" Elle grinned. "Of course." Alex swished it around dramatically. "I like this." "Better not let Newton see you with it, or he'll be accusing you all over again," Avery said. "I feel like a musketeer." Elle teased him. "You don't look like one." Briar was silent, but she watched Alex admiringly. And for a second Avery felt a flash of guilt as she remembered their kiss from last night. She was sure Briar fancied him, but it seemed Alex was oblivious. His muscles flexed as he moved, stirring Avery's desire. Elle laughed and stepped in to adjust his grip. "Seriously, Alex, you're holding it all wrong." They were so amused by Alex's antics that they didn't hear Gil arrive, or Reuben, who appeared behind him. Elle froze, staring at Reuben with wide, questioning eyes, and the place fell silent for a brief second. Alex strode towards them. "Gil, good to see you. Rue, how are you? We've been worried sick." Despite the attack a couple of nights before, Reuben grinned, as ruggedly handsome as always. "It'll take more than a demon to finish me off."
Thanks for your help the other night. Without you two, things would have been very different."
He looked at Elle, suddenly serious.
"How are you?"
Relief washed over her face. She had been so worried he wouldn't forgive her. Feeling guilty. "I could have killed you."
"No, the demon could have. It wasn't your fault. You could have died too."
"What about the burns?" Reuben showed her the angry red welts at his wrists, arms and legs.
"They're still there, but they're healing, thanks to Briar's kick-ass poultice."
Gil sat at the table.
"Well, I'm pissed at all of you. This is still insanity to me." "You better get used to it," Alex said, placing the sword on the table, "because it's not going away." "I don't appreciate the police coming to visit either," Gil added. "Neither do I."
"Or me," Elle said, annoyed. Briar intervened. "The police? What's happened since I last saw you?" "Didn't you hear?" Avery asked, having a feeling she was about to ruin Briar's night. "A woman died on the hills above Whitehaven last night." She nodded. "A car accident? What's that got to do with us?" "It wasn't a car accident. It was the demon." Briar looked horrified as the reality of their situation sank in. "The one that attacked you?"
"Well, there better not be another," Alex said dryly. He turned to Elle. "How did it attack you? You never said."
"We were already underground," she said. "The spell showed us the foundation and led us to the cellar's entrance. Up to that point, we were alone. Obviously, it was dark, but I didn't sense anything. And there wasn't a sound except for the occasional car on the road beyond. It arrived once we were in the room with the box. I don't know where it came from. It was just there. I didn't detect a thing." She exhaled heavily. "I feel pretty stupid. It grabbed me and it was like being held by a cord of electricity. It was horrible. I could sense this darkness and hunger for power, and I couldn't escape. That was really scary."
Reuben nodded. "It's true. It was just there. As it grabbed Elle, it struck me."
"But the box was there," Avery said, puzzled. "Why didn't it take it?" "The wards," Briar said. "They would have repelled it."
Alex nodded. "Good point. Maybe the demon was to keep you there until whoever was controlling it could get there to get the box. We're lucky we were closer." Gil stood up. "If I'm honest, I'm not feeling that celebratory. However, we are here to honor the solstice. So let's get on with it." "Well, I'm going to celebrate surviving my first encounter with the demon," Reuben said with a grin. Surprised, Alex said, "You're joining us after last night. I've decided I can't ignore my magic any longer, especially if I want to survive. So, yes, I am." "Before we start, I need a hand to get the box in," Elle said. "You're all going to help me get my grimoire." They stood on the grassed area in the centre of the garden. Elle held the sword with the point turned down, touching the earth, and starting in the east, she walked around in a full circle that was large enough to hold all of them. The other 5 followed, all murmuring the ritual words. When complete, they stepped into the circle, and when Elle sealed it, Avery felt the outside world falling away as the sacred space enveloped her. All other evening sounds disappeared. Cars, conversations that carried from the road, and even the sound of the breeze rustling through the trees. They had decided to thank the gods and the elements for their magic, and to appeal for strength for the coming year. Speaking in unison, their voices weaving together, they repeated their invocation and exchanged candles as they moved in a steady dance. As the light diminished and the first stars appeared in the sky, Avery felt the turn in the season, the acknowledgement that they were moving towards winter already, the longest day almost over.
The ritual ended, and with the silence came power that soaked into her skin and bones, renewing her for the challenges that were to come. Within the circle, the candlelight at the 4 points of the compass burned steadily, throwing a flickering light over their ritual. But outside it was black, and it pressed in on them. Avery had no idea how long the ritual lasted, as time within the circle had a different pace. But her attention turned to the box in the centre, and she wondered if opening it would be as challenging for Elle as it had been for Alex. Gil broke the silence. "When do you want to open your box, Elle?" "Now's as good a time as any." She opened the lid, which, like Alex's, was deep, with small runes carved around the edge. "Are all the grimoires hidden in boxes?" Briar asked, watching Elle carefully. "Maybe," Avery said, noting that Briar looked worried. Avery still wasn't sure if she wanted to find hers at all. Reuben was opposite Avery, his face in shadow. "It's interesting, isn't it? If we find another one like this, we have to presume they were all hidden together." "It makes sense, though, doesn't it?" Gil said. "The Witchfinder was on his way, and they all needed to hide their grimoires. Perhaps they'd had the boxes prepared for some time." "How do you want to play this, Elle?" Alex asked. He stood next to Avery, and his strong presence resonated beside her. As if he sensed her looking, he glanced at her and winked. She felt her stomach flip. Now was not the time to think about their kiss. Elle sighed. "I have no idea. I'll say the runes as you did, Alex, and hope for the best. I've written them all down. Are you ready for whatever may emerge?" "As ready as I'll ever be," Gil said, then turned to his brother. "Are you sure you want to be in the circle, Rue?" "I'll be fine." "Is blood needed again?" Gil asked, disapproval in his voice. "No." Elle sat cross-legged in front of the box, took a deep breath and started the incantation. Much as when Alex had started reading his runes, Avery felt the air pressure change, becoming heavy, as if it was smothering her. For several seconds, nothing happened. The pressure continued to build as Elle continued her spell, and then shapes manifested around them. Avery blinked, thinking she was seeing things before they became clear. Large, black crows screeched and flapped their wings, buffeting the air. In seconds, there seemed to be hundreds of them. She shouted and pushed a crow away as it flew at her face, scratching and clawing, and then more tangled in her hair. She could barely see. The circle was full of them, and they had nowhere to go. She was dimly aware of Alex and Gil on either side, also struggling against the onslaught. They had to open the circle. Avery grabbed the sword and headed to the east to open the doorway, falling to her knees as she reached the boundary. She uttered spells of banishment, but nothing worked. If anything, the crows were multiplying. She heard shrieks and swearing and tried to protect her eyes as she rose once more to her feet. Elle remained seated in a private bubble of protected space, the crows unable to touch her. An enormous crack resounded as the lid finally split in half. In 3 swift movements, Avery drew the sides of the door and opened the circle, breaking the wall of protection. The air pressure dropped like a stone, and the crows streamed past her. She fell to her knees once more and covered her head with her arms until she felt the rush of beating wings subside. Then she heard the boom of her protective spells breaking, and looking up, saw the arrival of large, dark shadows in the garden beyond their circle. Demons. Alex yelled, "Avery!" He pulled her behind him, and taking the sword, quickly closed the circle again before the demons could step inside. All 6 witches quickly faced outwards, bracing themselves for attack. Fortunately, Elle seemed unharmed after the spell. 2 demons prowled around them. Like at Hawk House, their forms were hulking black shadows with misshapen limbs, but their red eyes glowed. Briar's voice shook. "I know you told me what happened the other night, but I didn't really picture it. I still can't believe it." "My injury's not enough for you, Briar," Reuben said snarkily. "Hey, look on the bright side," Alex said. "Whoever it is sent 2. We must be a bigger threat than they thought." Gil sounded as shocked as Briar. "What are we going to do now?" The demons moved closer to the protective wall around them, as if testing it for weak spots. As they touched the circle, a bright blue flash crackled like electricity. The demon roared and released a stream of flame at the wall, and it lit up again, shielding them. Avery knew that no matter how good their protection was, it would give way eventually. "Elle, maybe you should check that book to see if there is anything on demon banishment," Alex suggested. "Reuben, you okay?" "I'd like some revenge." Reuben clenched his hands into fists. "I'm not sure punching them will work. Will your magic be strong enough? Combined with everyone else's, yes." "How did you banish them last time?" Gil asked, his eyes never leaving the prowling demons. "Fire seemed to strengthen it," Avery said, thinking about the chaotic fight. "But it didn't like water. I poured water from the walls and blasted it. It just disappeared." "Well, there's 6 of us and 2 of them, so I figure we have good odds," Alex said. "But we need a plan. Renewing the protective spell will only trap us here all night. Have you got a pond in your garden, Avery?" "Not really. It's a tiny ornamental thing," she said, thinking of the small pond by her herb garden. While they talked, the demons prowled, pulsing with power, their shadowy mass growing and shrinking as if they were breathing. They had split up and were attacking them from opposite sides, enveloping the circle in flames. And once again the walls crackled with a blue protective light. "We're going to have to break the protection spell to attack," Gil said. "Not until we have a plan," Alex said, his voice curt. While Gil and Alex argued about what to use to banish the demons, Elle crouched on the floor, flicking through the grimoire, desperate for something they could use. She looked at Avery, frustrated. "I can barely read a word of this, especially in this light." Briar interrupted. "There's water in the earth, Avery, lots of it. We just need to draw it out." "And add wind, lots of wind," Reuben suggested. "This is not their environment. If we add enough elements, surely it will overwhelm them." Alex looked excited. "It's worth a shot. Gil, you, Briar and Reuben, draw on water and earth together and we'll support Avery with wind." "I have another suggestion," Elle said. "Use the sword to channel the elements. Either air or water, it will act as a conduit." "Brilliant idea," Alex agreed. "I think air will work better, though, if that's okay with you, Briar." "No problem." They all nodded in agreement, and Elle put the grimoire back in the box and covered it as best as she could. Alex gave Avery the sword. "Let's dissolve the circle together." They stood back to back, hands held, saying the words that ended their protection. Within seconds, the demons advanced, shooting long, forked tongues of flames that flickered like whips around them. Avery felt the white-hot lash of one as it whipped across her bare arms, and she suppressed the urge to scream. She focused only on air and the cold metal of the sword. Fortunately, her anger was enough to draw it quickly. It was the element that leapt quickest to her aid, as if it was always waiting to be called on. Instinctively, Alex and Elle had broken off from the others, and now all 3 stood together, surrounded by a whipping vortex of wind. As one, they directed it at the demons, while the other 3 sent a deluge of water at the same time. A tornado of wind, rain, and damp earth surrounded them all, blinding in its intensity, and Avery heard a shriek. She couldn't be sure if it came from the demons or one of them. The demons continued to lash out with tongues of fire, but struggled against the onslaught of elements. She had to act now. Gathering their combined magic, Avery focused it into one massive blast. The sword was an extension of her being, magnifying her power and directing it like a laser. She wielded it quickly, slashing back and forth as the air howled and her hair whipped around her. The group's combined attack was too strong, and soon the demons disappeared. As Avery lowered her energy, the wind dropped. She thought she'd feel exhausted, but adrenaline soared through her. Her fingers tingled and her awareness was razor sharp. The others stood in a ragged line, and although the wind, rain, and earth had raged around them, they appeared untouched. She grinned. "We did it!" Every single one of them looked at her in shock. "What's the matter?" Alex pointed at the ground. "Feel anything different, Avery?" She looked down and found she was hovering about a foot above the earth. Avery wasn't sure if she felt panic-stricken or excited. No, she was definitely excited. "How am I doing this? Oh, wow! This is so cool!" "Can you stop it?" Elle asked, bemused. She paced around Avery as if she was looking for strings. She giggled. "I'm not sure I want to." "It might cause a problem with the locals, though," Alex said, also trying not to laugh. "By the goddess!" Briar cried out in surprise, pointing at her own feet. Although less obvious than Avery's response to the wind element, Briar's feet were now buried up to her ankles in soil. "You too, Briar," Avery said, unable to quell her rising excitement. "It must be as if the elements recognize us," Briar said, as she pulled her feet out with a grimace. And then a smile flashed across her face. "You know, I was so busy fighting those demons that I didn't think, but it was an incredibly grounding and powerful experience. For a few seconds, I felt I could do that all night." Gil didn't look amused at all. "Fun though this is, those demons might come back, and I'm not sure I have enough juice to do that again. I'm not sure that your garden will survive either. It's a bit worrying that your protection spells didn't last, Avery." He lit the candles again with a turn of his wrist, and all the garden lighting flickered on, too, illuminating the darkness. Avery saw chaos beyond their circle. Plants had been lifted and flung out of position, and her lawn was churned up as if a herd of elephants had trampled across it. As reality hit her, her energy leveled out, and she slowly floated back to the grass, her feet gently touching the ground. "Elle, your book!" she cried with alarm, suddenly remembering the grimoire. Elle headed to the box and lifted the lid. "It's fine. It was protected well enough, especially in the middle of all of us." Briar knelt down, her hands on the earth. "I can help put your garden back together, Avery. You just need to leave me to it." "Well, I'm starved," Alex said, running his hand through his tangled hair. "I'll get the barbecue going while someone helps Avery renew our protection. Nothing ruins a good barbecue like demons." By the time Avery returned to the barbecue area with Gil, the smells of sausages, burgers, chicken, and onions was wafting around them. She was starving. Battling demons was a good way to work up an appetite. Strings of fairy lights twinkled in the trees like fireflies, and candles illuminated the table. The scent of incense and sage mixed with the smell of grilled food. Someone had performed a cleansing ritual, purging the space of any negativity left by the demons. Alex was wearing an apron and sipping beer while turning sausages on the grill. He threw her a grin as she joined them. Reuben sat next to Elle, beer in hand, looking through the grimoire. Whatever had driven him away from magic seemed to have gone, and he appeared to be as interested in the book as all of them. Avery pulled a few beers from the chilly bin of water, and, giving Gil one, chinked his and took a long drink as she sat down at the table. "Where's Briar?" Reuben asked. "Still healing my garden," Avery said. "Oh no, here she is." Briar walked into the light like a garden spirit, except the bottom of her white dress and her feet were muddy. "I think I need a shower," she said, trying to brush the dirt from her hands. "The good news is your garden will survive, but I suggest you turn the hose on it tomorrow." "Thanks, Briar." Avery handed her a beer. "Grab a seat."
"So, what delights are in that book?" Gil asked, with a weary tone. He dropped into the seat next to Reuben. Reuben looked baffled. "Weird stuff. Diagrams, spells, and what looks like alchemy."
"It's definitely alchemy," Elspeth said, leaning back in her chair. "I have simpler versions in my usual grimoire, but these spells have much more detail. There are spells here to trap powers into metal, and protection spells that are sealed in rings or lockets. There's also a spell that traps a person's essence into a sealed jar." "Essence? What's a person's essence?" Avery asked, alarmed. "Their soul." Silence fell, broken only by Alex dropping his metal spatula.
"Is that a joke?"
he asked, leaving the grill and coming over to the table. Elle looked very serious. "No? And don't even ask me to read the spell out, it's hideous. And no, I won't ever try it." Avery felt sick, imagining murder, torture, and worse. "Do you think anyone has tried it?"
"Well, it's in there, isn't it?"
Gil pointed out. He stood up, his chair scraping loudly against the gravel, and he paced around the table.
"I told you I didn't like this. We don't do this kind of magic, and we're not going to," Alex said, looking in annoyed amazement at Gil. "We're not bloody animals. I've got a knife, but I'm not about to start stabbing someone."
Avery laughed. "He's right, Gil. There are thousands of things we could do every day, but we don't. We still exercise our judgment."
"I suppose so," Gil said. "I guess I'm worried what I'll find in my book. It makes me think our ancestors were crazy."
Reuben shook his head and frowned.
"I don't think they were. They were people like us, just a bit closer to their magical roots."
"Well, considering what's happened over the past few days, I've decided I will look for mine," Briar said. She had a streak of dirt across her cheek, and as she brushed her hair back from her face, she added another one. "We can't run away from our past, especially since it seems to be insistently knocking on our door."
"Do you know where to look?" Gil asked, finally sitting again.
"Not yet. Do you?"
"Well, it seems our mad great-uncle hunted everywhere for it, so I'm wondering if it's on our grounds at all. What about you, Avery?"
"I know where my ancestor used to live. It doesn't mean it's still there, though. Besides, someone else is living there now." Elle was studying her grimoire again, but now she stirred. "You know where Helena lived?" "Yes, well, I think so. I presume it's where she lived. Have you ever been to the Witch Museum?"
No."
"Well, not since I was a child," Avery said, wondering where Elle was going with this. "I feel self-conscious there." "Why?" Elle looked thoughtful. "There's something about Helena there. I visited the place when I first moved here. We should go tomorrow."
"Yes, I'm sure there'll be instructions for the hidden grimoire on display," Gil said with a note of impatience.
"Actually, it has a detailed history of the Witchfinder's visit. There may be more there than we realise, now that we're looking at it with fresh eyes."
"Awesome. I've got plenty of staff on tomorrow, so I can get out for a few hours, Alex said, interrupting them. Food's up, and while we eat, we can discuss our witch's day out. He smirked at Avery, and her stomach flipped again. He really was too damn sexy for 15. In the end, only Elle, Briar, Alex, and Avery met at the museum. Reuben had persuaded Gil that it was time to search their grounds for the grimoire, and reluctantly Gil had agreed. The museum was a solidly constructed, stone-walled, low-roofed 16th century building that looked like a pub. It was close to the quay and had a small car park next to it. They had agreed to get there early so it would be quiet, but when they reached the entrance, were shocked to find a police car and yellow tape across the door. "Oh no, what now?" Briar said, worry creasing her face. Avery felt fear pricking its way up her spine. "It could just be a break-in." "Let's hope so. I think we should get out of here," Alex said, and he started to walk away, pulling Avery and Elle with him. Unfortunately, before they could go anywhere, a dark sedan pulled up, and D.I. Newton stepped out, the silent Moor exiting the other door. "What a surprise to see you here," Newton said, his tone accusatory. Despite the early hour, he looked freshly showered and shaved, and very sharp in his well-cut suit. "Revisiting the scene of your crimes?" "Not funny," Avery said, bristling. She pulled free of Alex and stepped up to Newton, sick of his bullying tone. She wanted to slap him. "We haven't committed a crime." "Here for a visit, were you?" he said, his eyes narrowing suspiciously as he eyed them all in turn. His gaze lingered on Briar. "I haven't met you yet, but I think you own the potion shop." "It's not a potion shop," Briar said, almost spitting. Wow. Newton had a real knack for getting under their skin. "Let me introduce D.I. Newton and Officer Moore," Avery said, gesturing with a flourish. "Newton," Briar repeated, puzzled. She looked as if she was about to say more when Newton interrupted. "Now that you're here, I'd like your opinion on what happened in the museum." "Why?" Alex asked immediately. He had also stepped closer to Newton as if challenging him. "Calm down, Bonneville. I just want your opinion. I'll get your alibis later. Wait here," he said, as he stalked off into the museum, Moore close behind him. "Alibis?" Avery huffed, feeling like she wanted to rip Newton's head off. "Why should we need to provide an alibi? He clearly wants to blame us for anything and everything. That supercilious bastard." "But what if the demons have attacked again?" Elle asked, worried. "What if someone else is dead because of us?" Alex shook his head and sat on the stone wall that edged the car park. "Not because of us. We didn't cause this. We didn't summon demons." Avery was too annoyed to sit, so she paced restlessly. "Who is out there doing this? We need to find them." "We need to do lots of things," Elle said wearily. Briar was sitting quietly on the wall next to Alex, but she finally broke her silence. "Is the name Newton familiar to you?" The D.I.?" Alex asked, looking at Briar as if she'd gone mad. "No, I mean other than him. I've read the name somewhere." Avery now felt her annoyance turning to Briar. "Haven't we got other things to be worried about?" Briar ignored her tone. "It's an old name in this town, isn't it?" "It's not an uncommon name anywhere," Alex said. "Besides, lots of people have lived here for years." Perplexed, Briar said, "I think I know the name from some of that info we got from Anne. I think he's from one of the old families." Avery glanced at the other two, and was relieved to find they looked as confused as she felt.
Briar, please explain. It's too early and my brain's full of other crap. Briar remained unruffled by Avery's sarcasm. I mean, the old families with magic. Elle laughed. What? Newton and magic? He might not have magical abilities, but I'm sure his ancestors have.
It might explain why he's anti-witch and has an unhealthy interest in our habits, Alex said. Their conversation was broken by a shout. They looked around to see Newton beckoning them from the open door. Yes, sir, Avery muttered under her breath as they walked over. I'm breaking protocol by letting you in, so don't touch anything, he ordered. Without another word, he headed inside, and they followed him in. The inside of the museum was lit by the unnatural glare of overhead lights. The windows were small and let in only a small amount of daylight. Small yellow spotlights lit up the displays, and Avery presumed that would normally be the only light source when visitors were here. For a few seconds, Avery gazed around the museum, taking in the numerous displays in glass cabinets, both against the walls and in the middle of the floor. They were filled with old maps, manuscripts, and lots of other objects, but her attention was swiftly drawn to a smashed display and a large, complex sigil written in what looked like dried blood on the wall. All of her annoyance at Newton vanished. She could sense the power from the sign, and all four of them had stopped in the middle of the room. Newton stood next to the sigil. So, what is it? He asked, studying them as if they were suspects in a lineup. Maybe they were. Alex spoke first, and he walked closer to the display. It's an ancient ward. Essentially a warning to stay away. That was an understatement, Avery thought. She swallowed her fear and joined him, Elle and Briar close behind. Newton's lips settled in a thin line. Really? Because you have all gone very pale. Now is not a good time to be holding something back. Alex glanced at her, a questioning look on his face, and she felt something shift within her. This wasn't a time to be keeping secrets, and Alex knew it too. It marks a doorway, Avery said, trying to gauge Newton's response. And within it is a warning to stay away. It essentially says this place is claimed. To give him credit, Newton wasn't at all fazed by that statement. Instead, he folded his arms across his broad chest. A doorway to what? And claimed by who? A doorway to another dimension, one in which unnatural non-human forms live, and it is claimed by whoever made the sign. How does the doorway work? I can't speak for the others, but I don't know how it works. I just know what it is, but it's powerful, I can sense that. Newton looked at them one by one, as if trying to read their minds. I'll rephrase the question. It's a doorway, you say. Will it open? Or is it just some gimmicky sign that someone with a weird sense of humor has put up? In theory, Avery said, if you say the right words, it will open. And then what? It will allow things, beings, to pass through to our dimension and back again. But no human would ever survive there. So it's more for something to come through? Yes, but someone may be taken through as a type of sacrifice. Avery could scarcely believe she'd said that. Newton's tone changed, and he ran his hand through his hair, looking worried. The cleaner's missing. There's blood in the kitchen, and blood in that sign. Could something have taken the cleaner through there? Avery felt sick. Maybe, yes.
But Newton, you have to understand, we don't do this. I know you don't like us for our interest in the esoteric and natural magic, but this—" she gestured towards the sign. "I really don't know how this works, only the theory." Alex was inspecting the destroyed display, the glass smashed and the objects beneath it scattered. "How do you know the cleaner is missing? We could have had an accident and gone to the hospital. There's far too much blood there for anyone to have survived. Haven't you noticed the blood?" He pointed at the floor, and for the first time, Avery saw the smear of blood that ran from the door at the back to under the sign, and beneath the musty smell, she could detect the sharp, metallic odour of blood. "There's more in the kitchen." "But who called you?" Alex asked. "The lady who manages the place on Sundays. She's out the back with more. She's in shock, and we need to get her out of here. But I wanted your opinion first." "What was in the display?" Elle asked.
"You better come and ask her. I'll take you around the long way. I don't want you walking in anything." Newton headed back across the museum, and they trailed after him as he led them around the back of the building to the kitchen and storage area. Moore was sitting in a small stockroom with a uniformed police officer and an older lady who sat on a stool looking tearful and clutching a cup of tea in a paper cup that someone must have gone to fetch her. A doorway showed a glimpse of the kitchen, and Avery saw a lot of blood on the floor and splashed up the walls. She shuddered. Newton put his hand on the lady's shoulder. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Gray," he said, gently, in a tone Avery had never heard him use before. "I need to ask you another question. I have some people here who I've asked to help." He nodded towards them. "What was in the display that was destroyed?" She looked at them, clearly bewildered by the turn her day was taking. "It was a display about the witch finder and his visit to Whitehaven back in the 16th century. There are also some things relating to Helena, the witch who was burned here years before." She looked at Avery sadly. "Sorry, my dear. I know she was your ancestor." Avery experienced a moment of shock. She hadn't realized anyone outside of their circle had connected her to Helena. She was amazed this woman could show any compassion, considering what she'd witnessed in the kitchen. She thought she'd be accusing her, not sympathizing. "Was there anything new in the display, Mrs. Gray?" Briar asked, surprising them all. She was normally so quiet. The old woman shook her head. "No, that display has been like that for years." Newton interrupted. "Any other questions? I'd like to take Mrs. Gray to the station for her statement now." "No, thank you," Alex answered for all of them. "I need a few more words with Mrs. Gray. Can you wait outside for a minute?" It wasn't really a request, and they filed out, blinking in the warm sunshine. Avery felt as if she'd been in a cave and had forgotten it was a beautiful summer morning. She headed to the stone wall that looked over the harbour and sat down, vaguely aware of the others next to her. The harbour was filled with boats, grounded on the sand. The tide was edging out, and pools of water gathered in the sand beneath the harbour wall. The sound of gulls mixed with the passing of cars and the occasional barking dog. Everything seemed so normal. "Do you think the cleaner is really gone?" Briar asked. She sat next to Avery, her hands clasped in her lap. "Yes," Alex answered. "But I don't think they'll ever find a body." "We need to seal that doorway," Elle said, pacing backwards and forwards. "If we leave it open, it can keep coming back. It's right in the middle of the town." "How do we seal it?" Alex asked, annoyed. "I haven't even seen one before except in illustrations." Avery thought about the books she had in the shop and in her attic. "I have some old books about necromancy. I'll look as soon as we get back."
What about you two? You have the oldest grimoires. Is there anything in them? Elle shook her head, bewildered. I don't know. I've barely begun to look at it. I'll check it as soon as I get in.
Well, you know there are demon and spirit-related spells in mine. But I'm inexperienced when it comes to that type of magic, and if I'm honest, I've avoided studying them, Alex said. He looked across the car park to the museum. They'll surely close the museum for a while. I guess we won't see inside there again.
I can't believe Newton let us in at all, Avery said. The sound of a door slamming made them turn. The uniformed officer and Moore were escorting Mrs. Gray to a police car, and Newton was heading their way, looking far calmer than Avery felt. Maybe he was just better at holding it together than them. He smoothed his tie down, patted his pocket, and brought out a packet of cigarettes. He swiftly took one out and lit it, inhaling deeply.
So,
he said, watching them carefully.
What are we going to do about that doorway?
Avery looked at Newton with new appreciation. He said we, and he didn't argue with the notion of other dimensions or beings. You're not going to arrest us, then?
Not unless I find your fingerprints everywhere. Socko's on the way now, he said, referring to the scene of crime investigators. And if it reassures you to hear me say it, I don't think you're murderers anyway.
Briar said, You're one of those Newtons, aren't you? Newton took another long drag on his cigarette and exhaled slowly.
What do you mean by those Newtons?
There are several old families in this town, Detective. We know some of them have a more diverse history than others. I'm pretty sure you do, too. Your family is one of them.
I'm aware of my personal history, Briar, he said softly. I stay away from it. But yes, I know all about it. And about you, too. It's my business to know. And I know it wasn't an animal that attacked that woman the other night either. What's going on?
He watched her intently, his eyes sweeping across her face. Avery had the distinct impression that this was a test of honesty, of trust. He was gauging how much he could trust them, and they were wondering the same about him. Honestly, Briar said, we really don't know. But we know someone wants something badly enough to call on any type of help they can.
You're lying. All of you. You know more than that. But that's okay. You'll tell me eventually. I just hope it's before there are more deaths, because whatever's happening here, you're probably the only ones who can stop it.
He took one final drag from his cigarette and threw it on the pavement.
You have my number. Call me when you decide to help.
16. Avery sat in a cafe around the corner from the museum with a large coffee and a plate of bacon, eggs, and toast in front of her. My day is not turning out the way I'd planned, Avery said, in between mouthfuls of food.
That cleaner's isn't either,
Alex replied. He'd ordered a full breakfast, and Avery was amazed at the speed with which he was putting it away. Cheers, Alex. I was trying not to think about that. That's all I can think about, Briar said, picking at her toast. I keep smelling that blood. Elle had ordered a large slice of chocolate cake with her coffee, and she dipped her fingertip into the buttercream topping and licked it. As soon as I've finished this, I'm off to look at my new grimoire. She lowered her voice conspiratorially. We have to find a spell that will prevent whatever comes out of that doorway from going any further. I've been thinking about that, Avery said. We could use a protective circle like we cast last night. It needs to be stronger. That wouldn't have lasted long. Plus, we're not going to be there when it comes back, I hope. We have to find out who's causing this, Briar said. I wonder how Gil and Reuben are getting on. Alex pushed his empty plate away. Better than we are, I hope. Anyway, I'd better go. I'm on the lunchtime shift, so I haven't got time to do any research yet. I'll call you later, he said to Avery as he pushed his chair back and then disappeared out the door. Avery watched him go, wondering what his final comment meant. Was there something more to "I'll call you"? When she turned back to the table, Elle and Briar were looking at her speculatively. Elle broke the silence. "He'll call you," she grinned. "Is there something going on we should know about?" "No. I presume he just wants to know if we've made progress later." Avery sounded evasive and lame. She picked up her coffee in the hope that someone would change the subject. Briar shook her head, a sad smile on her face. "No, I don't think so, Avery. That's a different 'I'll call you.' He said it with meaning." "Oh, yeah. There was definitely meaning there," Elle agreed, smirking. Avery gave her a hard stare and then looked at Briar. Briar, you can tell me to butt out, but do you like Alex or something like that?" Wow, how sad was that? She sounded like a schoolgirl. "Something like that," Briar admitted, still picking at her now very cold toast. "But it's not going to happen. I think he's way more interested in you." She shrugged. "Win some, lose some." Now Avery felt like crap. She didn't know Briar very well and hadn't spent much time with her until this week. But she liked her, and for some inexplicable reason now felt really guilty. "Well, nothing has really happened. He's just a flirt, and he likes to keep his options open." "I disagree," Elle said. "He acts the flirt, but I don't think he is, not really." Avery grunted and decided she would change the subject if no one else was. "Whatever. What do you think of Newton?" "He looks good in his suit," Elle said, grinning. "But he smokes." Briar grimaced into her toast. "No, he's smoking," Elle countered. "Anyway, I also need to go. Avery, you need to come up with a better protection spell. I hear you're good at that sort of thing. What about you, Briar?" "I need to prepare some stock for the shop, and then I'll have time for research. If you can, Avery, get that spell prepared for tonight. We need to secure that doorway." "You mean break into the museum?" Avery asked, shocked. "Or we call D.I. Newton," Briar pointed out. "He wants to help." Avery opened the door of her flat and took a deep breath of relief at being home. She was lucky she had Sally as her manager and Dan to help out, or she wouldn't have as much freedom to pursue hunts for hidden grimoires. The last few days had been a whirlwind of action, revelation, and danger. She did, however, need time on her own, and on Sundays the bookshop remained closed. In 1 week, her entire life seemed to have changed. While she had always enjoyed witchcraft, her magic was always benign. This was how it should be. She tended her garden, harvested ingredients, read books on the subject, and tested her abilities. She had hundreds of dried herbs prepared, access to fresh ones, and she liked to try new spells. She didn't know how Alex had known that fact, but he was right. She got that from her grandmother. And yes, there was Alex. The other night their kiss had been unexpected, but not unwelcome. If she was honest, she really wasn't sure what she thought about it. And she had no idea what he thought. He hadn't said anything other than the enigmatic "I'll call you." She decided that before she did anything else, she would clean the flat. The mundane occupation would help her process things. For the next hour, she vacuumed, tidied, and polished. The cats either scooted out of her way or watched inquisitively. When she'd finished, she headed through the gate and into her garden. The energies of the previous night had settled, but she still sensed the disturbance that the demons had brought. She followed the winding gravel paths until she reached the grassed area at the centre. Briar had done well. The grass was back in place and as smooth as a bowling green. In fact, it looked better than it had before. The plants from the surrounding beds were tucked back into the soil, and apart from a few damaged stems, looked none the worse for their ordeal. It was hard to recall the horror of the previous night, standing here in the bright, warm sunshine. She suddenly recalled Briar's advice about water. So she pulled the hose from the shed and then turned it on the borders. The events of last night were so confusing. She couldn't say where the demons had come from. It seemed that they had arrived as soon as she had opened the door of their protective circle and the crows had flown free. Crows. That was an interesting bird to have manifested from the box. They were bringers of news, dark omens, and wisdom. In fact, they were considered messengers between the physical and spiritual world. She presumed that the demons had been waiting somewhere in another dimension for a manifestation or some sign of magical activity, and had attacked as soon as the birds were released. It would have taken a huge amount of power to control them. Avery finished watering the plants, turned off the hose, and then lay on the grass and closed her eyes, thinking again of last night. Could anything else have been there? She couldn't sense anything at the time. Maybe the witch who was hunting them had been above them, spirit-walking, or had at least been above the town, waiting and watching for a magical disturbance. Alex hadn't been sure what had attacked them before, but maybe the witch controlled demons both in the spirit dimension and the material. Whoever they were was one step ahead of them. She laughed to herself. No, they were several steps ahead. They needed to do a lot of catching up. The doorway to the other dimension in the museum was an unexpected development. She wondered if this was an easier way to control the demons. Manifesting out of the air must take a lot of control. Creating a doorway would require less energy. Well, once the initial sacrifice had been made. 2 people were dead. Too many. The sunlight played across her face, and it was tempting to sleep. But there was too much to do. She opened her eyes, gazing at the sky above. It was a deep, endless blue with just a few clouds scudding by. Someone, somewhere, would be mourning a loved one. They had to seal that doorway. Did their adversary presume they were so weak that they couldn't defend the town? That they didn't care? She was determined to prove them wrong. She leapt to her feet, her energy renewed. It was time to prepare. Avery sat at her work table in the attic and pulled out several old books she had on necromancy, spreading them in front of her. They were filled with complex diagrams of circles of protection, invocations, and lists of the type of demons that could be summoned and what they could be used for. Her spirit sagged at the mere thought of doing them. Spotting a familiar image, she reached for her own spellbook. Her grimoire was filled with spells, all written by different hands through the years. The first spells were written in ink, and there were blots and splashes in places, while others had been written meticulously. Some were illustrated with pictures of herbs, roots, and images of the moon. There were spells she knew by heart, because she used them regularly, but there were others that she hardly used or ever looked at. The more modern spells were written in ballpoint pen, and she had annotated several that she had tested and decided to improve. These she had rewritten, and there were many pages filled with her own reworked spells as well as new ones. But there were spells at the back that she hardly ever looked at, because they came with a warning. Magic should never be used to harm. But many of those spells were for exactly that purpose. There were warped love spells, spells to bind, to silence, to dull the wits, to confuse, to bring bad fortune, to cause infertility, and many others. There were also spells to control and summon spirits. While this didn't really include demons, she assumed the principles would be the same. Avery turned the pages slowly, making notes, and ran through several scenarios in her head, testing out protection spells until she had something she thought would work. She grabbed her cutting knife and headed to her borders. She needed roots and fresh leaves, catnip, peppermint, chamomile, geranium, Solomon's seal, garlic. Plus, she needed fresh seaweed, which meant she would have to go to the beach. Some plants would need harvesting at dusk, but she could begin her preparations now. Of her dried plants, she would need mandrake, foxglove, and rose hips. She needed to make 2 potions. While she worked, she wondered if it would be worth phoning her grandmother. She was in a home now, her mind a shadow of its former self. But of all her family members still living, she had the best knowledge of witchcraft. Her mother had walked away from it, and Whitehaven, and her sister had quickly followed, leaving her alone. Her father had long gone, unnerved by the family legacy. However, Avery couldn't deny her blood, and had remained, working her magic with her grandmother, and then alone. She shook her head. No, she couldn't disturb her grandmother. She had to do this on her own, but maybe after tonight she would visit her and ask her what she remembered about the Jacksons. Once she had what she needed, she headed back to her workroom and started to prepare her ingredients. She lost herself in the work as she meticulously chopped and ground the herbs, saying the necessary words. Circe and Medea watched her all afternoon until she had finished. Avery petted them and then headed down to the kitchen to feed them, hearing the thundering of their paws as they jumped off the table and followed her to the kitchen. After she'd fed them, she grabbed an oilskin bag. It was time to harvest the seaweed and make the potion. Avery eased her van to a stop on the car park overlooking the deserted beach. The cove was virtually empty, as she'd expected. It was about 15 minutes outside Whitehaven, and access to the beach was down a long, winding path from the cliff top. She had chosen to come here because there wouldn't be too many people to see her small rituals as she picked up seaweed. As much as she loved Whitehaven, on a bright day like this, the harbour and surrounding beaches would be full of families and children. A cool wind blew in from the sea, and she wrapped her cardigan around her as her long skirt buffeted around her ankles. When she arrived on the beach, she kicked off her flip-flops and put them in her bag, feeling the damp sand underfoot as she made her way to the shore. In the far distance, she could see a man walking his dog, but otherwise the beach was deserted. Avery headed to the rock pools, looking for seaweed still attached to the rocks. She trod carefully, and finding what she needed, brought her cutting knife out, its silver blade flashing in the light, and whispered the necessary invocation as she cut the seaweed and put it in her bag. She wandered to the far edge of the beach, where the cliff stretched into the sea, enjoying the silence, and watched the man head up the rickety wooden steps, the dog prancing around his ankles. And then he was gone and she was alone. In a sheltered spot, out of the breeze, Avery piled up some driftwood and uttered a simple spell to create fire. She brought out her small blackened cauldron and placed it among the flames, adding salt water and chopping the seaweed into it. For a few minutes she watched, and when it was time added the other herbs she had brought with her. Passing her hands over the mixture, she said the spell that would bind them together. There. It was done. Wrapping a cloth around her hands, she took the small bowl out of the flames and put it on the sand to cool, and then stopped for a moment. She had heard a noise, a soft sound, like a call on the breeze. Avery stood and looked across the beach and up at the cliffs, but no one was in sight. And then she heard her name floating on the wind and shivered. Who was that? The voice grew louder and stronger, like a seagull crying on the wind. It came closer and closer, but there was still no one in sight. She grounded herself, preparing for whatever may come next. Without warning, a man appeared on the sand a short distance away. He was tall and dressed in black, his dark hair short, and he strode quickly towards her. Her heart pounding, she raised her hands, summoning her magic to her fingertips. If demons appeared now, she was toast. There was nowhere to run. The crags of the coast were at her back, and rock pools lay between her and the sea. He stopped when he was a few feet away, allowing her to see his features clearly. He was older than her, early 40s maybe. His dark hair was streaked with grey, and his pale blue eyes fixed on her intensely as he absorbed every detail. She found her voice. "Who are you?" He laughed, showing even white teeth against his tanned skin. "I'm one of you, Avery." "What does that mean?" she asked, already annoyed. "From one of the old families." "Well, most people I know don't manifest out of thin air, so that doesn't surprise me. But which family?" "I like your spirit, Avery. But then again, all of the women in your family have a certain boldness." She glared at him, not liking to be on the back foot. He was an arrogant prick on a monumental scale. "Excellent. So glad I meet your approval. I presume all of the men in your family have a similar streak of dickishness." She was being deliberately provocative in order to wipe the arrogant smile off his face. It didn't work. My, how polite you are. "Oh, cut the crap. I presume you're the one responsible for the demons?" "Maybe. I'm here to offer you a warning, before anyone gets hurt." "Too late. 2 people are already dead." He shrugged. "Not our people." "They were still people." Incensed, she wanted nothing better than to strike him, but she knew that would be pointless. She had no idea how he'd appeared out of thin air, which meant he was clearly more powerful than her. "Forget them, Avery. You need to think about you, Alex, Briar, Gil, Elspeth, and Reuben. You are in possession of things we need. We don't want to hurt you to get them, but we will, if we have to." Her blood ran cold. He knew them all. "Can we skip the cryptic messages? What do you want?" "The grimoires, of course." "They're not yours. They belong to us." "To be blunt, you don't deserve them. You've let your powers grow weak." He looked at her in disappointment. "Well, maybe now we have a chance to grow stronger again." She was making empty threats, and he knew it, but she wasn't going to be walked over. Plus, the longer she stood there, the more she knew she wanted her grimoire. Now that she knew they existed, it had tripped a desire that she couldn't switch off. "Maybe we have a chance to grow stronger." He tipped his head to the side, gauging her reaction. "No, absolutely not. They're ours."
I'm not sure you should answer on behalf of everyone else. Ask them. They may disagree. I can take possession of Elspeth's and Alex's as soon as they are ready. She was pretty sure Alex and Elle would tell him to get lost, but Gil or Briar? And then another thought struck her. If he was more powerful than them, why couldn't he just take them? Breaching their protection spells could be easy for him. Maybe there was a reason he couldn't. I'll ask them, but don't get excited. May I tell them who called today? She asked with exaggerated politeness through gritted teeth. Caspian Faversham. I'm not sure Anne will have heard of me, he said with a smirk. And then he disappeared in a swirl of air and sea spray, leaving Avery outraged on the beach. 17. As soon as Avery arrived in Whitehaven, still flustered after her encounter on the beach, her mobile phone rang. It was Briar, and she sounded excited. Avery, I got hold of Newton, and he agreed. Agreed to what? She asked, trying to pull into the side of the road so they could talk. To let us into the museum. Avery was silent for a moment, dumbfounded. She hadn't really thought Briar would call him, and she certainly didn't expect him to agree. Are you kidding? I mean, you actually asked him. I said I would. I told him we would try to close the doorway, and he agreed. Wow, I did not expect that. She gazed out of her window at the traffic, which snaked its way through the narrow streets in the centre of the town. Sundays did not make the place any less busy. What time? Late, after midnight. But can we do it? Briar sounded worried. I mean, have you got a spell ready? I have something that may work, but I'd like to see if Elle or Alex have had any luck. Alex is working, remember? Avery exhaled slowly. I forgot. Look, Briar, I met someone on the beach, and he threatened us. Are you all right? What happened? Who was it? She asked in a breathless race. I'm fine. He's called Caspian Faversham, and he materialized out of thin air. It's a stupid name, she snorted, glad she could ridicule him in some way. Who the hell is that? I have no idea. Look, I can't talk now. I'm parked precariously. Come around to mine later and I'll explain everything. We can talk through the spell I've tweaked. Briar was silent for a moment. I'm not sure I can cope with demons again. I'm not sure I can either. So we better seal that doorway. Avery returned to her work table in the attic, and this time spread Anne's research across it. The need to find her own old grimoire was now more urgent than ever. There was no way that she would let Faversham get it. Anne had been rigorous in her documentation. Her family tree was exhaustive and fascinating. It was strange to see her family line travelling back so many generations. Her finger ran across the paper as she focused on old names, all of them unfamiliar except for the most recent, and Helena. Her name was a beacon for all the wrong reasons. She could kick herself for not going to the museum sooner. Then she considered D.I. Newton. What if Briar was right? What if he was from another old family who had abandoned their witchcraft and their place in the town history? What did this mean about the D.I.? It seemed he knew more than he wanted to say. Any normal person would have scoffed at supposed doorways to another dimension, but he didn't blink. And who was Caspian Faversham? And were there others they had no idea about? What did these old grimoires really hide? She sighed. So many questions.
Avery thought she knew the history of Whitehaven and her place in it, but now she sensed there was a lot that had been hidden. She soon abandoned Anne's notes and instead pulled a couple of books towards her that described Whitehaven's history. They were small imprints, written by local authors. One was only a few years old and the other had been written decades ago. The most recent had a cover with a black and white photo of Whitehaven on it. She skimmed the contents. The book described the history of the town from the Doomsday Records, but a lot of the content was on the witch trials, and then progressed to the smuggling in later centuries. The Cornish coast was renowned for it, before it reached the present. On the back cover was a picture of the author, an older man named Samuel Kingston, and she wondered if he still lived locally. She'd check later. She glanced at her watch, deciding to text Alex and Elle about meeting later, hopeful they'd be around to help. For now, though, everything she needed for the spell was prepared, so she could finally relax and read. Avery roused later from a light sleep, stretched out on the old sofa, her book on the floor. Shadows were creeping across the room. The temperature had dropped, and her stomach was uncomfortably empty. She headed down to the kitchen to heat some soup, thinking about what she'd learned from the history book. It seemed the Witchfinder General had come searching for several locals who were renowned as cunning folk, the term used for those who helped their local communities through pagan beliefs and healing. Although they were generally respected, when hysteria started to sweep the villages, fear superseded rational thought, and a few were accused of witchcraft. Kingston mentioned the names of several women and men who had been interrogated, but she only recognized a couple: Helena's and the surname Jackson, which she presumed must be Gil's ancestor. According to the records, 2 locals had been drowned through the testing of their witch abilities. If you survived the attempted drowning, you were condemned as a witch anyway, and Helena was burned at the stake. Avery was embarrassed by how little she knew about the actual facts of the investigations. All she'd really known about was Helena. She had no idea about the drownings, and disappointingly there was no name of Faversham in the records, or Newton for that matter. Kingston must have had access to all the records of the trials, and she wondered if she could access them too. Maybe there was more he hadn't published, more names that could explain what had happened. Avery still couldn't believe that Helena wouldn't have used her powers to escape, despite what Alex said about saving the others. Something just didn't add up. Frustrated, she carried her soup and toast to the sofa and switched on the TV. She needed a distraction, something normal. Unfortunately, she found the news. There was a local report about the break-in at the museum and the cleaner's disappearance. At least there was no mention of sorcery and doorways to other dimensions. The trouble was, would it stay hidden? A knock at the door disturbed her musings, and she found Elle outside, looking determined. "Are you okay?" Avery asked, leading her to the living room. Elle slung her heavy backpack onto the sofa. "That grimoire is baffling, amazing and frustrating. I've already found out so much that I could use in my metalwork, but there's stuff I need time to get my head around. And..." She paused, looking at Avery as if wondering how to phrase what she was going to say next. "Go on," Avery said. "I have a feeling things are going to get a lot weirder around here." "Well, I now have spells to summon demons and spirits, specifically to help work with metals and fire. I'm pretty freaked out." She looked around the room. "Have you got beer?" "Sure," Avery said, heart sinking as she headed to the fridge and pulled out 2 bottles. She popped the caps off and handed one to Elle. If I'm honest, I was expecting this. It seems there was a lot of magic our ancestors used that we're not comfortable with now. Necromancy was common in the medieval period, and it was all in Latin. The church condemned it, and yet the priests controlled it. But I really didn't expect to find this in our family grimoires. Elle took a swig of beer and leaned on the counter, her long hair falling forward and framing her face. I think we all have to expect it. This is actually really good timing, Elle. I've been working on a spell to seal the doorway. Those spells in your grimoire could help, although I think I have one that will work. Have you brought it with you? Sure, it's in there, she said, nodding towards her pack. Briar told me what we're doing later. Have a look. Avery put her beer down and gently pulled the grimoire out, putting it on the counter between them. She couldn't help but smile. Wow, Elle, this is so cool. I mean, look at it. The leather cover was dark brown, and a triangle, the sign for the fire element, was burnt into the centre. Avery ran her hand over the leather, marvelling at how soft it felt, worn over the years by thousands of hands. I'm jealous. I want to find mine. Elle smiled encouragingly. You will. I'll help. Avery turned the pages made of old, thick paper, the handwriting changing as the owners had over the years. The language of the early spells was difficult to decipher, and some were in Latin. She found the spells about summoning demons early in the book, written by the witches from the medieval times. The drawings were complex, but made carefully and precisely. There were pictures of pentagrams, circles, double circles, inverse pentagrams and invocations, all with instructions beneath them. Avery took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Wow, again. Let's go upstairs, compare it to what I have, and see what you think of my spell. Although I'm not planning to mess with the doorway, I just want to seal it into a protection circle. Sure, Elle said, picking up the book. I'm going to call Gil and Reuben about tonight, if that's okay. Strength in numbers. Avery nodded. With luck, we'll seal the doorway and won't see any demons at all. The museum stood dark and forbidding that night, and the group sheltered in the shadows of the back wall. Police tape sealed the front and rear entrances, and the only sound was the crashing of the waves against the sea wall. They had parked up the road out of sight, and immediately headed to the back of the building where they couldn't be seen. Alex grinned. Is this ninja witch night? Briar shivered, despite the warm night air. I don't feel like a ninja. I don't either, but I'll do my best, Reuben said from where he stood next to Elle, his silhouette lean and tall. Despite her nerves, Avery had to laugh. They were all dressed in black. Black tops, black jeans and boots, and everyone with long hair had tied it back. Reuben and Elle had even pulled black hats over their bright light hair. Well, we do need to be discreet, even with a police escort. Where is he anyway? Alex asked, referring to Newton. He'll be here soon, Briar assured them. I'm not sure I even like the guy, Gil said. He could arrest us after this. Gil had been reluctant to come, thinking the whole thing was a trap. I'm not sure there are laws about prosecuting witches anymore, Alex reasoned. Anyway, here he comes. The DI hurried across the car park, dressed in similar clothing to them. The suit had gone. He looked more approachable in his casual clothes, and his short hair was ruffled. He glanced at them all, but spoke to Briar. Thanks for the call. You did the right thing. We're not murderers, Newton, despite what you think of our beliefs, she said, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Gil stepped forward, his face grim. He was shorter than Newton, but he looked up at him, meeting his stare. Forgive my disbelief.
But the police don't normally encourage magic on the site of a murder. In fact, the police, like the general public, usually refuse to believe in magic at all. Newton's face was implacable, especially in the dark. All Avery could see were the firm lines of his cheeks and chin, and a dark glimmer in his eyes. Well, I'm not most police, and I certainly don't want any more deaths in Whitehaven. Are we going to get on with it? Gil remained silent, trying to assess Newton, but Alex answered. Yes, let's get it over with. Have you got what you need? Yes, Avery answered. It's all in my pack and Briar's. Newton nodded and led them to the back door, pulling away the police tape and taking a key from his pocket. He opened the door and listened for a moment, then stepped inside and gestured to them to wait. Avery swallowed nervously, her mouth suddenly dry, hoping he'd return and that a demon wasn't already lurking. The wait seemed to last forever. But then he was back, calling them inside, and they shuffled in after him, the last one in shutting the door behind them. The inside of the museum was pitch black, other than the broad beams of their torches. Newton led the way into the main room. Watch the floor. The blood's still here, but it's dried now. And don't go in the kitchen. Avery glanced in there as she passed and saw the large pool of congealed blood still on the floor. The smell was stronger than ever, and she stepped quickly past the opening, focusing only on what she needed to do. Once in the main room, she assessed the space for where best to position themselves. She looked at the archaic symbols drawn on the wall with renewed interest, now that she had been studying others like it all afternoon. There were similarities, but also strong differences. It was even more menacing than she remembered. So, what's the plan? Newton asked. We have no idea how to close the doorway, Avery admitted, so we can't prevent anything from coming through. But we do know how to make a powerful protective circle around it, and we can make a devil's trap within it. Newton's eyes narrowed with suspicion. A what? I thought this thing let demons and spirits in. It's called Devil's Trap, but essentially it will trap any spirit, ghost, or demon that comes through there, in theory. So it might not work. Alex rolled his eyes. Well, it's not something we do every day, Newton, so no, we're not sure. But you are witches, he confirmed, his arms crossed as he looked at them. Avery felt the knot in her stomach tighten. This was a subject they'd been dancing around with Newton. Yes, Elle finally said, looking him squarely in the eye. Good ones. And by that I mean good in intent. But we're not as powerful as whoever made that. What were you doing up at Hawk House the other night? He asked. None of your business, Elle snapped. I'm just going to get on with preparing everything, Avery said, jumping in, and placed her bag on the floor, well away from the blood and the area they were going to seal. Alex and Briar joined her while the argument and interrogation about the other night continued. She pulled out a selection of candles, incense, her chalice, cauldron, herbs, and the potion she had made earlier. Briar extracted a huge bag of salt and Avery's grimoire from her bag. Here you go, Avery. I'll mark out the circle. She walked off and left her with Alex. So, how are you feeling? Alex asked, watching her preparations. He sat on the floor, his presence unexpectedly calming. I'm okay. Getting used to dealing with demons, I guess. You should come over to my place later. There's safety in numbers. Avery's heart immediately started racing, but instead she said, yes, maybe. He looked slightly nonplussed. Maybe. You're distracting me, and I need to concentrate, she said, flustered. Was she suddenly 14 again? I make a great breakfast. He watched her with a speculative look on his face and the hint of a grin. I'm serious. There's a lot of crap happening and you shouldn't be alone." She smiled, but it faltered as she thought of her encounter on the beach. "I know. There's something I need to share with all of you later. Something that happened earlier." "What?" He was suddenly alert, the flirtation forgotten. "Later. We need to get this done." He sighed. "All right. Now tell me what we need to do again." Avery had already outlined the spell she'd planned, but she went over it again before pulling another old book on necromancy from her bag. She flicked through it until she found a picture of a pentagram surrounded by a double circle, filled with images and runes. "This is the devil's trap. We need to draw it on the floor under the doorway." "What with? Please don't say blood." "A mixture of my own design." She pulled a dark bottle out of her bag that was stoppered with a cork and cupped it gently, a warm glow suffusing out of her hands and into the bottled potion. She said a few words quietly under her breath, and the light increased even as she passed it to Alex. "There you go. I'll be with you in a minute. Don't start it yet." He leapt to his feet, taking the bottle and the necromancy book with him. Avery called over to Elle, Gil, and Reuben, who were still arguing with Newton. "Hey guys, we need to prepare the room. I have candles that must be positioned at certain points." They stopped arguing immediately and placed the candles as instructed, while Briar placed some just outside the large salt semicircle she had made that touched the walls on either side of the dimensional doorway. While they were getting the room ready, Avery prepared the altar on the floor within the semicircle, and she saw Newton watching. "Are you sure you don't want to leave?" "No, I need to see this." "But nothing will happen, hopefully. At least nothing will come out of that doorway." "You don't know that." "No, I don't. Something may come out of it right now, and then we'll all be in trouble. But you know more about this than you're letting on." He remained silent. "Now who's being stubborn?" She looked around at the others. "Are we ready?" They nodded, and she turned back to Newton. "Stay back, whatever happens." Alex stood ready to begin marking out the trap, the dimensional doorway looming over him. The rest lined up along the inner edge of the salt semicircle, the altar in front of them. Avery recited the spell line by line, the others repeating it. The energy in the room started to rise as Alex daubed the floor with the mixture she'd given him, copying the trap carefully and precisely. It took some time to complete, and as they chanted the spell repeatedly, the air crackled with power, and the complex design of the trap glowed in the muted light. As soon as Alex completed the final outer circle, he stepped back to meet the others, their hands linking as he joined them in the spell, and their voices rose in the air as if they had developed a life of their own. There was one final step Avery needed to complete, and she reached for the bowl containing the other herb mixture she had prepared. She was acutely aware that the portal on the wall pulsed with a dark power that emanated from whatever was beyond. She sensed its malevolence and an age-old evil that was unlike anything else she'd experienced. When she'd started this spell, a large part of her was worried, fearful even. It was so different from anything she had done before. But now, as the power of the others flooded through her, she felt excited at what they could do together. They were far more powerful than Faversham realized. While the others continued to chant, Avery daubed the mixture on the cardinal points of the devil's trap and on the wall. She then stepped back to the altar and invoked the horned god and the goddess, calling on them to strengthen the spell. Once again, Avery floated off the ground, pulled upwards by an invisible force as energy raced through her like a lightning bolt.
There was a crack in the air like thunder, and for a brief moment the devil's trap flashed with a dazzling bright white light, throwing them all out of the semicircle. They landed with a collective thump on the floor, and the candles went out, leaving them in complete darkness. For a few seconds, there was only silence. Avery was bone-tired. The floor was cold, hard, and dusty, and the energy that had raced through her body had gone, leaving her spent and exhausted. Gil called out, "Is everyone okay?" There was a general rumble of consent, and someone lit the candles, their warm glow once again illuminating the museum. "I don't think I've ever channeled that much energy before," Briar said. "I think I need to sleep for a week," Reuben added. He lay motionless, looking up at the ceiling. "I'm not used to that." "You did well," Elle said, reaching over to pat his arm. "You're just out of practice." "But it worked," Alex replied. She could hear the excitement in his voice. "That was amazing." Avery rolled onto her side and looked over at him, grinning. "I know." She heard footsteps and looked up to see Newton emerge from the shadows, his face grim in the half-light. She sat up. "Newton, I'd almost forgotten you were there. Are you okay?" He stood looking over them. "I don't think I fully appreciated what you were before." His voice sounded flat and hard. "I didn't like it then, and I certainly don't like it now." Disappointment coursed through Avery. But what did she expect? He wasn't a witch, whatever his background may be. "Like it or not," Alex said, "we have protected that doorway. Now it doesn't matter what comes through, it won't get any further." Newton glared at them, his arms folded across his chest. "I will be keeping an eye on all of you, and for now I'll be checking in every single day. And I expect one of you to come and check on this place every single day. Do you understand?" Gil rose to his feet, belligerent. "Yes, we understand. But we're not the enemy, Newton. Well, until I know who the enemy is, you will remain firmly under my observation, unless, of course, you want to tell me exactly what is going on here." They remained silent, and he sneered. "No, I didn't think so. Well, I have a new job for you. You need to work out exactly how to get rid of that demon doorway so it's gone for good." The group reconvened at Alex's flat. It was nearly 3 a.m, and Avery was exhausted. Fortunately, the flat was warm and inviting after the chill of the museum, and they lounged around on the sofa or the floor, sipping whiskey, coffee, or tea. Avery had just told everyone about her encounter on the beach. "So, who is this Faversham guy?" Alex asked. He lay on his side on the rug in front of the fireplace. "I already want to punch him." Avery shrugged. "That's the trouble. I have no idea. He's not local, well, to Whitehaven anyway. And he's not in the written histories we have so far." "You seem to know a lot about us," Gil said, annoyed. "And Newton's pissed me off too. We're not his bloody lackeys." "Well, no, but we want to get rid of the demon doorway anyway," Reuben reasoned. He sat on the sofa, his legs stretched out in front of him. "But how dare he tell us what to do? Like he controls us or something." Gil continued to complain. "He was pretty mad," Briar agreed. "I'm not sure I'm comfortable with him knowing that much about us, but we don't have much choice." "Wrong, Briar," Gil said, turning on her. "We could easily have broken into that place and done it without him." "But we'd have risked being more implicated in the whole thing," Elle said. She was curled up in the corner of the sofa, sipping coffee. "I'm glad he was there. At least he knows we're trying to help, even if he was being a miserable git." "What are we going to do about Faversham?" Alex asked. "At least in our homes and at work he shouldn't be able to materialize out of thin air and attack us.
But we're vulnerable anywhere else. We need to know more about him so we can defend ourselves.
I'm going to visit that local author if I can, Avery said. He may have information he didn't share in his book. That's a good idea, Briar agreed, nodding. I'd come with you, but I have to open up the shop all week. Me too, Elle said, and the others agreed with her. That's okay. I'm happy to go alone.
I'll come if you can visit on Thursday. It's my day off, Alex explained. I think from now on we should probably work together. Gil had been brooding silently for a few minutes, but now he said, This guy Faversham isn't a ghost. He's real. Have you looked him up?
Avery suddenly felt incredibly stupid. No, actually. I was busy preparing spells. I didn't think.
Gil pulled his phone out of his back pocket. Let's look now. It only took him a few minutes. Thank the gods for Google. Caspian Faversham, head of finance at Kerno Industries in Harecombe. Harecombe was the next town down along the coast. He turned the phone around and showed Avery a photo. This him? She reached for the phone and had a closer look. His smug, handsome face was looking back at her, all smiles in his sharp suit.
That's him.
She passed the phone around. Gil sighed in relief. Well, at least we know who he is now. Our enemy number one.
I've heard of that company, Briar said.
Everyone's heard of them, surely, Alex said, handing the phone back to Gil. They're huge. And, Gil added after scrolling down the screen, his father is the head of the company, Mr. Sebastian Faversham. And what a silver-haired fox he is, he said snarkily, showing them his photo too.
So, Elle said, he doesn't mind us knowing who he is, or he'd have never told you his name. He knew you'd look him up.
Eventually, Gil said, teasing Avery.
Oh, sod off, Gil. I was busy, Avery said,
fearing she'd never live this down.
So he's a powerful witch or sorcerer. Do you think Silver Fox Faversham is a witch too? Probably, Elle said. Feels like a declaration of war to me. Sort of, this is who we are and there's nothing you can do about it. They have money and power. He must be the one who placed the doorway on the wall.
So he's a murderer too, Reuben said. But we have what they want, Alex reminded them. Avery nodded.
I presume then that you two, she said, looking at Elle and Alex, are not prepared to give up your grimoires?
No, they both replied.
Good. Not sure how he'll take that. 18. Avery spent the week working hard, both in the shop and reading Anne's work. Faversham hadn't reappeared and there were no further deaths. Although their trap hadn't captured any demons, at least none had been unleashed on the unsuspecting community either. She had managed to contact Samuel Kingston, the local author, and had arranged to meet him with Alex. It was Thursday morning, the sky thick with cloud that threatened rain. They sat in Avery's battered van in front of an unassuming cottage on the edge of Whitehaven.
Well, it looks safe enough, Alex decided, peering at it.
He's a historian. What do you expect? He shrugged and turned back to her.
Maybe I'm paranoid, but I'm expecting a lot of weird things at the moment.
She looked at him properly for the first time after picking him up on the corner outside the pub. You look tired. What have you been up to?
Oh, cheers.
He flipped down the passenger sunscreen and looked at his reflection in the mirror.
I do a bit, don't I?
He ran his hands through his hair and gave her a rakish grin.
I've been experimenting with my grimoire. It was 4 a.m. before I got to sleep today.
I hope you're not doing anything too dangerous, she said, starting to feel a bit worried.
Just stretching my powers a bit.
How?
honing my psychic skills, spirit walking, practicing banishing spells. He paused, looking at her with raised eyebrows. All right, I'll bite. Banishing spells? For getting rid of unwanted spirits and demons, and other creatures that may cross dimensions they shouldn't. He leaned back, looking pleased with himself. Avery had to admit she was impressed. And infuriatingly, his dishevelled, smug face looked just as handsome as usual. Not that she wanted him to know that. Great. So hopefully you'll be of some use now, she said cheekily, and hopped out of the car before he could respond. He leapt out of the passenger side. You're not funny, you know that? She laughed and headed to the house. Come on. Kingston will wonder what we're doing out here. The cottage, like many in the area, was old with a thatched roof. The windows were small, and there was a pretty garden running riot with summer plants on either side of the garden path. They knocked, and a middle-aged woman opened the door. She was dressed in a smart blue skirt and blouse, and she smiled at them immediately. You must be Samuel's guests. Avery smiled back at her. Yes, I'm Avery, and this is Alex. She stepped aside. Come on in. I'm his daughter, Alice. I'll take you through. He's so excited to have visitors and to be able to talk about his book. I hope you're ready. He may just talk you to death. She shut the door and led them down the long hall to the back of the house. I'm heading out to work, so I'll leave you to it. The cottage had been modernised, the floors stripped back to beautiful wood that shone with a high-gloss varnish, the walls painted with muted pastels that were covered in old photos and watercolours of the local area. Alice escorted them to a plant-filled conservatory at the back of the house that overlooked a garden that was as packed with plants as the front. His hearing's not as good as it used to be, so you'll have to speak up, Alice said, then raised her voice. Dad, they're here. An elderly man turned to them from a large cane chair that sat in front of a long window. His shoulders were bowed, his hair shot through with grey, and he had glasses perched on the end of his nose. He squinted up at them, trying to rise to his feet with a beaming smile. Avery hurried forward to stop him struggling. Hi, Mr. Kingston. Please don't get up. I'm Avery. I spoke to you on the phone about your book. I've brought my friend along, Alex, if that's okay. Of course, he said, shaking their outstretched hands. Avery immediately liked him. He seemed sweet and was so pleased to see them. He looked beyond them to his daughter. Can you bring us a pot of tea, dear, before you go? She nodded. Give me 2 minutes. Samuel ushered them into seats beside a small table laden with papers and a plate of biscuits that sat between them. He smiled at them again. I don't often have visitors wanting to talk about my book. This is a real treat. It's a treat for us too, Mr. Kingston, Avery said. I was so impressed with your research. Call me Sam, he insisted. It took me years, my dear, but I love Whitehaven. I've lived here all my life. It's my tribute to the place. Alex leaned forward, voice raised. I confess I haven't read it yet, Sam, but I will. He waved his hand as if brushing something away. That's fine. You're young, you have time. Before Alex could answer, Samuel's daughter came in with a tray containing a pot of tea, cups, sugar, and milk, and placed it on the table. Right, I'm off, she said to him. Got everything you need? I'm fine, stop worrying. She smiled at Alex and Avery over his head. Have fun, then. And she left them to it. After a few minutes of small talk, and settling them in with tea and biscuits, Samuel told them how he came to write the book. He asked, Is there anything in particular you were interested in? I cover a lot of history.
I'm interested in the witch trials, Avery said, placing her cup on the table. I was wondering where you got some of the information from, and if there was anything you left out. He looked at her speculatively, his mind lively despite his physical frailty.
Left out? Why do you ask that?
She glanced at Alex. I'm aware there are certain old families that have lived in Whitehaven for generations, and you mentioned several of them in your book. Obviously, there's Helena Marchmont, who was burned as a result of the witch trials, and some others who were drowned. You mentioned the names of those who were investigated, such as the Bonnevilles and Jacksons, but I wonder if there are some you didn't mention. Some families that may still be around today. He nodded slowly and sighed.
The witch trials were dark times, very dark. A time of madness, it seems to me. Neighbours turned on neighbours, you know. Old friends betrayed each other while others tried to protect each other.
He paused for a moment, thinking.
I wanted to say more, but my publishers demanded I stick to the facts. They said I would be speculating, and we might upset any descendants who still lived in the area. They didn't want to risk being sued. I can see their point, but I knew I was right.
Right about what?
I think Helena was betrayed.
Avery couldn't have been more shocked if he had reached across the table and slapped her. A quick glance at Alex showed he was as surprised as she was. What do you mean, betrayed? Samuel took a deep breath in and looked out at the garden. His eyes narrowed in thought. Avery's heart was beating fast, and she tried to calm herself down. The old man might be getting excited over nothing. He eventually spoke.
In the archives, you can see the old names, the ones who had money and stature in the village mentioned time and time again. You've mentioned some, the Bonnevilles and Jacksons, but there were also the Ashworths and Kershaws.
Avery recognized Elspeth's and Briar's family names. Samuel continued.
These families would have known each other, were probably friends. It's hard to say, of course.
He hedged, spreading his hands and shrugging.
But they were of equal standing in the community, so it makes sense. However, there were other families recorded who were equally well known. One family were shipowners, wealthy, who lived outside of Whitehaven, but had a big presence in it. They employed people in their shipping industry. I mention them because they testified against Helena Marchmont, and I believe, because of their standing in the town, heavily influenced the trial against her. Despite protestations of innocence from the other families I've mentioned.
Who were they? Avery asked, fearing she already knew the answer.
The Favershams. Because of them, I had to leave their name out of the book.
Avery shuddered, turning to Alex for support as she gathered her wits.
I'm confused,
Alex said, looking at Sam intently.
How did they know you were going to put them in your book in the first place?
Samuel shrugged.
I interviewed them. It's part of the process. They're well known, and when I saw their name in the archives, I thought it would be good to get a present-day perspective on the whole thing, thinking it would be a bit light-hearted. I had no idea they would take against the idea so strongly.
His eyes became stormy with annoyance.
It got very ugly, very quickly. Before I'd even got home, they'd phoned my publisher, and that was that. I was going to interview other locals, but they were quashed too. Did they give a reason? The Favershams, I mean? Alex asked. No, not really. Other than that it would damage their reputation. He gave a short bark of a laugh. It's over 500 years ago. Who cares, really? It was their reaction that actually made me more suspicious. Do you know that since then those archives have been locked? Locked? Avery finally found her voice again. He nodded. Most of the records are kept at the Courtney Library in Truro. That's where I got a lot of my information. Now, that particular archive is sealed. He huffed, clearly frustrated. Money can buy you a lot. Avery took a deep breath. Wow, that's fascinating. Thank you, Samuel. You didn't have to share that. My dear, I'm getting older. Who else can I share it with? No one can see those records now, and I doubt anyone cares to. He leaned forward, a twinkle in his eye. Why are you asking? The last thing she wanted to do was endanger the old man, but he'd been honest, so she felt she should be too. I'm related to Helena Marchmont, and I've become interested recently in what really happened back then. His eyes widened with surprise. Ah, I should have realized. He tapped his head. I'm slower than I used to be. Of course, you're from Happenstance Books. She nodded. And Alex is a Bonneville. Alex shrugged. I guess we've both got the history bug lately. Well, Samuel said, I wish you luck on your research, but I'm not sure you'll get very far. Have you got any copies of the old archives? Samuel shook his head. No, unfortunately not. It was all in my old notes, and I regret to say I haven't got them anymore. I just didn't have the room when I moved here. I burnt a lot of them. He fell silent for a moment, and then said, I never used to believe in witchcraft, despite the fact that I've lived here for years. It's a magical place, and the town thrives on the history, but I always thought it was all a bit of fun. But after meeting the Favershams, I became a believer. Be careful around them. They're dangerous. 19. Avery was sitting at a table in a beer garden overlooking the sea, and Alex sat opposite, each with a pint of the local beer called Doom in front of them. It was another hot day just before the lunchtime rush, and they had secured a spot under a broad umbrella that gave them some welcome shade. I think we need to go to the Courtney Library, Alex said thoughtfully. Now? Avery asked, surprised. What's the point? We can't see anything. We can see what it looks like, where the archives are, and check that the restrictions haven't changed. And then, if we need to, we can break in at night. He grinned broadly, as if it was a fantastic caper. She nearly choked on her pint. Are you insane? What do you mean, break in? We want to see those archives, right? I'm not sure we need to. We already know who the Favershams are and that they testified against Helena. I'm not sure any more details will help. What we need to do is work out how to protect ourselves against them. But the more we know, Alex argued, the better prepared we'd be. There might be a useful nugget of information about the trials that could unlock everything for us. And we might get arrested and learn nothing. We're witches, Ave. Stop thinking so laterally. We can spell ourselves into shadows, disarm alarm systems, and sneak in. He tapped his head. Think. Alex, I don't do magic to get sneaky stuff done. We don't normally fight demons and make devil's traps either. Times change. They were interrupted by the arrival of the waitress with their lunch. Avery had opted for seafood chowder, and Alex had steak and chips. Once she'd gone, Alex said,
We have to be the aggressor here, or we'll be trampled on. We need to up our game. I don't like being on the back foot." He cut into his steak as if it was a faversham. Stomach grumbling, Avery started on her chowder as she considered Alex's proposition. "I guess it won't hurt to look. I suppose that also explains why there's no mention of faversham in Anne's stuff." Alex nodded and pointed with his fork. "Correct. And there may be more old families Samuel didn't think to mention, including the Newtons. I'd rather look myself and know for certain." "I wonder if our Newton knows about this." "Maybe not. If we know so little of our own history, why would he?" As Avery looked up, she saw a man approaching them across the beer garden and her throat tightened. "Alex, Caspian Faversham is here and he's heading this way." "What?" Alex spun around on his seat, simultaneously pushing his plate away. They both stood as Caspian made his way through the tables and arrived next to them. He studied Alex, assessing him. They were matched in height, but Alex was broader in build. Caspian was dressed in a shirt and smart jeans and looked like he was about to visit a country club. Alex was dressed in an old t-shirt and faded jeans, and his long hair was loose. They were like chalk and cheese. Caspian gave a thin-lipped smile and acknowledged Avery with a dismissive glance. "Mr. Bonneville, why don't we sit?" he said, in his irritating, condescending tone. "Because I don't want to," Alex said. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Now, Caspian began, looking around as heads turned towards them. "Let's not cause a scene." He sat on the bench next to Avery so he could face Alex, and Avery edged to the far end. Alex grimaced, but finally sat down. "I know what you want, and the answer is no," he said, cutting through the niceties. "I see. Have you thought through the consequences?" Caspian watched him, his hands resting together on the table. "Whatever the consequences are, it's still no." "So you don't care that your friends or you may die when I come to take your grimoire?" "What makes you think you're stronger than us?" Alex asked, his eyes hard. "I know I am. I have been practicing my magic for years. You have simply played with yours." Alex smiled. "Sticks and stones, Caspian. Those grimoires are ours, left to us by our families. You have no right to them. Besides, if your magic is so superior, what do you need our grimoires for? Let's just say we are owed them, but were cheated out of them many years ago." "Bullshit," Alex said. "You know what? I think all this talk about the Witchfinder General is a cover for why the grimoires were really hidden. Our ancestors were hiding them from your family, and you've been waiting and watching. Well, you can keep on waiting. We're on to you, Faversham. Now piss off and go tell your daddy there's no deal." Caspian jerked back as if he'd been slapped. "Your family has always been stupid." He turned to Avery. "As has yours. You have no idea what you're messing with." Avery once again felt the wind whip around her. "Maybe not, Caspian, but we'll find out. And when we do, we'll come looking for you." Caspian stood up and looked at them both with disdain, but also with something else. Was there a flash of fear in his expression? "Another time, then," he said, before he turned his back and left them. Avery took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "I'd love to know how he keeps finding us." "Probably a simple finding spell," Alex guessed. He grinned. "I think we successfully pissed him off, although he has interrupted a perfectly good lunch." "What made you say that the Witchfinder General is a cover?" Avery asked, remembering what he'd said to Caspian. "We've never discussed that before." "Just a feeling I have.
It popped into my mind while I was looking at his smug, arrogant face. I'm right, though. I'd put money on it.
An idea started to form in Avery's mind. But before she could say anything else, Alex's phone rang, and he pulled it out of his pocket.
"It's Gil," he said, and quickly answered it, leaving Avery worried something else may have happened while they'd been away. "Hey, Gil," he said. "What's up?"
Avery watched him as he nodded and grunted.
"Yes. No, really?"
He looked at Avery, eyebrows raised.
"Yep, we'll head back now."
He put his phone down and said,
"Eat up. They think they know where his grimoire may be. They want our help, and we need to change clothing."
Avery paused, a chunk of bread halfway to her mouth. "Are you kidding?"
"Nope," he winked. "We'll put off our visit to the archives for another time."
Avery and Alex turned off the road and onto a long drive that wound through tall trees and dense bushes until the drive ended in a broad sweep in front of a sprawling manor house. It had been built in the 14th century, but had been added to over the years, so it featured a variety of styles. Avery loved it. It was old and welcoming, made of mellow stone with mullioned windows. The grounds were extensive, a mixture of lawns, flower-filled borders and woodland, and the garden directly behind the house descended in a series of terraces down to the sea, where they ended at a steep cliff. A large section of grounds at the front of the house were accessed by a different driveway and housed Gil's plant nursery that was open to the public. Avery parked at the side of the drive, and they headed around the back of the house and down to the glass house, where Gil and Reuben were waiting for them. Elle was there as well, but there was no sign of Briar. All three were dressed in boots, jeans, and hooded tops, and they carried backpacks, lanterns, and torches. The glass house behind them was huge. It had a brick base with high arched windows and a glass roof housed in cast iron above it. It was beautiful.
"What's going on?"
Avery asked.
"We're heading into the tunnel beneath the glass house," Gil said gloomily, as if having second thoughts. "There's a tunnel beneath the greenhouse?" Alex asked, squinting at it. "Glasshouse," Gil corrected. "And yes, a smuggling tunnel. Our family has a dubious history and access to the beach." "You've always known about the tunnel?" Alex asked.
Reuben answered.
"We knew about the cellars and the tunnel that ran to the ice house, and we think there's a tunnel that runs to Old Haven Church, but we didn't know about this tunnel." Elle grinned. "Cool, right?"
Avery started to feel excited.
"Very. Where does it go?" "Over there."
Gil pointed to the small island that sat off the coast.
"Are you serious?"
Images of dark, dank passages filled Avery's brain, and of course the risk of drowning, which at this point overshadowed the fear of attack by demons.
"How did you find it?"
Alex asked, equally amazed by the look on his face.
"It's a long story involving family archives, Anne's notes, and our existing grimoire," Gil said. "And luck. We found the entrance just before we phoned you, but thought the more the merrier." "Probably a good idea," Alex said,
and he described their latest encounter with Caspian.
"We need to look into something that can protect us from his unexpected visits. Something that will block us from his search spells." "I've been thinking about that," Reuben said. "I have an idea, if you're open to having a tattoo."
Alex shrugged.
"I like ink. But why?" "I'm working on a design for a tattoo that will protect us from prying eyes, including demons. I think we should try it."
"Well, I've never had a tattoo, but I'll try anything to keep Faversham away," Avery said, thinking that it was great that Reuben was getting more involved. "So, what's going on with you and magic, Reuben? Are you in or out?" He shrugged.
It complicates my life, and I don't like complicated. I like ink and surfing, but I also don't like being attacked. So for now, I'm in."
Avery nodded. Fair enough.
"What's the plan this afternoon?" Alex asked. "We found the entrance, and we're pretty sure we know where it goes. So we're going to check it out. And that's the plan," Gil explained. "Simple. I like it. It's vague on the finer points, but hell, we were planning to break into some archives before you phoned."
Elle looked at them both. "Okay, sounds like you have more to catch us up on. In the meantime, let's head to the tunnels. Briar can't make it, and I've bunked off work. Let's go." They followed Gil into the glass house. Long benches ran along both sides and down the centre. Tender plants jostled with seedlings and tomato plants, and the smell was rich and pungent. Gil led them down to the far end, where there was a hatch in the ground, and he headed down into the darkness, his torch flickering to life. "Why is there a tunnel under here?" Avery asked, feeling more and more baffled. She pulled her torch free as she spoke, preparing to follow the others. Elle jumped in to explain. "It seems there's a heating system for the glasshouse from way back. Pipes, a furnace, water. Very sophisticated. There would have been an outside entrance at some point, but it was bricked up and the chimney removed, and there's a hidden doorway. Well, not hidden anymore." At the bottom of the steps, there was a room stretching the length of the glasshouse. It had a brick-lined floor and a low ceiling, the cast-iron pipes clearly visible above them. Gil spoke from the shadows. "The glasshouse fell into disrepair before World War I. The structure completely collapsed and it was overgrown. It wasn't until the Second World War that it was repaired. To support the war effort. I think that's why my crazy great-uncle never found it. We came down here as a last resort, really." "I'd almost forgotten about him," Avery said. "How does he tie in with the Favershams?"
"No idea. He may not be linked at all." Gil led the way to the wall where an old furnace sat. To its left was a long row of shelves, now deconstructed and stacked on the floor. Wooden panels lined the wall behind the shelves with numerous hooks attached, but within the panels a door-shaped black space loomed.
"Voila!" Gil exclaimed, looking pleased.
Alex laughed. "Wow! How did you find that?" "By a systematic poking and prodding of panels and pulling of hooks?"
"Yeah, right," Reuben said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "It was so random."
"Cheers, Rue," Gil murmured. "And now onward we go." Gil set off with an enthusiastic march, and the others followed him into the passage. Avery shivered. It was cold, damp, and musty, and she wrapped her hoodie more firmly around her as they progressed. Their torches illuminated the brick floor and walls, which curved in an arch overhead. But as they went deeper, the tunnel changed into bare earth and rock, the surfaces rough and unfinished. Water dripped from overhead, and the air smelt stale.
"It must have been years since anyone walked down here," Avery mused, carefully watching her step.
"Probably close to 100 at least," Reuben called back. The ground sloped downwards, following the gradient of the hill towards the shore, and then it quickly got steeper, with rudimentary steps carved out of the earth. Every now and again they passed brackets for torches on the walls, but the torches were long gone. Eventually they emerged into a larger space where the remnants of broken and rotting crates were on the ground. "Are we all okay to carry on?" Gil asked.
"May as well," Elle said. She looked around with interest. "Is this a smuggling cave?"
"Maybe. This could be where they stored everything." Alex laughed. "Well, I wouldn't have taken your family for smugglers, Gil. But I guess you had to get your money from somewhere, Sod off, Gil said, annoyed. We were doing people a favour. I'm kidding, Alex said, rolling his eyes. You know you were probably stealing from the Favershams, and anything that upsets them is fine with me. I don't know them, and I hate them.
Why the Favershams? Elle asked.
Because they were a trading company. Good. I hope we really annoyed them, Reuben put in.
They exited the storeroom, and the passage became wider and higher. Every so often they saw small clumps of earth on the ground, as if there'd been a slip, but in general the passage looked in good condition.
How long does this go on for? Elle asked. Until we get to the island, I guess, Reuben said. It's 1/2 mile offshore.
They were now a long way from the entrance and deep underground. Water streamed down the wall in places, and it was muddy underfoot. Avery was relieved when the passageway started to rise again, and they stumbled into a large cave full of wooden crates.
Excellent. This could be it, Gil said, as he headed to the nearest crate and lit his lantern. It's going to take ages, Reuben grumbled.
He flashed his torch around and up, revealing a high, rocky ceiling.
I think we must be under the island now, so there has to be an exit here somewhere. In fact, he stood and listened for a moment. I can hear the sea.
He was right. Avery could also hear the soft shush of the waves and the occasional louder crash as waves hit rocks. I'll help you find the entrance, Rue, while the others search the crates.
Sure, he nodded,
and they headed off to the far side of the cave, leaving the others discussing spells to reveal the crate they hoped contained the grimoire.
What if it's not here? Avery asked Reuben, as she played her torch along the cave wall. He shrugged. We keep on searching.
Avery caught sight of sand on the ground and headed towards it.
Reuben, it must be over here.
She saw an exit behind a jutting wall of rock leading into another passageway, a light trail of sand snaking down the centre.
Avery grinned. Shall we? After you, he said.
The further they travelled, the thicker the sand became, and the louder the sound of the surf. And then they came to a dead end.
It must be a hidden door, Reuben said. After all, you don't want everyone finding a smuggler's cave.
I guess not. Do you think it's sealed with magic?
I doubt it. Not all smugglers would have been witches.
They started to feel around the wall and the floor, looking for a hidden catch or mechanism, until Reuben shouted, "Got it!" His hand was in a natural crack in the rock about halfway down the wall. Avery heard a click, and the wall in front of them opened a fraction down the right side. She pushed it open cautiously, but it was stiff from lack of use, and together they set their shoulders against it to force it open. Beyond the door was another cave, illuminated by pale light. It was long with a low roof, and the ground was covered with soft white sand. Up ahead was a narrow break in the rock where the light filtered in. They progressed cautiously and found another cave that opened up to the sea. The entrance was covered in brambles, bushes, and stunted trees, but through the greenery they could see the blue-grey sparkle of water.
We're on the far side of Gull Island, Reuben said. If I remember correctly, there's a huge hill of rock above us. It would hide any ships docked out there.
They peered through the branches onto the shore beyond. It was a mix of stone and sand, and jagged rocks broke through the surface of the sea.
They'd have to bring a small boat through those. It would be tricky to navigate, Reuben observed.
Avery turned towards the back of the cave. From where she stood, the narrow entrance to the cave beyond was completely hidden by the curve of the rock wall. She nodded.
Very cool. I wonder if anyone else knows about this place. Not anymore, I'd imagine, Reuben mused, shaking his head. From the sea, you wouldn't be able to see this place.
Together they battled through the tangle of branches until they could stand on the shore. Reuben pointed upwards. So steep that no one could clamber down, not unless they had climbing equipment. They chose this place well. I wonder how they ever discovered it. I guess we'll never know. I bet this place would be pretty inaccessible on stormy nights. Avery tried to imagine what it would have been like centuries before, with ships anchoring off the coast to bring their goods ashore under the cover of darkness. She shivered. A lot of people died smuggling, and she doubted it would have been any different here. It must be weird, knowing your ancestors were smugglers. It's even weirder knowing they're witches, he said, laughing. They sat on the shore, enjoying the warmth of the sun on their faces, and Avery studied Reuben's strong profile. You wish you were surfing, don't you? Not there, I don't, he countered, looking at the rocks. It wasn't often that Avery was alone with Reuben, so while she had the chance, she asked, Why don't you use your magic? He dropped his gaze to the ground and then looked at her, his expression honest. It feels like cheating, I suppose. When I'm surfing, it's just me and the sea, and if I used my magic, it would make it too easy. I stopped using it in my teens and haven't really used it since. Until now, of course. The spell the other night to create the devil's trap was harder than I thought. I've been knackered for days. Have you been practicing? Yeah. Just learning how to control it, really. I forgot how natural it felt. It's coming back, though, quicker than I thought. I've been practicing on the grounds and in the attic when Alicia's not around. Do you think she knows? I mean about you two. It seems mad to me that you could be with someone that long and not know, Avery said, finally expressing her doubts about Alicia's ignorance of their magic. Reuben pondered her question. I don't think she does. But sometimes I wonder. Why? Avery pressed, unsure as to why it should even matter. It's like she willfully turns away if Gil even starts to talk about things that aren't everyday normal, like she doesn't want to encourage the discussion. Maybe she's uncomfortable with it, and would rather pretend it doesn't exist, Avery reasoned. She could understand that. She'd like to do the same with demons. But he's been spending a lot of time with you guys recently, and she hasn't batted an eye. If I'm honest, I think that's weird. I mean, I'd be asking questions, but she doesn't. Avery watched the sparkling waves, churning over possibilities, and had a very unpleasant idea. All this time she'd been wondering about how Caspian Faversham could know what they were up to. Someone must have told him about Anne and their research. Could it be Alicia? She knew Gil had told her a heavily censored version of their activities, but maybe she knew more than she was letting on. She exhaled heavily and chastised herself. It was a ridiculous idea. Why do you ask? Reuben said, puzzled. Oh, no reason. Just curious, I guess, she said offhandedly. The last thing she wanted to do was cause problems with pointless suspicions. Maybe she should ask Alex. She decided to change the subject. Well, I guess we should turn back. At least we know there's nothing else hidden here. The others will think we've got lost. She stood up and dusted sand off her legs, and then led the way back through the caves to the hidden doorway, both of them dragging a bundle of gorse in an attempt to disguise their footprints just in case. Once through the exit, they sealed it off behind them, making their way back to the others. Within minutes, they heard screams and shouts. Crap! What now? Avery said, hoping it wasn't more demons as she broke into a 20. Avery skidded to a halt at the entrance to the cave, smacking into the back of Reuben, who had raced ahead. She pushed him out of the way, wondering what he had stopped for. The cave was dimly lit by the lanterns they'd carried with them. Faversham stood in the centre of the room, a vast creature rearing up next to him, made out of what appeared to be sand and stone. It seemed to have short, stubby legs, but long arms that swept outwards, trying to grab Alex and Elle, who dodged out of its grasp, whilst sending blasts of energy at it. She couldn't see Gil at all. "What the hell is that?" Reuben exclaimed. Avery didn't answer. She didn't care what it was, but she presumed it was somehow being controlled by Faversham, and he hadn't seen them yet. The sight of him looking smug was enough to infuriate her. How the hell did he keep finding them so quickly? Avery summoned her magic and sent a blast of air towards him at a blistering pace. The noise of the lumbering beast was so loud that Faversham couldn't hear it coming, and he looked around too late. It smashed into him, carrying him into the far wall with a resounding smack. He fell to the ground, dazed, and the creature started to lose cohesion as it slowed to a stop. Avery didn't hesitate. She loosed another wave of air and energy straight at the rock monster, and it staggered, turning towards her with a hideous grinding noise. Instinctively she drew on air again, and it lifted her clean off her feet until she floated over the ground. Without having any idea what she was trying to do, she rushed forwards, aiming a blast of pure energy from her hands towards the centre of its mass. The creature came to a stuttering halt. In the lull, Avery saw Alex and Elle release a stream of fire at Faversham, who was trying to rise to his feet. His face was twisted with fury, but their attack had caught him off guard and he scrambled for cover. Avery renewed her attack on the beast, enveloping it in a tornado she didn't even know she was capable of making. And with a deafening roar, it broke apart. Sand and rock blasting in all directions. A large chunk of stone caught her in the gut and threw her backwards onto the pile of crates, the impact strong enough to make her feel sick. Despite the hit, she couldn't stop. Not now. She staggered to her feet, the boxes wobbling beneath her. Alex and Elle stood shoulder to shoulder below her. Faversham was back on his feet, sending a jet of sand and earth at them. They struggled under the onslaught, throwing up a shield in front of them. Avery directed her magic at one of the crates and picked it up with a whoosh of air, hurling it over Alex and Elle. At the last second, Faversham looked up, but it was too late, and the crate smacked into him, crushing him beneath its weight. Once again, Alex and Elle combined their powers and sent a stream of fire at Faversham's dazed and broken body. Although she couldn't reach them, Avery added her magic to theirs, enhancing their fire with air until it turned white-hot. Unable to tolerate their combined attack, Faversham disappeared. Avery collapsed on the crates, vaguely wondering what had happened to Gil and Reuben, and then she heard Reuben's frantic shouts coming from somewhere below her. "Gil! Gil, wake up!" Avery sat up, and her adrenaline kicked in. Gil must have been injured. She slid towards the sound of Reuben's voice, the crates rocking beneath her. And then she saw them. Gil was lying at the rear of the cave, covered in blood, and Reuben was cradling him in his arms. Gil was horribly still. She half lurched and half ran towards them until she fell on her knees next to them, Alex and Elle arriving at the same time. Reuben was sobbing, almost breathless as he hugged Gil. Alex felt for a pulse, but Gil had a huge head injury, and his head fell at the wrong angle. Wild panic surged through Avery. Gil looked dead. It couldn't be true. She wouldn't believe it. "I can run back and call an ambulance," she said, her voice breaking as she desperately tried to remain calm and rational. Elle was silent next to her, in complete shock, and Reuben was inconsolable. Alex looked at Avery. I don't think we can save him, Ave. I think his neck's broken. Avery shook, unable to contain her tears as grief and disbelief overwhelmed her. Elle, Alex called softly. Can you? He gestured towards Reuben, and Elle nodded, her face white as she eased her way to Reuben and put her arms around him, while he cradled Gil in his lap. Alex crawled next to Avery and pulled her into a hug, and she wrapped her arms around him and buried her face in his chest. For a few minutes, there was only silence. Avery felt as if she had fallen into a black hole, and the only thing that stopped her from slipping away completely was Alex. His solid warmth was the most comforting thing she could hope for, and his head rested on hers as he pulled her even closer. His body trembled, and she looked up at him, smoothing his hair away from his face. His cheeks were wet. What happened? He shook his head. I don't know. I have no idea where that bastard came from. He paused for a second, thinking. We were searching the crates and trying spells, and all of a sudden Faversham was there, and he blasted us right off our feet. Then that creature appeared. The thing is, I don't think he expected us to be so strong. He demanded that we back off, and we refused, and it all went mad after that. Gil was caught by that thing and got thrown against the rock. I didn't even see you arrive. I think he would have killed all of us if you hadn't come. Reuben spoke then, his voice ragged. I'm gonna kill that bastard. He started a war he will not win, and all for a damn book. Avery pulled free from Alex. Did you find it? Alex shook his head. No, not a trace. Did Faversham know? Avery couldn't believe that Gil was dead, and they hadn't even found the book. I don't think so. He didn't ask questions. We need to get out of here. Faversham could come back at any moment, and we need to call the police. We have to report Gil's death. What the hell are we going to say? Elle asked, finally speaking. We tell them we came searching the caves, and Gil fell from the top of the crates. We keep Faversham's name out of it. No one will believe in witchcraft, and we can't reveal ourselves. What about Newton? Elle asked. We'll deal with Newton when the time comes. You stay here with Reuben, and we'll come back with help. Reuben? Avery asked gently. Are you okay to stay here with Elle? Reuben nodded. Whatever. I'm not leaving Gil. No, of course not. I'll go with Alex, and Elle can wait with you. Elle nodded her agreement. You better find Alicia too, Reuben added. Avery felt her heart sink even more. How would she take it? Of course. Alex rose to his feet and, extending his hand, pulled Avery up next to him. I'm worried about leaving you two. Faversham might come back. Elle reassured him. He won't come back. He looked injured to me. I think we broke his arm. Plus, he must have used a lot of energy to control whatever that thing was. Come on, let's go, Avery said, eager to get help, and they headed to the passage that would lead them back to the glass house. For a while they walked in silence, Avery wondering how to broach the subject of Alicia, but Alex spoke first. Are you all right? She tried to hold back tears. Not really, but we have to get through this first. A guilty look flashed across his face. I'm wondering if there's some sort of spell we can use for Gil.
She looked at him sharply. No way. You don't mess with that stuff. People die, Alex. I know, but Gil's been murdered. He's gone. He's our friend. Alex was almost shouting, a pleading look in his eyes. They came to an awkward stop, their voices resounding in the enclosed space. Of course he's our friend, but he's dead. And we cannot bring him back. Her voice broke into a sob. We're not monsters, Alex. Alex hugged her close again, wrapping his arms around her. Avery cried properly now. Big, long sobs racked her body as the shock washed through her, and she felt him shaking too. Alex felt so strong and so warm that she wanted to stay there forever. But now was not the time. She pulled back. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. I shouldn't have asked. It was stupid, and you're right. But I feel guilty. Gil didn't really want to do this. I'm afraid it's my fault he's dead. Avery shook her head. We can't do this. Not here. Not now. We underestimated Faversham. We won't again. Come on. We need to get moving. But where's the book? It has to be here somewhere. We can't have gone through all this for nothing. Blinding insight struck Avery, and she smacked her head with her palm. We've been so stupid. How can we have thought the book would have been in a pile of crates used by smugglers as recently as the last 200 years? They would have found something. Shit. Alex closed his eyes for a second. We need to get smarter about this. Come on, we'll think as we walk. Alex released his hold, and the cold air swirled around Avery again as they continued up the passage. What do you know about Alicia? Avery asked, deciding she had to bring this up. Not much. Why? Because someone's betraying us. There's no way Faversham could know where we were today. He must be using a finding spell, but he knows too much. And you think it's Alicia? That's a big accusation. I know, and I don't say this lightly, but think, Alex. How else could he know what's going on? But how does Alicia know? She doesn't even know Gil's a witch. We don't know that. He could have been deceived by her for years. Avery told him about her conversation with Reuben. All of this started when I received the note from Anne. Faversham mentioned Anne. He knew her name. How could he possibly know that? Alex rubbed his hands across his face, and the torchlight flickered wildly along the walls. I suppose that makes sense. He sounded tired and despondent. So, what do we do? Do we pretend we don't know? I think we play it by ear. It depends what she does now. Gil's dead, and it will be interesting to see how she deals with that. She paused. Sorry, that sounded really cold. But you know what I mean. Alex nodded. I know. Are we going to tell the others? I think we have to. Do you trust the others? Reuben, Briar, and Elle? Yes, absolutely. Avery took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Good. Me too. Come on, Alex said. Time to call the police. 21. Avery woke up at 3 in the morning in a tangle of sheets in Alex's bed. He was sleeping on the sofa, and she wasn't sure if she was pleased at his gentlemanly behaviour or incredibly disappointed. She had woken from a deep sleep with a racing mind and lots of questions. And then she thought of Gil, and tears welled again. Gil was dead. She still couldn't believe it. She rolled over and stretched out, going through the events of the previous day. It had been a horrible few hours.
The police had arrived, and finally Gil's body had been removed from the cave. Reuben and Elle had emerged white and shaken, and all of them had been interviewed on sight by the police. D.I. Newton had interrogated them all with barely concealed hostility and said they were to remain at home and that he would see them all the next day. However, their story had been believed, at least by most people. Despite trying to call Alicia several times, they couldn't reach her and had instead passed it on to the police. Avery had felt immensely relieved, but also worried. "Where is she?" she had asked Alex, frustrated.
Gil said she'd gone away on business. She could be in meetings, Alex reasoned.
Avery just looked at him with raised eyebrows. Reuben returned to the house with Elle, and they promised to talk the next day. Elle said she'd phone Briar with the news. The glass house had been sealed off with tape, as had the door to the underground passage, and finally only she and Alex were left. For a while they sat next to the glass house, looking out across the bay to Gull Island. It was late, the sun had set, and a pale moon illuminated their surroundings. Avery wanted to cry again.
"You should stay at my place tonight," Alex said.
"No, I'll be fine," Avery argued, not wanting to put him out, even though she really didn't want to be alone.
"All right, I'll put it another way."
He reached out to take her hand. He looked tired and sad, and the shadows under his eyes had nothing to do with the darkness.
"I want you to stay at my place. I don't want to be alone, and I'll worry about you if you are."
His hand was so warm, and she remembered the comfortable way she had fitted into his hold earlier. She smiled. "In that case, yes, please." So here she was, sleeping in Alex's bed. She replayed everything again and again, and after half an hour of tossing and turning, she fumbled her way to the kitchen in the darkness and poured a glass of water, trying not to disturb Alex. She heard him stir, and he mumbled,
"Are you okay?"
"Sorry, I can't sleep."
"Me neither."
"Do you want some water?" She could just see him as her eyes adjusted to the light that trickled in from the street lamps outside. He sat up, half covered in blankets, his hair loose.
"Yes, please."
She finished her water and then carried his glass over, sitting on the edge of the sofa as Alex edged over to make room. "I'm sorry me and Reuben were gone so long. We could have stopped the fight," she said. She doubted she would ever forgive herself for yesterday. Alex finished his drink, put the glass on the coffee table, and then lifted his blanket and threw it over her, pulling her close. His chest was bare, and she leaned against him, savouring the warmth and his strong, muscled body. He smelt so good. She immediately felt guilty. How could she even think this when Gil was dead?
"Avery, what happened today is not your fault or mine. If you'd been there, you couldn't have surprised Faversham. We might all have been killed."
"Yes, but—"
"No buts."
He leaned in and kissed her,
and she thought she might melt right into him.
He was intoxicating. She wriggled under him and pulled him closer until they were wrapped around each other, their kisses long and deep. His hands slid up her back under her t-shirt and she arched against him. And then he started to peel her clothes off, and she decided that staying at Alex's was the best idea ever. The next time she woke, it was light, and they were cocooned in a tangle of blankets. Alex's legs were heavy across her own, his arm wound tightly around her waist. For a few seconds she didn't move, luxuriating in the feeling of him lying next to her. Her body still tingled from the memory of a few hours ago, and part of her didn't want it to end. She realised that this might have been some grief reaction from him, and if so, she would enjoy it while it lasted. She tried to remember what day it was. Friday. Avery groaned. She should phone Sally. She tried to roll gently away from Alex, but his grip tightened and he nuzzled her ear. "Where are you going?" "I thought I should phone work." "Bollocks to work." "I wish. Sally might have heard about Gil by now. I should let her know I'm okay." "In a minute," he said, kissing the back of her neck and moving on to her shoulder. Immediately her stomach flipped and she closed her eyes. Sally could wait. After all, she might not even survive the day. Avery had only been at work for an hour when D.I. Newton strode purposefully across her shop, the door banging in his wake. She was still upset about Gil, and Sally had burst into tears at the news, which had upset her even more. Newton's grey eyes bored into hers, and he looked grimmer than usual. "Miss Hamilton, we need to talk." Avery sighed. "Sorry, Sally, I won't be long." Sally looked between the two of them. "Take as long as you need." Avery led Newton through the back of the shop and up to her flat. She headed straight to the kitchen and put the kettle on. "Did you find Alicia?" she asked, her stomach in knots. "Yes. She'd had her phone turned off." "Was she upset?" "What sort of bloody question is that?" he asked, glaring at her. "Yes, she was upset. She's coming back today. Now, I suggest you tell me what really happened in that cave, because I'm not about to believe the crap you spouted yesterday." Avery turned her back to him as she prepared the tea and desperately wondered what to say. She had to lie. It wasn't crap. Gil had a horrible accident on those old boxes. It's awful, but true. His voice was scathing. "You're lying. Something terrible is happening in Whitehaven, and I intend to find out what." "I'm on your side, Avery." "Are you?" she asked, whirling around. "Because it didn't sound like it the other night when we sealed that bloody doorway." He crossed his arms in front of him and leaned back against the counter, watching her. "All my life I've been hearing about witches, magic, and Whitehaven and my place in it. I resisted it then and I'm resisting it now. Magic should belong in the past." Avery forgot about the tea. "What are you talking about? What do you know?" "Not bloody much." "What happened, Avery?" "No. What are you talking about? Your place in it?" "Magic runs deep in Whitehaven. Our history is soaked in it. Something has woken it up. I think that's you." Avery felt out of her depth. Things were happening that were out of her control, and now it seemed Newton knew more than he was letting on, too. And she still didn't know what to make of Alicia. Her fear made her angry. "Nothing has woken up. I've always had magic, as have the others. You just never cared before, and now you do." "Oh, I've always cared," he said, stepping closer. "But nothing bad happened before, and now there have been 3 deaths in 1 week, and all a result of magic and demons. Something has changed. I know it has, and you are being obstructive." Newton's anger was palpable, and she retreated, pressing against the sink. "I'm at a disadvantage here, Newton. You know what I am and what I can do. We sealed that doorway the best we could, and I'll be checking it today. My friend Gil is dead. And at this moment I don't really trust you, despite the fact that you're a detective. You tell me about half-whispered myths, but you don't really share them. So I'm sticking to what I told you yesterday. We were exploring the tunnels and Gil had a terrible accident, one that I will forever mourn. You don't need to fear me or Alex, Reuben, Elspeth or Briar, in fact.
3 deaths, Avery. You should be careful.
He gave her one last hard stare, and then headed to the door.
I'll be in touch.
Avery watched him leave and felt a wave of despair wash through her. What was happening? They had 5 grimoires to find and had only discovered 2. Why did Faversham want them? If his magic was so powerful, what could the books offer him and his family? Why had they been hidden at all? There must be something else about the grimoires that was important, something that happened around the time of the witch-finder. What had Helena and the others done that had earned the enmity of the Favershams? And what had this got to do with Gil's great-uncle Addison? Avery's thoughts reeled. One thing was certain. Faversham wouldn't stop, and neither would she. This has been Buried Magic, Whitehaven Witches, Book 1. Written by T.J. Green and narrated by Diana Croft. Copyright 2018 by T.J. Green. Production copyright 2025 by T.J. Green.